Chapter 1. 5.5 years ago. Will you marry me? Celia glanced up at Ty and found him gazing down at her. His gorgeous blue eyes regarded her as if she were the most desirable woman on the planet. What did you just say to me? She had to speak louder than usual to be heard above the happy din of the Las Vegas casino. Do you want to marry me? Ty Porter, that's not funny. Who said I was kidding? Me. I'm saying it. Their romance had only begun 4 days ago. Granted, they'd been the 4 best days of Celia's life. Because of him, she'd spent her daylight hours in a haze of bliss. She'd spent her nights thinking about him, staring up at her hotel room ceiling with eyes as round as ping-pong balls, too excited to sleep. Your turn, miss. One of the dealers at the craps table pushed 2 dice toward Celia with his slim stick, bent at a 90-degree angle at the end. Feeling lucky? Ty asked. Yes. Ty liked her, which made her the luckiest girl in Vegas. Their good fortune during the past 2 hours at the craps table hardly compared. Celia picked up the dice and gave them a shake. The group of players gathered around the table focused their attention on her. Some called out encouragement. If you roll a 7, Ty said, I vote we get married. You're incorrigible. If you roll a 7, sweet one, I'll take it as a sign. We'll get hitched tonight, and you'll be stuck with me for life. He placed all his chips on the pass line. Ty! I've just proposed to this little lady here, he announced to the table. If she rolls a 7, we're going to make it official. The players hooted and hollered. He's just joking, Celia informed them. Their excitement drowned out her rationality. Several players raised glasses. Others added additional chips to their bets. All heartily approved of Ty's plan. Apparently, the decision to hang a lifetime commitment on the roll of 2 dice made perfect sense to sloshed tourists in Vegas. Celia tossed the dice. They flew to the opposite end of the oblong table, bounced off the bumper, and skittered to a stop. A 3 and a 4. 7. The table broke into an uproar. Celia stood amid the clamor. The sight of the dice, an unmistakable 3 and an unmistakable 4, branded into her brain. The dealers reached forward to dole out chips to all the players. You just doubled my money, Ty drawled. Thank you kindly, Mrs. Porter. I'm not Mrs. Porter. Teasing tinged her voice. She didn't want to be too hard on him, not when the notion of his wanting to marry her was so outrageously flattering. Determined to wait until after the ceremony? He tipped the dealer and requested a tray so he could pack up his chips. You coming? Definitely. She didn't want to tell him this, at the risk of seeming pathetic, but she'd follow him anywhere. They said their goodbyes and headed toward the cashier. Looks like they're eager to start in on the wedding night, one of the players called after them. A chorus of guffaws. Here's to the honeymoon. Congratulations on your marriage. They actually think, Celia turned and waved to the well-wishers, we're going to get married. That's 'cause we are. Once they'd cashed in their chips, they made their way to the taxi line outside the front entrance. Cool December air scented with car exhaust enveloped them. Ty held Celia's jacket for her while she shrugged into it, then wrapped his arms around her for extra warmth. He stood behind her, his front to her back, as they shuffled forward in line. Celia checked her watch. 1:30. Any other city would have been dark and shuttered at this hour. Here, lights blazed, slot machines jangled, and people clogged the sidewalks. An older couple in sweats and fanny packs stood in front of them. A group of 20-year-olds dressed like Kardashians stood behind them. Celia had never felt more distanced from her regular life. nor a greater sense of surrealism. Nor happier, thanks to him. Ty Porter, the high school crush she'd never outgrown. During childhood and adolescence, her father's job had relocated their family to a new city every few years. She could remember how furious she'd been at the age of 14, when she'd been forced to move yet again the summer before her 9th grade year. They'd settled in Plano, Texas. The address of their unimaginative house in their dull subdivision had dictated that she'd attend Plano East Senior High. Celia had decided to hate it. She'd managed to stay that course until the moment when Ty Porter had taken the seat next to her in Introduction to Ceramics. She could recall exactly how he'd looked that day, a tall, well-built sophomore with golden brown hair and dancing blue eyes. His appearance had been good enough, but then he'd gazed at her as if he really saw her. He'd cracked jokes under his breath. He'd asked her advice on his coil pot. Within 2 weeks, every hope and dream she'd ever had about the opposite sex had coalesced into a devoted and long-lasting infatuation with him. "You cold?" He tightened his arms around her. "Not a bit." He rested his chin on the top of her head. They inched forward. Ty'd been incredibly sweet to her during their high school years. He'd always gone out of his way to flirt with her and to make an unpretty teenager feel very pretty indeed. Despite her prayers, though, their friendship had never led to anything more serious than Mrs. Celia Porter doodled through her spiral-bound notebooks. Oh, he'd dated plenty, but he'd always chosen beautiful, outgoing girls his age or older. Girls Celia had envied with every drop of teenaged emotion she possessed. After graduation, Ty had enlisted in the Marines and moved away. Celia had slunk around in a cloud of despair over him that whole summer. A year later, she herself had graduated and moved to Oregon for college. 2.5 years ago, she'd completed her degree and taken a job as a restaurant sous chef. All told, she hadn't seen Ty for 7.5 years. But when her high school friend Lacey had called and informed her that Ty would be competing in bull riding in the National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas, his name had hit her like a lightning bolt. The passage of time and distance had not squelched her affection for Ty Porter. Celia had convinced Lacey to meet her in Vegas for a girls' weekend and bought tickets for them both to the rodeo. She and Ty reached the front of the line. A taxi pulled up, and a casino employee held to open its door as they climbed into the back seat. Ty leaned toward the driver. "We're going to get married." "No!" Celia burst out laughing. "We are not getting married." "We want the corniest wedding chapel around. Nothing classy, you understand, just pure Vegas. Like the kind you see in movies. Do you know a place like that?" Their driver nodded, and the cab slid into traffic. Looking pleased with himself, Ty leaned back and extended his arm across the top of the seat. Celia turned her upper body to face him. "You're crazy." "Yeah," he admitted, grinning unrepentantly. "You're joking about this wedding." "Try me." This kind of thing, taking a bet to the limit, following through on a dare, was not out of character for the Ty she'd known in high school. "You really want to drive to a Las Vegas wedding chapel?" "I really do." He pushed her jacket sleeve up and trailed tiny kisses along her forearm. "You rolled a 7. Your fate is sealed." Celia smiled, drunk on pleasurable sensation, drunk on the joy of looking at him. It was possible that Ty, however, was just plain drunk. How many drinks had he had? Hard to recall. She'd been too wrapped up in mooning over him to pay attention. Except for this wedding nonsense, he didn't seem drunk. "You're adorable," he murmured into her arm, then reclined against the seat. They stared deeply at each other. Dark and light from the passing hotels of the Strip played over his face. He had a smile that flat out demanded a girl's smile back. Eyes a shade of blue so light and bright that it stole your breath. Sandy brown hair, always a little mussed, cut by someone who knew exactly what kind of damage they were wrecking on the hearts of females everywhere. Tonight he wore a white t-shirt under a rugged brown blazer-style jacket. He'd stuffed the front of his t-shirt into his jeans, above a leather belt that didn't showcase any of the many rodeo buckles she knew he'd won. "I can't get enough of you," he said. In response, she tried to look sassy and chiding instead of just lovelorn. "I can't," he insisted. Celia had enjoyed a few pleasing dating relationships in her time, but she'd never had anyone she liked half this much say these kinds of things to her. "You've gotten under my skin, Celia. I don't see how I'm going to go on without you." His brows lowered. "How come you're smiling? Don't you have any pity?" "Yes, Ty, I have plenty of pity. I'm just not convinced that you deserve any." He closed the distance between them and kissed her. "You have this way," he whispered, "of hitting me right in the heart." Her fluttering breaths mixed with his. "I feel the same way about you." His smell, like the piney woods of Texas, wrapped around her and further fogged her brain. During her years there, she hadn't really liked the state of Texas all that much, yet, irrationally, she adored Ty, whose accent oozed Texas, who smelled like Texas, and who wore square-toed alligator cowboy boots. "I'm crazy about you," he said. "I'm crazy about you, too." He gently nipped her bottom lip, then bent his head and went to work kissing her knuckles. She'd arrived at the Vegas airport on Thursday. She and Lacey had gone to watch Ty compete in bull riding on Friday. As soon as his event had concluded, Lacey had dragged Celia, mortified and protesting, to the arena's back exit. They'd waited there until Ty had emerged. When Lacey had pulled Celia into his path, Ty had shocked her by remembering her immediately. She'd been too overwhelmed to say much to him during that first conversation. For one thing, she'd just come off the staggering sight of him riding bulls in cowboy garb that included chaps and a hat. For another, her old crush had looked even better at the age of 25 than he had at 18. She and Lacey had gone out to dinner that night with him and a buddy. To her astonishment, Ty had taken a swift romantic interest in her. They'd been inseparable every waking hour since. Lacey, like a sane person, had returned to her regular life on Sunday night, as scheduled. Celia, like a crazy person, had let Ty sweet-talk her into staying in Vegas for a few extra days. She'd charged additional room nights on her credit card, let her flight home depart without her, and called her boss at the restaurant to beg for more vacation days. Her boss had given her 3, which meant she had to arrive back at work on Thursday or lose her job. It was already late on Tuesday. Nope, early on Wednesday. Her time with Ty had slipped away much too quickly. The taxi pulled to a stop, and Ty reached for his wallet. Celia let herself onto the sidewalk. A white picket fence surrounded a complex that included a pink A-frame building in the center, a gazebo, and a rusting fairy-tale carriage harnessed to a horse statue. Sprays of plastic white roses tied with royal blue ribbon had been wired to the chapel's front door, around the horse's neck, and at the gazebo's entrance. A billboard flooded with light read "Love Shack," everyone's favorite 24-hour wedding chapel. Ty took her hand and drew her onto the AstroTurf yard. A dimple dug into his cheek as he surveyed their surroundings. "Our driver knew his stuff. This is corny." "Extremely." "And perfect." "You could say that." "You're perfect. Can I say that?" She flushed and nodded. A bell over the front door jingled as they entered the A-frame. More pink paint, more fake roses. Deep within the building, the bridal march played. A woman of approximately 115 years sat behind the counter. She looked up from an issue of Cosmopolitan and said in a flat voice without inflection, "Welcome to the Love Shack, home of the $99 vow renewal, where all your romantic dreams come true." "That sounds promising," Ty said. "I'm Doris, your love event coordinator and fairy godmother. I'll be making sure that all our romantic dreams come true." Ty smiled. Celia bit her lip to keep from giggling. Coming here had been a fun idea after all. "So," Doris said, gesturing to the sign behind her like a Price is Right model, "which of these enticing wishes can I grant for you tonight?" Ty seemed to be taking it all in stride. "What do you have to offer in the way of weddings?" Doris nodded toward the middle section of the sign. "The Love Shack Special, the Elvis, the Country and Western, and the Deluxe." "What's the Country and Western involve?" "A candlelit ceremony in our Don't Mess with Texas chapel." "Now you're speaking my language." "A bouquet of 5 yellow roses for the bride, a yellow rose boutonniere for the groom. The minister's fee, 2 country songs of your choice, a keepsake frame, and a CD containing 8 photographs, all for just $149.99. You read my mind, Doris. How'd you know that's just what I wanted?" Doris looked back at him, deadpan. Celia knew Doris wouldn't be able to remain immune to Ty for long, and sure enough, after a few seconds her eyes crinkled and she released a dry laugh. "You're a handsome devil, I'll give you that." "Thank you. You're easy on the eyes yourself." Ty set $200 bills on the counter. "1 country and western, please." Celia recovered from her shock in time to swipe the cash off the counter before Doris could get her antique arm moving. "Excuse us for a moment?" she asked the older woman. Doris nodded, and Celia pulled Ty to the room's corner. "Okay, Mr. Country and Western. The visit here has been entertaining. Goodness knows I can tell you're enjoying yourself. But we've gone far enough. I don't want you to waste any money." "Waste money? A wedding only cost $149.99, sweet one. Didn't you hear the lady? That includes a keepsake frame." He was more than a head taller, so Celia had to reach up to place her palms on his cheeks. "Can you be serious for 1 second? You don't actually want to marry me here at the Love Shack tonight?" "Yes, I do." "No, you don't." "Yes." He took her hands in his and cradled them against his chest. His gaze, serious now, searched down to the deepest depths of her hopes. "I do. I want to marry you, Celia. Right now. Here at the Love Shack, no joke." All the air sailed from her lungs with a soft oof. "Do you want to marry me?" "Oh, my goodness," she breathed. "Do you?" "Yes." He was offering her a chance to make him hers forever. It was too heady to bear, too sweet to turn down. And yet she knew she should turn him down for the sake of sanity and prudence. They'd been dating 4 days. Her thoughts lost themselves in the blue of his eyes. Time pulled. "Come on," he coaxed. "Let's do it. Let's do something crazy for love." She knew for certain that she would love him forever, that she could never love anyone else the way that she loved him. "Will you marry me, Celia?" "Well," she said, her voice tremulous, "I did, after all, roll a 7. He laughed. "Is that a yes?" She swallowed. "Is it?" "Yes." He whooped, then crushed her to him in a hug. For the next 20 minutes, Ty handled paperwork and made the necessary selections. Celia stood next to him, with her hand wrapped around his elbow, smiling like a jack-o'-lantern. Right before the ceremony, Celia stepped into the restroom and confronted her reflection. Her curly hair was typically a problem for her. The dry desert air had become her ally, however, and her hair looked better than expected. She finger-combed the big brown curls that fell to her collarbones in layers only someone with a PhD in hairstyling could manage. Leaning in, she applied peach lip gloss. I'm getting married, she thought. The excitable and daring woman in the mirror looked nothing like her. Right now. I'm marrying Ty Porter tonight. She arranged the folds of the silvery dress she charged to her credit card that afternoon. A cross between a toga and a scarf, it tied behind her neck and draped over her body down to her shiny T-strap sandals. Like the extra hotel nights, the dress was something she couldn't technically afford. Minutes later, she found herself walking toward Ty down the aisle of the Don't Mess with Texas chapel. Light from 2 standing candelabras at the front lit the space dimly, perhaps a blessing. Stereotypical cowboy junk hung on the walls next to decades-old portraits of country singers. Celia recognized June and Johnny Cash and Dolly Parton, but none of the others. A twangy song flowed from the speakers. The edges of her yellow roses were browning. Celia could not believe this was happening. If she'd had days or weeks to prepare for this wedding, she'd have changed a lot of things. But as her gaze locked on Ty, she knew wholeheartedly that she wouldn't have changed a single thing about her groom. When she reached him, he winked at her and took hold of her hands. Tears pooled in her eyes. She loved him with every ounce of the passion she'd harbored for him at 14 and then some. The officiate had donned a sheriff's badge and a 10-gallon hat for the occasion. It took him no time at all to lead them through their vows. Once they'd spoken them, Celia's heart began to pound with expectation. I now pronounce you little lady and young buck, or as the city slickers like to say, husband and wife. That was it? They were married? Ty kissed her thoroughly. The fake sheriff picked up a camera and led them through a series of poses, each cheesier than the last. Ty down on his knee pretending a marriage proposal. Ty in the background with his chin on his fist, staring wistfully at Celia in the foreground. Ty lassoing Celia around the waist. At some point Celia burst into hysterical laughter and couldn't locate her composure for the rest of the session. Suddenly she could see the whole situation as Ty did. It was brash and ridiculous, their surroundings kitschy, and all of that only made it sweeter. They were doing something wildly spontaneous. On their 50th wedding anniversary, they'd be able to tell their grandkids one heck of a wedding story. The fake sheriff steered them to the gazebo outside and took some photos of Ty removing Celia's garter. Challenging, since she wasn't wearing one. Then a few shots in the fairy tale carriage, where they were encouraged to wave like royals. When it was over, Doris presented them with their keepsake frame, a bronze plastic number with a cartoon cowboy and cowgirl smooching in one corner. That officially concluded their nuptials. Ty took her to his hotel and asked for an upgrade to something bridal. Then he carried her over the threshold of their room and kicked the door closed behind them. Chapter 2. Celia's first conscious sensation upon waking the next morning. Warmth. Then softness. Then the faint and delicious scent of pine. That smell, Ty's smell, unrolled a movie reel of memories in her mind. The casino, the chapel, the wedding night that had followed. Oh, the night they'd had, the pleasure of it. She murmured and smiled, drowsily reaching out for him in her half-sleep. Her arm met empty bedding. Slowly she wedged open her eyelids. Ty stood at the room's window, his back to her. He'd parted the heavy drapes a few feet and was peering through the gauzy undercurtains that remained. He'd pulled on his jeans. His bare feet sank into the carpet, and the skin of his chiseled upper body gleamed smooth. All in all, an excellent view for any woman to wake up to. Celia would have been thrilled with it, except that something about Ty's stance communicated tension. Possibly his stillness. Maybe the stiffness of his shoulders. They'd shared a night that had been earth-shattering, magnificent. Surely after that, he couldn't be the least bit troubled. Could he? There were good reasons why most people didn't tie the knot at a Las Vegas wedding chapel after 4 days of romance. Was it possible that those reasons were weighing heavily on him this morning? That he regretted what they'd done? Everything's fine, Celia. Last night had been the first of thousands of nights she'd spent married to Ty. She just needed clothes and coffee. She eased to the side of the bed while holding the white down comforter up to her chin. Ty turned. "Good morning." She pushed her feet over the edge. "Morning." His eyes were kind, but his expression remained tight. Not wholly reassuring. She pasted on a smile. "A very good morning." It wasn't easy to drag the comforter off the bed and use it as a shield, but she managed it with a grunt of effort. "Yes, indeed." She sidestepped to where her dress and underwear lay puddled on the floor. Once she'd retrieved them, she backed into the bathroom. "Excuse me for a moment." The comforter got caught in the door. She had to yank it inside before she could shut herself in. She shimmied into her silver dress, then lathered her hands with hotel soap and went to work washing her face. Ty couldn't be having second thoughts. Not possible. Couldn't be. So how come worry continued to rise within her? She brushed her teeth with the provided travel toothbrush and toothpaste. Ineffectually, she batted at her curls with a brush. They'd passed the point of redemption. When she re-entered the bedroom, she found Ty standing near the foot of the bed, waiting for her. He turned on the lamps and parted the curtains fully. Late morning sunlight streamed into the room. "Come here." He opened his arms. She went into them in half a heartbeat. His strength and heat banded around her, comforting. The scent of the soap he'd used in the shower filled her senses. He pressed a kiss into the place where her neck met her shoulder. "See, it's fine." Thanks to their hasty wedding, she wasn't feeling as secure as most morning-after brides, that's all. "Hungry?" she asked. "Yes." "We can call and order a breakfast from room service. I'll bet they have croissants or muffins." She knew all about his sweet tooth for breakfast pastries. "When I've saved up enough money and I have a bakery of my own, I'm going to serve you the most amazing cinnamon rolls you've ever eaten." Over the past days, they'd talked at length about her dream of owning a coffee shop and his goal of winning a world championship in bull riding. This past weekend, he'd won her heart, but not the title. He moved a lock of hair off her forehead, his eyes grave. Anxiety rekindled within her, but Celia powered past it. She called room service and chattered to Ty until the food came. When it arrived, she took great care arranging everything on the circular table in the room's corner. Thick linen napkins and heavy silverware, an organic vegetable omelet for her, a basket of breakfast pastries, coffee and ice water. After they'd settled into chairs, Ty poured the coffee while Celia tried to think of how to fill the unusual silence between them. "So, Doris was funny last night, wasn't she?" "Very." "How long do you think she's been working as a love event coordinator?" And fairy godmother, don't forget. And fairy godmother. I don't know. A century? Celia held up more than her share of the conversation, reminiscing about each humorous aspect of their wedding. As they talked, she took dainty bites of her omelet. Ty set a blueberry muffin on his plate and peeled off the wrapper, but didn't eat any. Nor did he try the coffee that sat in his cup, its steam dying. Little by little, Celia's dread increased. She kept trying to make him laugh, kept waiting for him to cheer up and start acting like himself. She was used to his charm and teasing, but unaccustomed to his seriousness. He fiddled with the muffin, breaking it into pieces, then going back through the pieces a second time, breaking and re-breaking them again. When nothing but a mound of fine crumbs remained, Celia reached her tipping point. Ty? Hmm? She set down her silverware and scooted her chair back a few inches. What's the matter? What do you mean? I mean that something's obviously the matter with you this morning. What is it? He rubbed the side of his thumb against his cheek. She waited for his answer, surrounded by the quiet sounds of traffic on the strip several stories below, and a maid knocking on a door down the hall. His aquamarine gaze bored into hers. Celia could feel her heart laboring, dragging in blood, using all its strength to push blood out. I'm sorry, Celia. For? When he didn't answer, she almost had a brain aneurysm. For pressuring you into marrying me. That sounded bearable, like maybe he was upset because he believed he'd forced her into a marriage she didn't want. I've talked people into doing crazy things before, but never anything like this. He surged to his feet and returned to his spot at the window, his back to her. His hands raked through his hair, leaving furrows in the golden-brown strands. This beats all. Stories of Ty's reckless exploits had become legend at Plano East High School. He'd leapt off a cliff 100 feet above the Brazos because his brother said he couldn't. He'd made Ashley Sutton promise to go to the prom with him if he could jump his motorcycle over a parked car and land successfully on the other side. He'd competed in street races. He'd bungee jumped above a canyon to raise money for the Booster Club. He'd lost bets and ended up having to skydive, streak across the football field in his boxer briefs, and set off a stink bomb on the principal's doorstep. As an adult, he rode bulls for goodness sake, a profession that could kill him any night of the week. He was daring. It was just one facet of him that she, who was ordinarily smart, safe, and not given to spur-of-the-moment weddings, appreciated. It's okay, Ty. Celia stood. You didn't pressure me into marrying you last night. Yes, I did. A pause. He swore under his breath, a sound as soft as it was vicious. She flinched. Something was terribly wrong. Her stomach wrung like a sponge. Everything was not fine. He pushed his hands through his hair again, then shook his head with what looked like self-disgust. Ty? She hated the fearful tone of her voice. He turned and faced her, his brows low over his eyes. I wasn't thinking straight last night, which is no excuse. He flicked a hand toward the bed that loomed beside them. I never meant for things to go this far. You didn't force me into marrying you, if that's what's upsetting you. I made my own decision. Without all the facts. What do you mean? I'm in love with someone else. Those words, 6 words. They crashed into Celia, knocking the air and life and dreams from her, stopping her heart. Silence detonated like a grenade between them. "What?" she asked, the word little more than air. "There's someone else." Pain cut into her, sinking through layers of skin, muscle, organs. She stepped back, her hands falling dumbly to her sides. Her knees had turned to liquid. They gave way, lowering her to a seated position on the end of the bed. He loved someone else. A few hours ago, she'd fallen asleep in his arms, filled with joy, his exhales against her temple. She'd woken up to this. The man she'd have sacrificed anything for, the man she'd married, telling her there was another woman. She wanted to rewind time. A sickening wave of dizziness broke within her. She pressed her hands against her stomach and stared up at him. He did not come near. "I have a girlfriend at home in Holly. We've been dating for 2 years. Her pulse raced frantically, like it was trying to escape. "Before I came on this trip, we talked about marriage. I've been wanting to marry her for a while now, but she told me she wasn't ready. We fought." "And broke up?" He set his jaw. "No?" She could hear her own hysteria rising. "You didn't break up? You're still dating her?" "No. During our fight, we did break up, but it was a heat-of-the-moment thing. I don't think either of us thought it would last." She wanted to slap him, shake him, but the agony inside held her motionless. "Why didn't you tell me about her that first night outside the arena?" He made no reply. "Because she hurt you. Is that it?" "She hurt me." "She injured your pride when she told you she wasn't ready to marry you. Then you came to Vegas and found me waiting here, eager to boost your ego, more than willing to marry you." She saw the situation with new and horrifying clarity. The end of his relationship had sent Ty on an emotional bender, and she'd been his rebound girl. Anger began to grind within her like 2 rusty gears, turning slowly at first, then picking up speed. A relationship with me must have seemed like a convenient way to hurt her back. "I wanted to forget about her for a few days." "Do you make a habit of forgetting about her in every city you visit?" "I've been faithful to Tawny the whole time we've been dating. I haven't wanted to be with anyone but her. Until you." "I find that stunningly hard to believe." "It's true." "True?" Since their romance had begun, she'd been nothing but fawning and sweet-tempered to him. That was over. Fury sent strength through her limbs, and she stormed to her feet. "True? How am I supposed to believe that anything you say is true? You've been lying to me this whole time." "No, I never lied to you about my feelings for you." "What are your feelings for me, exactly?" "I like you." He liked her. Which was such a far cry from love that the word lashed her like an insult. "You can't possibly like me, Ty. You've used me. You've treated me worse than most people would treat their enemies." He made a slashing motion with his hand. "We had a good time, both of us." "If you hadn't been in love with someone else, and if we'd parted on friendly terms, then yes. I'd have been able to chalk this weekend up to a good time. But you convinced me to stay in Vegas extra days, and then you took me to a wedding chapel and slept with me." Her chest billowed in and out. Ty remained stock still, his color high, his forehead creased. "Last night you said you wanted to marry me, Ty. You said, let's do something crazy for love. And the whole time your heart belonged to another woman." "I was drunk, and I was into you, and I was stupid. What happened is my fault." She pressed the heels of her hands into her forehead. Could a person die from heartbreak? It felt like it. She'd sensed from the start that their relationship was too good to be true. He was gorgeous and successful and illegally charming. He could have chosen any woman in Vegas. Yet she'd convinced herself, even though he'd never told her outright that he loved her, that what he felt for her was real and unique. It wasn't. He wasn't the same person she'd fallen for in the 9th grade. He was as untrustworthy as a bridge built on sand. She dropped her hands. "What are you going to do now?" It shamed her, but she wanted to hear him say that he'd decided to leave Tawny in his past and give their relationship a chance. "I'm going to go home to Texas and tell Tawny what I've done. I'm going to try to make things right with her." Devastated, angry tears rushed to Celia's eyes. She didn't know Tawny, but instinctively she hated her because she possessed Ty's love. "Will she forgive you?" "Probably not. But I'm going to ask for her forgiveness anyway. We have a lot of history between us. I've known her since we were kids." Celia grabbed up her sandals, then went in search of her purse. She struggled to hold back her tears, but couldn't manage it. They tumbled over her lashes and raced in hot streaks down her face. She would be returning to her life in Oregon, and Ty would be returning to his life in Texas, because he did not love her. Despite the vows they'd spoken and the things they'd done in the king-sized bed, he didn't want to be married to her. He wanted to marry Tawny, a person he'd known since childhood and had been dating for 2 years. 2 years. Celia had been living at such a high level of euphoria for the past few days. The fall back to reality was steep, and the impact crushing. Where was her purse? He'd said so many beautiful things to her. His kisses. What was she going to do? The way he'd made her feel. She couldn't stand to lose him. Yes, she could, and would. He was a cheater. "Where's my purse?" The tender way he'd looked at her. The laughter. It had all been a lie. And even so, she loved him. She'd put herself and her feelings out there, and he'd chosen someone else. She spotted her purse and pushed its strap over her shoulder. After shoving the tears from her cheeks, she looked back at Ty one last time. He hadn't moved. He still stood framed by the window, beautiful in his masculinity. She'd been dating him 4 days, and he'd managed to betray her worse than anyone had over the whole course of her life. "Do you want a divorce, Ty?" "Because I believe an annulment is out of the question." "I'm not thinking that far ahead yet." "Just so you know?" "Yes." "I'll never forgive you for this." His expression remained uncompromising. He nodded once, a taut motion. She could tell that he hadn't expected her to forgive him. He just wanted her gone. She couldn't breathe. Desperate to get away from him, from this room, from her own disgrace, she moved to the door, yanked it open. Celia did not look back as she strode down the hallway toward the elevators. She never wanted to see Ty Porter's face again, not for as long as she lived. Chapter 3. The Present. The limo Ty had rented smelled like cologne and puffed-up expectations. He leaned back against the leather seat at the rear of the car, his arms outstretched along the top of the black leather upholstery, one boot resting on the opposite knee. 4 of his high school buddies rode inside the car with him. One was about to get married, so the rest had traveled to Vegas for a bachelor party. The guys were amped about the night to come. The sights and sounds, the drinking and gambling. Their excitement did nothing for Ty except make him feel years older than the others. It took a lot to stir his adrenaline these days. He rode bulls. An evening in Vegas, a city he'd visited so many times he'd grown bored with it, left him with a chest full of emptiness. He angled his attention out of one of the limo's tinted side windows and watched without really seeing as the city passed by. The days were long in Nevada in May. Even though they were on their way to dinner, the sun had only dropped halfway to the horizon. An ugly pink color caught his eye. His body tensed. Sitting forward, he squinted at the view. A pink building with a white picket fence. A ridiculous carriage hooked to a fake horse. "Can you stop?" he called to the driver. "Would you mind pulling over for a second?" The driver eased the car to the side so that the traffic behind them could pass. "What's up, man?" Ty glanced at his friends, who were looking at him with curiosity. "Nothing." He focused back on the chapel. "I just remember seeing this place once. Years ago." AstroTurf still covered the yard. The tacky gazebo thing stood. Even the Love Shack billboard remained, though it had faded. "Doesn't look like much." "No." Through their eyes, it probably looked like the least interesting building in Vegas. And yet, what Vegas could not do, what little could do for him these days, this chapel had just done. It had jolted his cynical body and sent his heart beating with hard, fierce strokes. He hadn't seen the Love Shack since that long-ago night. He hadn't done anything special to avoid the place during his trips to Vegas. He just hadn't had a reason to search it out. Why bother to visit a place sure to bring up bad memories? The memories aren't all bad, his conscience reminded him. Are they? Celia. He could still picture her exactly. The mellow green eyes with the long lashes, delicate nose, perfect skin even without makeup. Short, slim body with just the right amount of curve. Curly brown hair that had a hint of red in it when the sun hit it right. Way back when he'd first met her, his sophomore year in high school, he thought she looked like a little forest fairy that had stumbled into Plano East. His vision took in every detail of the chapel. It surprised him how much coming here meant. "Ready to head on?" a buddy asked. "Not yet." Pieces of the days he and Celia had spent together that December came back to him. The night they'd come to the Love Shack together, she'd looked as hot as anything in that silver handkerchief she'd called a dress. She'd smelled like lemons. She'd looked at him with tenderness while they said their vows. They'd laughed all the way through their lame wedding photography session. What had happened between them the next morning? His muscles tightened. "Okay, we can head on. I'm good." Although he wasn't. The car moved forward, and Ty ignored the urge to crane his head so he could keep the chapel in sight. He let it go. His friends stared at him. He lifted a shoulder, as if his interest in the Love Shack had been nothing but an impulse. "Thanks for stopping." "Sure. Now let's get to the restaurant so I can buy you boys around." That got them back talking, trading insults, chuckling. He joined in with his voice, but inside of him a wind had begun to howl. Celia sat at her kitchen table and considered sobbing. The benefit of sobbing was that it felt good in the short term. The drawback was that it left you with nothing but an ache in the lungs in the long term. Her old laptop rested on the surface of the kitchen table, her bank's website open and displaying a list of her checking account withdrawals. A stack of bills sat beside the computer, alongside a calculator and notepad with frantic numbers in columns. The matte darkness of an 11 o'clock mid-May night filled the rectangles of her kitchen windows. She didn't have enough in her account. Again. With a shuddering breath, she knuckled her eye sockets. The stress of owing money she didn't have and couldn't pay back had been fraying her more and more over the past 6 months. She'd been pressing through because that's what she did. In fact, that pretty much summed up her identity. Celia, a woman who put one foot in front of the other and pressed through no matter how drained or overwhelmed. This, though, this money thing truly had her worried. Her press-through strategy was burning like a piece of paper held too close to the flame. This past month, she'd carefully watched the spending of every single dollar. She'd cut coupons and avoided extras, thinking that if she slashed spending, she could perhaps begin to pay off her credit card. Then today her car's transmission had gone out, effectively jamming her scorched piece of paper straight into the fire. Her car's age had begun to show 4 years back, but she'd been sticking Band-Aids on it because it was paid for, and she couldn't afford a new-to-her car or a lease. The mechanic had told her today that a new transmission would cost $1,500. $1,500! Misery burned her throat from the inside. She couldn't put any more money on the credit card. She'd hit her limit already, and she refused to get another card. The interest on the one she had was already killing her, not to mention the mental weight of carrying around debt. What was she going to do? She couldn't stand to ask Uncle Danny or her parents or older brother for money. Her parents were currently living in Scotland, her brother in Boston. They all viewed her as independent and admirable. She'd have to make do without a car. Lots of people got around by bike or bus, right? Her mind wheeled, trying to imagine how she could make it work. She shut down her computer and stared without seeing at the wall opposite her. Self-doubt reared up and turned on her with biting teeth, just as it always did at her lowest moments. Maybe she shouldn't have rented this apartment. 5 years ago, when she'd decided on this little place, it had seemed so affordable, so perfect with its central pool and fenced yard the size of a cereal box. She surveyed the happy paint colors that surrounded her, the bright patterns, the vintage flea market finds, each choice made lovingly over time. Maybe she shouldn't have taken the job at the university, working in cafeteria administration. She'd simply wanted something with good hours and health insurance, but perhaps longer hours and a higher income would have been the better course. That route would have allowed her to provide better financially. "Mommy?" Celia swiveled toward the sound. "Sweetheart?" Her daughter, Addie, stood in the doorway that led from the living room to the hallway, wearing her Rapunzel pajamas and holding the small ivory blanket she'd had since she was a baby. "What are you doing awake?" "Couldn't sleep." Addie held one eye closed and one eye slitted against the light. Her dark blonde hair, straight as a board and cut in a long bob, stood up in a matted section near her crown. "Come give me a hug." Celia stretched out her arms, and when Addie reached her, pulled her onto her lap. Addie nestled against her exactly the way she'd been nestled against Celia since birth. One side of Addie's face flat against Celia's upper chest, Celia's chin resting on the top of Addie's head, Addie's hands holding her blanket, Celia's arms holding Addie's slender weight. Celia inhaled the strawberries and cream scent of Addie's shampoo. "Is your stomach hurting?" "Yeah. I think I need my tea." "Chamomile?" "Mm-hmm." "Okay, I'll get you some." Celia deposited Addie on the chair and got the tea kettle going. Addie's acid reflux occasionally flared up late at night. Had it not been for the reflux, her child would be sleeping soundly and her bank account would be in order. The cost of the tests Addie's gastroenterologist had ordered, including one where they admitted Addie to the hospital, put her under anesthesia, and then looked around her esophagus and stomach with a scope, had more than wiped out Celia's savings. Addie surveyed the items on the kitchen table. "What are these?" She fingered the stack of bills. Celia never dealt with financial matters around Addie. "Just letters." "Letters about money?" Celia hedged. Even though she did her best to insulate her daughter, Addie always proved so intuitively, frighteningly smart, a soon-to-be kindergartner who could just as easily be polishing off a doctorate in psychology. Addie's brows stitched together in the center. What are we going to do about our car? Their breakdown on the way to daycare this morning had classified in Addie's mind as a very big event. I haven't decided yet. Can we fix it? It can be fixed, yes. By anyone who has $1,500 to spare. If we need help, Uncle Danny will let us borrow his car. Of course he will. Celia plopped a tea bag into a teacup from her mismatched collection. After she'd poured hot, but not too hot, water over it, she gave it a drizzle of honey and placed it in front of Addie. Addie looked at her in her solemn way. Celia took the chair next to Addie's. Aren't you going to drink your tea? It's too hot. No, it isn't. Here, let me try. Celia took a test sip. Still, Addie regarded her. She blinked, pushed a strand of hair off her forehead, and set her small pink lips. I'm going to buy you a new car, Mommy. No, Punky. Her nickname for Addie had started out as Little Pumpkin Pie, then abbreviated into Pumpkin Pie. Then Punky Pie, or merely Punky. Mommy's going to handle it. I can do a lemonade stand. Remember last time? I made lots of money. Yes, you did. Or I can sell some of my princesses. I have lots. Maybe... She chewed her lip. Maybe Tiana? Or, no, I have 2 Ariels. I could sell one of my Ariels. Addie adored her Disney princesses. That she'd suggest parting with even one pricked Celia's heart painfully. That's so sweet of you, but you don't need to raise money to buy me a car. In fact, you don't need to worry about the car or anything else, okay? We're perfectly fine. I'm going to buy you a Ferrari. A Ferrari? Yes, I'm going to buy you a Ferrari in red. A Ferrari? That's what I said. Celia chuckled and kissed Addie on the temple, in the exact spot where she'd kissed her 1,000,000 times before. I don't need a Ferrari. I have you. Course you need a Ferrari. Our other car is stinky. I'm going to get you a red Ferrari. Well, I'm going to get you a pink Ferrari. So take that. At last, Addie smiled. Celia grinned back, then watched Addie bend her head to take a cautious sip of tea. This child was her world, her soul, her all. Celia's whole life revolved around this small and serious girl, who was given to worry, who wore glasses, and who had a heart of purest gold. Since Addie's birth, Celia had had only one goal in life. No matter what sacrifice it demanded of her, no matter how hard she had to work or how tired she became, her goal was to provide Addie with the best childhood she possibly could, a childhood of security and love. She'd done her all-out best, and her all-out best had still landed them in this situation, unable to pay their bills, and as of today, without a car. When Addie finished her tea, Celia escorted her to her room and cozied up alongside her in Addie's narrow twin bed. The glow of the nightlight washed the room in a shade 3 times warmer than darkness. Tell me a story? Addie closed her eyes and drew her blanket close. Which princess? Sleeping Beauty, please. Celia herself wasn't a huge fan of the princess stories. She worried that they set an unrealistic standard of female beauty, and that they communicated the ridiculous idea that girls were in need of princes to rescue them. Addie, however, loved them, and Celia understood that sometimes the heart adored what the heart adored. So her strategy had been to put limits on Addie's princess watching, to complement the princess's internal qualities, and to assure Addie that the princesses could have saved themselves if the princess had been smitten by bad guys. She pitched her voice to its calming, go-to-sleep tone. A few years after Aurora married Prince Philip, she decided to hold a special ball. Oh, the ball would benefit the soup kitchens all across the kingdom. The soup kitchens, of course, fed anyone who was hungry, because Aurora cared very much about taking care of others less fortunate. She decided that the ball would be for all the 4-year-old girls in the land. I'm almost 5. For all the 4-year-old girls who are about to turn 5 in the land. Aurora invited the girls to come to the castle, dress in gowns and wear high heels, and have their hair done up with jewels, or sparkly butterfly clasps or tiaras. Addie relaxed down into her covers. Or, if the girls preferred jeans and sweatshirts, then that was fine too. Aurora respects individuality. All the girls were allowed to go into the fabulous castle gardens and pick flowers and make themselves bouquets. Servants, Addie murmured. Quite right. The girls picked the flowers, and then the servants, who were all treated very well and paid excellent salaries and given medical insurance, made them into the most beautiful bouquets you've ever seen. Aurora, being as gracious and generous as we know her to be, also invited the boys of the kingdom to the ball, so the small princesses could have partners to dance with. Celia could sense sleep overtaking Addie by degrees. When the boys and girls arrived at the ball, they couldn't believe their eyes. They drank hot chocolate from fountains and punch from wishing wells. A banquet table held the most delicious food they'd ever tasted. Blackberry scones, shortbread cookies. Celia sighed. Orange muffins, chocolate chip croissants, pecan bars, pumpkin walnut bread. Oops. Somewhere along the line her storytelling had morphed into her own fantasy. She peeked at Addie, whose chest rose and fell smoothly. Addie's lips were parted, fingers still, trusting. Well, to heck with the ache in her lungs she was going to have later. Because as Celia stared down at her child, her great love, her eyes insisted on filling with tears. She was only one person, fallible, not good enough or wise enough to be this child's mother. Yet that's exactly the sacred honor she'd been given. This role of hers humbled her every day, because even though she wasn't good enough or wise enough, she clearly wanted to be. She was the only parent Addie had. Ty spent half the night lying on his side thinking about Celia, the other half dreaming about her. As soon as he woke, he made his way to the hotel gym and ran on the treadmill. No matter how fast he pounded the track, his thoughts remained fixed on Celia, exactly as they had been since the moment he'd caught sight of that dumb pink chapel. Frustrated, he returned to his hotel room. Since his buddies were still sleeping off the partying they'd done the night before, he took his computer to the first coffee shop the lobby offered, grabbed a breakfast sandwich and orange juice, and settled into a corner booth. After a minute or two of searching the internet, he found a website that claimed it could locate people. Ty typed in Celia Park and his last known address for her, Corvallis, Oregon. Then hit Enter. Her information came right up. Ty stared at the screen. Had it really been that easy to find her? She still lived in Corvallis, which didn't surprise him. What did surprise him was that the website listed her name as Celia Park Porter. She used his last name? He furrowed his brow. He'd have expected her to toss the Porter name on the dirt, grind her heel into it, and spit on it over and over. Maybe the fact that she'd kept his name meant that she didn't completely hate his guts. No, she definitely did hate his guts. The simplest answer was that she'd kept his name because, technically, the two of them were still married. It probably made things easier for her from a legal standpoint. For long moments he studied her name and the 10 digits of her phone number. No street address. He added her contact information to his phone. The memory of what he'd done to her still had the power to turn his heart to cold steel. Since the moment he'd woken up in bed with her that morning, he'd bitterly regretted his actions in Vegas. Yet he'd never contacted her to tell her so, and she'd certainly never contacted him. He had a few days of vacation in front of him. He'd planned to go home to Holly, Texas. Instead, he'd travel to Oregon and meet with Celia. He needed to settle things between them, because after all this time, he was finally ready to move on with his life. More than that, he wanted to move on. Wanted it with the same forceful determination that had taken him to the top of the world of bull riding. Those who knew him, who'd watched him ride a string of champion bulls, who'd read his book or seen the documentary about him, understood one thing. Ty Porter went after what he wanted. He was going to Corvallis, Oregon. Chapter 4. The phone rang, startling Celia. She'd been deep in her own head, plotting schemes that might pluck her and Addie from financial ruin while watering her backyard primroses. She angled the spray from the hose toward her daisies as she stepped onto her tiny brick patio. Grabbing the phone off the table, she punched the answer button. Hello? Celia? A male voice. Yes? It's Ty Porter. Her heart faltered, then started to race. Celia? Patter, patter, patter. The sound of the spray hitting the flowers drew her attention. Patter, patter, patter. She was drowning her daisies. Celia. I'm here? She forced the words past her lips. One moment. Frenzied, she pressed the phone to her chest, dropped the hose, and bent to twist off the spigot. She raced the few steps to the back sliding door, which she'd left open to the living room. Leaning inside, she tried to look and listen over the deafening sounds of her body's panic. She could neither see nor hear Addie, which meant she must still be playing in her room exactly as she liked to do when they returned home on Friday afternoons. Celia stepped back onto the patio, slid the door fully closed, then retreated to the furthest corner of her backyard in hopes of giving herself added secrecy. Ty. Calling her. Why? The reality of him on the other end of the line stirred up countless images, angers, and an ocean of resentment. She shoved all that away, because the only thing she could afford to think about at the moment was how to make him go away. She brought the phone to her ear. I'm here? It's been a long time. She didn't know if he meant the time that had passed since she'd answered the phone, or the years that had come and gone since Vegas. Yes? A pause. Celia swallowed painfully. I'm in Corvallis, he said. Her stomach dropped like an elevator whose cable had been cut. I'd like to speak to you, he continued. I was hoping I could take you out to lunch so that we could talk. That voice, calm and assured with a Texas accent. She'd forgotten the sound of it long ago, but hearing it caused her to remember the details of it forcefully. Celia, do you think that would be okay? For us to meet? She tried to decide how best to convince him to leave. I know it's a shock to hear from me. I'm sorry about that. I could call back later. No. Goodness, she didn't want that. All right, he answered. So, lunch? No, I have nothing to say to you. Maybe not, but I have several things I'd like to say to you. Look. She pressed her teeth into her bottom lip. If you've come because you want a divorce, you should have saved yourself the trip. Are you on your cell phone? She twisted her wrist and confirmed that her phone had captured his number.
Yes?
I'll text my attorney's name and number to you. You can have the documents sent there, and I'll sign them. This time it was Ty who waited a few beats to speak.
Are you planning to divorce me without ever seeing me again?
Yes. She'd expected him to contact her about her divorce in the weeks and months after Vegas. He hadn't, which had always struck her as an odd mystery. She'd allowed herself to check his Wikipedia profile only twice during the years of silence. Both times the details published there had confirmed what her lack of divorce papers inferred. He had not married anyone else, nor had he linked himself, at least not publicly, to a girlfriend.
I came here to talk with you, Celia, in person.
That's not necessary.
It is to me.
No, I'm not going to meet with you. There's no reason for us to see each other or even stand in the same room together ever again.
Hey, Celia, think you can speak more plainly?
She could hear the smile in his lazy, teasing tone.
Tell it to me straight.
A vein near the base of her neck throbbed. A tapping sound brought Celia's attention up and to the side. Addie peered at her through her bedroom window. She knocked her knuckles against the window again, making more of the tapping sound, then waved. Celia waved back as fear poured down her spine like ice water.
I've driven a long way to see you, Ty was saying.
Addie held up a Snow White doll and pointed to the outfit she'd dressed her in. Celia gave her a thumbs up and a demented, trying to look normal smile.
If you need time to get used to the idea of seeing me, I get it. I can wait, I'm in no rush.
Celia turned away from Addie, pretending that her attention had been caught by the pear tree.
But I'm not leaving until I speak with you.
Anything we need to say to each other can be said through our lawyers.
I disagree.
At any moment, Addie might pull open the sliding door and rush into the backyard. Celia's gaze darted to Addie's window. Empty. If she couldn't convince Ty to go away over the phone, and it appeared she couldn't, then she'd be better off not drawing this out. She'd simply do what she had to do to get him gone. I'll meet you tomorrow at noon. Behind her, she heard the familiar whoosh of the screen door moving along its track.
Where? He asked.
A restaurant called Jana's, downtown. Before he could say another word or hear another word, especially one called out by a child, she disconnected the call.
What's up, ladies?
Looking over her shoulder, Celia watched Uncle Danny let himself into her apartment, using his own key. Hi, Uncle Danny.
How is everybody?
I'm cool, Addie answered, in their customary way. You cool? Danny went to where Addie sat on the floor beside the coffee table, coloring. He gave her a fist bump.
I'm cool, Addie Patatty. Can't complain.
He looked to Celia.
What about you, C? You're looking a little tense there, sister.
What, me? She'd worked herself into a serious state of agitation since Ty's phone call the night before. Nope, I'm fine.
All right, then.
He winked at her.
Doing laundry?
Yep. She'd been watching TV, folding clothes, and keeping up a conversation with Addie. In fact, ever since yesterday evening, she'd been maniacally multitasking. It was a coping mechanism motivated by the desire to cover thoughts that went something like, Ty Porter has re-entered my life. What am I going to do about this? How can I get rid of him? Over and over again. Uncle Danny assumed a cross-legged position on the floor next to Addie. He asked her about her coloring book, then picked up a crayon and went to work on the page opposite hers. Sweet, sweet man. When she told him that some friends had invited her out to lunch today, though Ty wasn't a friend and she didn't expect to eat a bite, he'd immediately volunteered to watch Addie for her. She folded two of Addie's shirts and laid them on top of Addie's clean clothes pile, then reached into the laundry basket for more. Danny looked just the way one would expect the owner of an online surf shop to look. He wore his graying blonde hair in long, wavy layers. He had on a faded blue, white, and red Baja hoodie, a shark-tooth necklace made from a leather thong, board shorts, and well-worn brown reef flip-flops. He was not, however, an ordinary 56-year-old bachelor surfer dude. He was her 56-year-old bachelor surfer dude. As soon as she'd moved to Oregon for college, her parents had followed her father's work overseas. They hadn't lived in America since. When Uncle Danny, her mother's younger brother, had learned that Celia was expecting a baby, he'd been overtaken by a sudden urge to live in Oregon. He'd purchased a small mid-century modern house in Corvallis and settled into it with his antique surfboard collection and Beach Boys records. Before his relocation to Corvallis, he'd been Celia's favorite relative. But over the past years, he'd become much more. Her friend, the only person she trusted to babysit Addie, the one who tended to her flowers and collected her mail when she left town, the person whose mellow personality always reassured her that things would turn out fine. "How did the party of 8 group go last night?" She added folded clothes to her pile. Danny was constantly testing new dating methods and singles websites. Privately, Celia blamed his lack of success on his predilection for well-coiffed Eastern European women. What hope did he have of finding that breed in Corvallis, much less getting one to the altar? "The women were so old, see? Which would have been cool if they'd had a good vibe, you know? But they were really square. And American. We do, you realize, live in America. They were into stuff like cross-stitch and reading. Not one of them would have wanted to go mountain biking or rock climbing with me." A fault Celia knew he'd have overlooked if they'd been highly made up, or from a place like Belarus. "That's a shame. I'm chatting with a woman, though, on one of the sites who seems pretty interested. Might be promising." "What is her name and where is she from?" "Olga from the Ukraine." He smiled and lifted his eyebrows a few times. "You good on time?" She was slated to meet Ty in half an hour. "I'm good." Since Uncle Danny didn't typically heed anything as pedestrian as the Pacific time zone, Celia always asked him to arrive for babysitting gigs, family dinners, and Addie school programs 30 minutes prior to when she actually needed him there. He'd arrive about 25 minutes past her requested time, and they'd all end up happy. "I'm glad you're going out to lunch with friends," Danny said. "You should do it more often." She dug the final pieces of clothing from the hamper, folded them, and stacked them. "It should be fun." "Go ahead and take my car." He knew about her toasted transmission. "You sure?" "Sure, I'm sure. I wanted to take Addie on a bike ride anyway. I already got my bike out of the trunk." Danny hitched a third-wheel attachment to the back of his bike whenever he and Addie went on rides. "I thought we'd head to Woodland Meadow Park." The route to Woodland Meadow would take them in a direction opposite the downtown location of Jana's restaurant. "Sounds good." Celia went to the kitchen and double-checked her preparations. "Everything's here for your lunch when you're ready." "Great, thanks." Celia would have liked to peek at her appearance again before heading out, but she squashed the compulsion. She ordinarily took no more than 15 minutes to shower, dress, and do her hair and makeup. Today she'd returned to her bathroom repeatedly and ended up spending most of the morning in front of the mirror fussing over herself. It went against all that was holy, but she knew Ty would look handsome. As much as she wished she were above the petty need to look attractive in front of a man who dumped her, she wasn't. Perhaps that particular need was unavoidable, hardwired into the female heart. She swooped up Danny's keys, then kissed Addie on the head. "Bye, Punky." "Bye, Mom." Danny gave her a salute, and she let herself out of her apartment. On the way to the car, she rifled through her purse. Wallet, sunglasses, lip gloss, cell phone, knife with which to stab Ty in the chest. She had all but the last, unfortunately. During the 5-minute drive to the restaurant, she considered the fact that she didn't want to stab Ty in the chest, exactly. But close. Long and brutal near-death torture might fit the bill. She found a parking space without trouble and reached Jana's at 11:45, just as she'd planned. With so little within her control, she wanted to select the table. Jana's provided indoor seating, but Celia chose the sidewalk cafe. When the hostess invited Celia to take her pick, she moved to a table smack in the middle of all the others and against the front of the restaurant, so she'd be sure to see Ty before he saw her. She slid on her sunglasses and hunkered into her chair like a soldier, staking out a position for battle. Above, an awning striped with 3 shades of yellow jutted outward from the building, casting shade. The flap that ran along the end of it ruffled with the breeze. Celia tried and failed to soak in the calm of the 75-degree day, with patches of blue sky visible through breaks in the clouds. She checked her watch, then made herself take sips of the ice water the hostess brought. A couple selected a nearby table. A few singles drifted indoors. A trio of girlfriends arrived, chattering to one another. Celia still couldn't make herself accept that Ty was here, in Corvallis, the man she'd once made the disastrous mistake of trusting, arriving any minute. This was taking forever. He must be late. She consulted her watch again. Only 11:58. People walking dogs and shopping drifted by on the sidewalk. Celia searched every face. Repeatedly, memories of Ty pushed their way into her mind, and repeatedly she blocked them. Remembering Ty was a painful exercise she hadn't allowed herself in years. You simply have to make it through this one meeting, Celia, and then he'll go away. With stern concentration, she tried to relax muscles that insisted on growing more and more rigid with dread. There he was. She forgot how to breathe. He was striding down the sidewalk toward her, looking up, probably searching for the sign that said Jana's. She'd anticipated that he'd look handsome. But handsome was something you might say about a male model in a magazine ad. It was too stiff and flat an adjective for Ty Porter. He had the kind of appeal that pulled your gaze to him, then wouldn't let you look away. She sensed women's jaws dropping, cars narrowly missing head-on collisions, pictures being taken without his permission and texted to girlfriends. Anger gathered in her throat. Brown-tinted aviator sunglasses shaded his eyes. A ray of sun caught and shimmered in his hair, which had been expertly cut, just like always. He wore a soft-looking, not too tight but not too loose, beige T-shirt that advertised a custom motorcycle shop in brown letters. The square-tipped alligator cowboy boots pounding the sidewalk must be a newer cousin to the pair she remembered. He stopped at Jana's entrance and scanned the tables. She knew the moment he spotted her, because she could literally hear it, like a bell ringing. He threaded his way over, looked down at her, and smiled. It was a subdued smile, but it had the same 1,000-volt impact of the smiles he'd once given her in a high school ceramics classroom, and then years later in Las Vegas. Celia realized that long and brutal near-death torture would never do. She wished she did have a knife in her purse, so she could stab it through his heart. "Hi," he said. She gave a half-nod. He settled into the second chair at their table for 2, bringing with him the scent of pine, so subtle it toyed with a person's ability to detect it at all. He continued to study her, seemingly unmotivated to say more. In her recollections, she'd made him small and weaselly. But he wasn't small at all. He was big. And by the looks of it, he hadn't added an ounce of fat to his hard, lean body in the years since she'd seen him last. He sat across from her, completely comfortable in his own skin, with a kind of offhand grace. Nearly 5 years of single motherhood had aged Celia, but those same ears had kissed and coddled Ty, faintly sharpening his facial features. Small scars now marked a cheekbone and the skin beneath his bottom lip, giving him a rugged air that rendered him even more attractive than he had been. "It's good to see you." She raised an eyebrow. Did he expect her to respond in kind? If so, he could wait all day. "You look great." She blew out a frustrated breath. He hefted a shoulder. "You do." She glared at him through her sunglasses, trying to wither him with disdain. Their waitress came over, her face lighting with recognition when she saw Celia. "Hey!" "Hi." The young woman looked vaguely familiar, but Celia couldn't place her. "How are you doing?" the waitress asked. "I'm well. You?" "Just fine." She handed them both menus, her movement stuttering when she got her first full look at Ty. Can I get you something to drink?" When Ty ordered iced tea, she grinned widely at him, as if he'd said something funny. After she moved off, Ty flicked open his menu. "What type of restaurant is this?" "Health food." "Do they serve burgers?" "Veggie burgers." A tiny shaft of pleasure twanged within her. "BLTs?" "FBLTs." He glanced at her. "Which is?" "Bacon, bacon, lettuce, and tomato." "And bacon is made from?" "Organic tempeh. It's vegan." "Well, that's good to hear. I'm a big fan of tempeh." He set the menu on the edge of the table. "What are you having?" "Nothing." The ball of nerves formerly known as her stomach wasn't useful for actual eating. Also, she hadn't sunk $1 into expensive restaurant food in months. "No appetite?" "No." "Not sure how you can resist an FBLT." His crooked half-smile sent his dimple into his cheek. "Is this a kid table?" He indicated his wooden seat, which did look miniature with him on it, and their tiny round table. "Why is it so small?" "It's not small." "Did you choose this place for the small tables, or the lack of privacy, or because you knew I'd hate the food?" "The lack of privacy, and because I knew you'd hate the food. The small tables have come as a surprising perk." Another flash of dimple. Celia didn't mention that the outdoor seating also permitted her to wear her sunglasses as a shield. The waitress delivered Ty's tea, then took his FBLT order while giving him a free helping of eye contact with a side of flirting. Celia glanced around and caught several women studying him surreptitiously. Foolish, misguided women. When their waitress moved off, Ty added sweetener to his tea and stirred it as if he had all the time in the world. "I was just in Vegas. I saw the Love Shack while I was there. Do you remember it?" "No." Or at least she tried not to. "Seeing it made me want to finish the unfinished business between us." "The business between us is finished, Ty. Completely, totally finished." "Then how come we're still legally married?" She frowned. "I could ask you the same thing." "I asked you first." She fiddled with her fork, positioning it perfectly. "I haven't done anything about the marriage because I assumed you'd file for divorce and I'd simply sign the paper. Also, she'd had a baby to worry about, and an ongoing lack of funds." She slid her hands into her lap. "Why haven't you filed?" A shadow passed over his face. "I've never had a reason." "What about Tawny?" It cost Celia to say the other woman's name out loud, but since he was putting her through this meeting, she figured he owed her some answers. "When I went back to Holly and told her about you, she made our breakup permanent." He raised a brow. "What? Does it surprise you that she wouldn't forgive me?" "A little."
He leaned back in his chair. After the story of our wedding spread through Holly, I was an outlaw to my own family for weeks. They came around slowly. The town started to forgive me when I turned pro and began winning events on the circuit. But Tawny wouldn't even speak to me for more than a year. It took me another 2 to earn back her friendship.
Did she marry someone else?
Celia vehemently hoped she had. She's had one boyfriend after another, but she hasn't married any of them. Despite everything that's happened, Tawny and I are still meant for each other, and she knows it. The next time she kicks a boyfriend to the curb, I'm going to make my move.
His words hurt Celia more than anticipated. She squared her shoulders. In that case, let's go ahead and complete the paperwork and make our divorce official. He slipped his phone from his pocket and held a finger over it.
What's your address?
There's no need for you to have my address. That he knew her phone number and home city already scared the stuffing out of her.
So I can send you the divorce papers?
She pulled her attorney's business card from her purse and pushed it halfway across the table. Thankfully, Uncle Danny's best friend from childhood was willing to represent her for a dramatically reduced fee. You can send the papers to my lawyer. He put the business card and his phone into his pocket without comment. Celia lifted her purse from the ground. Since it seems we've said everything there is to say, I'll be heading out.
Nope, I'm not done yet.
She stilled, frowning. Is the remainder of this discussion required or optional?
Required. If you want me to leave town, that is.
His lips curled up a little on one side, self-deprecating.
Which I can tell that you do.
She set her purse back on the ground. He slid off his sunglasses and set them on the table. The blue of his eyes, such a clear, bright, startling color, struck her like a cuff to the head. Just as he was about to speak, a waiter stopped at their table to refill his iced tea. Celia angled her face toward the street to avoid Ty's scrutiny. You can make it through this one meeting, Celia. Her hands were trembling slightly, and her blood pressure had climbed to a level that had to be unsafe. Just this one meeting. Then he'll go. Ty studied her profile. Celia in the flesh, right here in front of him after all this time. Angry and beautiful. Familiar and different. She had on a stretchy circle of a headband, the size of a shoestring, that kept her hair out of her face. Her curls fell to her shoulders, an inch or two shorter than he remembered. She'd set her chin at a stubborn angle. Slim nose, pale pink lips. He wished he could get a look at her eyes, but she'd hidden them behind a pair of sunglasses. She wore what looked like a pirate shirt, as long as a dress, white except for some light blue stitching on the front. A tiny round charm with a C on it dangled from her thin gold necklace. He didn't like her brown leggings, and he hoped she hadn't paid much for her sandals, because they were nothing but soles and a couple strips of leather. Even back in high school, she dressed sort of hippie.
Did you get the bakery you wanted? He asked.
She fiddled with a clasp on one of the bracelets she wore. No, I didn't. The bracelet must be magnetic, because after she pulled the two ends apart, they snapped back together.
Why not?
It was impractical.
Impractical?
It would have required a small business loan and all my time. I might have failed. I didn't want to take the risk.
Really? You seem so determined.
She looked at him for a long moment. I had to grow up. He scowled, remembering that her dream of owning her own bakery had been important to her once. She'd wanted to brew gourmet coffee, serve tea to people in silly little china cups, and bake muffins. Since she'd gotten such a raw deal from him, he'd hoped that she'd gotten what she wanted career-wise.
What are you doing now?
I work at the university in cafeteria administration.
She was a cafeteria lady? Man, how depressing. Have you lived in Corvallis all this time?
Yes.
Celia had been one of those kids who'd moved every few years during childhood. He understood why she'd chosen a hometown and settled down, and he understood why she'd chosen Oregon. It suited her. It was natural and green and granola. His food arrived, and he took a bite of his FBLT. He didn't like sissy health food. Not a bit. He believed in normal food, exercise, and hard work to stay in shape. Since you asked, I still live in the greatest state in the country.
Oh? You live in Oregon also?
He chuckled, then popped a few baked chips into his mouth. They tasted like stale paper. Texas. You'll never convince me that it's not the greatest state, sweet one. She stiffened at his use of the old nickname. He hadn't meant to say it. It had just come out. He chewed, watching her. Long before he'd liked Celia romantically, he'd simply liked her. Back in high school, she'd been a sweet, spunky, quick-witted girl. In Vegas, she'd been those things, plus grown-up and sexy as all get out. Neither the high school Celia nor the Vegas Celia was sitting across from him now. This Celia hated him, and to have any woman hate him went against Ty's grain. Especially Celia. There was something about her, something that got under his skin and made his chest hurt, even after all these years. How come you use my last name? Her face blanked. When I found you on the internet, he explained, it listed you as Celia Park Porter. He couldn't see her hands because she held them beneath the table, but he could hear her fussing with her bracelet again. Click, unclick, click, unclick. I was married, so I used my married name. She shrugged uncomfortably. He still remembered every detail of waking up in that hotel room bed with her against him. Her head had rested on his shoulder, her palm on his chest. As he'd looked down at her in the dim light, the realization of what he'd done had settled over him like a 1,000-pound weight. He'd slid out of bed, showered, and stood at that blasted hotel window, watching cars crawl along the strip for what seemed like hours, freaking out inside his mind while Celia slept. He'd never been a saint. Of the Porter brothers, Bo and Jake had been the good ones, and he'd been the hellraiser. Even so, Ty had always viewed himself as mostly honorable. Not the same golden, shiny level of honor that his grandfathers and father had earned, but mostly honorable. When he'd stood at the window that morning in Vegas, he'd known that he'd betrayed the trust of 2 women and turned whatever honor he'd had to darkest black. He pushed his plate of food to the side, no longer hungry. Slowly, so he wouldn't frighten her, he reached across the table for Celia's sunglasses. She moved to stop him, then stilled, apparently deciding it wasn't worth a wrestling match. He slipped them off and set them aside. She met his gaze, her expression troubled. Those eyes, pretty and almond-shaped, green, surrounded by thick brown lashes. I'm sorry about what happened in Vegas, Celia. Is that why you came all this way? He nodded. Before our divorce is final, I needed to say that to you in person. Okay, I've heard you. Celia made a show of checking the time. Now I'd really better go. I have an appointment. Fresh regret sank into him like a sharp-tipped dart. She rose to her feet. He rose to his. Goodbye. She dipped her chin, then turned and walked away from him, her slim legs moving quickly. He lowered to his chair and watched her climb into an old Woody car, the kind surfers drove in California. She reversed and took off. Excuse me, a female voice. He looked toward the 3 friends sitting at the next table. College girls?
None could have been older than 20. "If that woman wants to divorce you, then she's crazy," the tallest one said, her eyes round. "Nuts," the shortest one agreed. "You can come out with us tonight," the third offered. "Have some fun."
"I'd like that," Ty answered, "but I'm just visiting. I'm leaving soon."
Their faces fell. He smiled at them.
"Thank you, though."
"You're welcome," they replied simultaneously. "Oh, shoot." Their waitress walked up to the table. "Has she left already?"
"Yeah."
"I wanted to invite her to the Memorial Day barbecue we're having at River Run." She placed a hand on her chest. "I'm the social coordinator for the apartment complex where we both live."
"I see."
She looked him up and down. "You're welcome to come to the barbecue if you'd like." He'd been asked out twice in 20 seconds.
"Thanks, but I won't be in town that long."
"Oh, okay. Sure." He asked for the check. She pulled it from her apron and moved away. Ty stared without seeing at the place where Celia's car had disappeared, remembering how furious he'd been with Tawny when he'd made that doomed trip to Vegas. Later he realized that some part of him must have wanted to ruin his relationship with Tawny, and that's why he had. As soon as he'd ruined it, though, he'd been sorry. Sorry, too, that he'd used Celia to do it. He'd never intended to marry or sleep with Celia, or for her to find out about Tawny. He'd just intended for them to have fun together in Vegas for a few days, then go their separate ways. End of story. But that's the thing about bad decisions. They had the power to take you farther than you'd planned to go. The chemistry between him and Celia had been way more powerful than he'd banked on. He'd acted like an idiot, and Celia had ended up married to a no-good man in love with someone else. Pieces of conversation from the tables around him and the sound of plates being stacked filled the air. He told Celia earlier that he hadn't filed for divorce because he hadn't had a reason. The truth? He'd had a reason not to file. He'd rather be shot, though, than admit his reason out loud. Something on the ground caught his eye. He squinted and leaned over. A gold bracelet. Celia's bracelet with the magnetic clasp. In all that toying with it, she must have undone it. He picked it up and sat for a good while. Gradually, a smile overtook his mouth. Celia hadn't intended to, and would probably be mad if she knew, but she'd just given him an opportunity to do her a small favor. She'd given him a chance to return her bracelet, and to see her one last time. Chapter 5. The River Run apartments didn't look like much. Ty sat in his truck the morning after his lunch with Celia, eyeing the place. The whole complex was made up of connected one-story units, gray siding and blue doors. The property didn't look run down or dirty, just boring. Its best feature was its nearness to the river, which cut through the land 100 or so yards behind the complex. Green space and trees surrounded River Run's other 3 sides. To get here, he turned off what passed for a main street in Corvallis, then taken a long driveway to the visitors' parking lot. Celia's woody car was nowhere in sight, so he figured she was away. He'd decided to wait for her return. He leaned back in the driver's seat and extended his arm against the door, letting his wrist drop out the open window. His fingertips tapped against the truck's exterior. It had rained earlier, and now everything was damp and cool, with just enough sunlight to turn the puddles shiny. He'd seen lots of cars, birds, dog walkers, and bike riders this Sunday morning. Wait, was that Celia? He leaned forward, squinting. The woman walking toward him on the sidewalk was wearing a loose pink sweater over a white tank top and jeans, something Celia would wear. brown curls, the right build. He'd expected her to drive onto the property, but here she came on foot. Strange. Where was her car? And why did she have a child with her? Celia was holding hands with a little girl. They had on matching pairs of purple rain boots with pink polka dots on them. Ty exited his truck and made his way in their direction. Was the kid a friend's child, a niece? Maybe Celia's little sister in one of those charity programs. When Ty was about 10 steps away, Celia glanced in his direction. She immediately pulled the girl to a stop. "Good morning." He crossed the remaining distance. "Good morning," the girl answered. When Celia said nothing, the girl looked up at her with confusion. Celia stared at him, her face going completely white. "What's the matter?" Ty asked. "You all right?" "I'm fine, She leaned toward the girl. "I just realized that I left my umbrella behind. Would you mind running back and getting it? I'll be right behind you." "The door's locked." "Here." Celia pulled a ring of keys from her pocket and pressed them into the girl's hand. The kid shook her head. "It's okay." Celia faced the girl in the direction of the apartments and gave her a gentle push. The kid turned back toward her. "You don't let me unlock the door by myself." "This time I will." "I don't want to go." She stuffed the keys into Celia's jeans and wrapped her arms around Celia's thigh. She had on a pair of light blue glasses. Colors striped her long-sleeved dress and her pants. Celia's attention remained on the child for a few long seconds, then slowly lifted to his face. She looked like someone who wanted to beat the daylights out of him, but felt the need to pretend politeness in front of the kid. "I'm surprised to see you here, Ty. I thought we'd said goodbye yesterday." "We did." He pulled the bracelet from his pocket and extended it to her. "But you dropped this and left it behind. I wanted to return it to you." The little girl's eyebrows rose. Celia took the bracelet from him and snapped it onto her wrist. "Thank you." She gave him the tightest smile he'd ever seen. "That was nice of you. Well, bye." The child tapped on Celia's arm. Celia gave her a not now look. The girl tugged Celia downward, then cupped a hand around Celia's ear. "It's just like in Cinderella," she whispered loudly. "Remember how Cinderella left the glass slipper at the ball, and Prince Charming had to find her to give it back? He found you to give your bracelet back." Celia might hate his guts, but the kid was comparing him to a prince. "I don't think I've met you yet." He smiled at the girl. "I'm Ty. What's your name?" "Addie Porter." A white void opened inside his head. A car drove by, its wheels creating short fans of water. The trees rustled with wind. He took in the sight of her, this girl in bright clothes and glasses. Cute and small. Straight, dark blonde hair, green eyes. He'd no idea how old she was, or why she called herself by his last name. "I'm sorry, what was that?" "Addie Porter," she answered. "This is my mom." My God, Ty thought. He glanced at Celia in time to see her eyelids sink closed with despair. A pulse went through him then, painful and ice-cold, as if he'd touched a live electrical wire. This girl, this Addie, could not be his child. Surely. Celia was still married to him. But that didn't mean she hadn't had a child with someone else. He knew nothing about her life in the years since he'd seen her. Through the roaring vacuum of his thoughts, he noticed Addie watching him, waiting for him to say something normal. "Nice to meet you, Addie." "You too." She looked back and forth between the two adults, finally settling on Celia. "Mom?" "It's all right, Addie. I know Ty from years ago." "He brought you your bracelet," she insisted, still trying to talk Celia into liking him. "I know he did." Celia tugged her cell phone from her back pocket and quickly typed a text with an unsteady hand. "Addie, I'm going to need to talk to Ty for a little bit, and I just remembered that Uncle Danny wanted to take you on another bike ride today. Doesn't that sound like fun?" Fake excitement filled her voice. Addie's expression said she wasn't buying it. Ty walked alongside them as they headed back to their apartment. Two adults with a tornado of tension between them, and one kid. Ty had never once imagined that Celia had had a child, especially one that reminded him a little of his sister, Drew, at that age. The icy pulse slashed through him again. Celia started asking Addie pretend happy questions about her upcoming bike ride with her uncle. Ty remained silent, his gut churning, his temper rising. They took a path around one corner of the complex to an apartment that faced trees and tenant parking spaces. Celia let them into an undersized living room. Hallway on one side, kitchen and kitchen table on the other. At the back, sliding doors emptied into a miniature backyard, full of color and plants. Celia, her brows drawn together, watched Addie. Addie, her brows drawn together, watched him. "This is our house," Addie said. "It's nice." In fact, there were so many colors and patterns going on that it looked like a circus. His mom, yikes, he couldn't bear to think about his mom right now, had raised him in a house packed full of stuff. Maybe that's why he'd gone the opposite way. He liked his rooms plain so he could think. "Would you like to see my artwork?" "Sure." Addie led him to the kitchen and pointed at the fridge. "I did this one at my school. Well, my preschool. I'm going to start kindergarten soon. It's a princess, see? She's wearing a tiara and a purple ball dress." She continued, not with chatter but with a kind of shy seriousness. Ty found it hard to hear her, to focus. The refrigerator door was covered with all kinds of things. Pictures of Addie as a baby, as a toddler. Pictures of Celia and Addie together. Invitations, certificates. Over Addie's voice, he registered the front door opening and closing. Murmured talking. A few moments later, Celia brought over a man who looked like Crocodile Dundee. "Ty, this is my uncle, Danny Sullivan." Ty extended his hand and they shook. Danny, who didn't appear to be the type to worry about anything, had worry in his eyes. "How are you, Addie Patatty?" Addie gave him a fist bump. "I'm cool. Are we leaving now?" "Sure are." Danny rubbed his hands together as if he couldn't wait for the bike ride that had been shoved at him. "You ready?" Danny and Celia guided Addie to the door while talking about helmets, where the two were headed, and when they'd be back. At the last second, Addie paused on the threshold to look back at Ty. "Bye." "Bye." Then she and Danny were gone. Celia closed the door, shutting the two of them into a house gone deadly still and quiet. "Whose child is that?" Ty asked, his emotions and confusion barely controlled. Celia sank onto the nearest chair. She looked at the rug and covered the lower half of her face with her hands. Her chest rose and fell unevenly. Ty gave her all the time he could spare. "Whose child is that, Celia?" Slowly, as if everything inside of her ached, she pushed herself to standing. She looked him right in the eyes. "Mine."
Who is her father?
She didn't speak, but the trace of guilt in her expression gave him her answer. His stomach pitched.
I'm not that child's father, am I? If I were, you'd have told me about her a long time ago, right? You wouldn't have let me live my life without knowing something so important.
Her sigh broke. He pushed his hands through his hair, dropped his arms.
Am I Addie's father?
Yes. She'd replied to him with a single word, but that one word changed everything. Who he'd thought he was, his life, his future.
We were only together one night.
Apparently, one night was all it took. How was that possible? He'd had buddies who'd been trying for years to have a baby with their wives.
I'm supposed to believe that?
No, you don't have to believe it.
What proof do you have that she's mine?
None.
When was she born?
8.5 months after our wedding night and a couple of weeks before her due date. He thought back over all the years, one on top of another, that had passed since then. All those pictures on the fridge. A baby with hair that stood straight up. A little girl riding a trike. A bigger girl in a princess costume. He wanted to yell.
If this is true, if she's mine, then why didn't you tell me about her?
Because I didn't want you to be a part of our lives.
Didn't you think I had a right to know?
His voice climbed in volume. No.
I could have helped you, he accused. Have you followed my career at all?
No. Shortly after Vegas, he joined the bull riders' professional circuit. He'd been good to the BRPC, and the BRPC had been good to him.
If you had followed it, you would have known that I could have provided more for her than this.
He gestured to the apartment. Celia bristled. More isn't necessarily better.
What about growing up without a father? Do you view that as better?
Until recently, Addie was too young to realize that other kids had fathers. She's never lacked for anything. He tilted his head. Fury pushed against him from the inside. You had your freedom, Ty, and I had Addie. It seemed fair to me.
You talked with me on the phone a couple days ago. You sat down at a table across from me yesterday. Both times, you didn't say anything about Addie. You were going to let me leave without ever telling me.
She didn't deny it.
I hurt you, he said, so you kept my daughter from me.
Yes, I did. She glared at him. I did. I didn't trust you to be good to her. The air snapped, anger a tangible thing in the room with them. Go ahead and leave, Ty. You can keep on traveling and riding bulls and whatever else it is you do. Addie doesn't know anything about you yet. We'll divorce, and you'll marry Tawny and have a family of your own. I promise you that I'll never contact you or ask you for anything. Muscles knotted down his neck.
If you think I'd ever walk away from a child of mine, then you don't know me at all.
I'm offering you an easy way out.
And I'm not taking it, he said flatly. I want a paternity test.
She drew back, her face defensive.
If I have to bring in a whole firm of attorneys to make it happen, I will. Am I going to need to do that?
No. He could tell that the threat of lawyers had scared her.
If the paternity test proves that I'm her father, I'll let you tell her. But she is going to be told, and she's going to be told right away.
Celia's hand lifted to her neck, her fingertips bending into the skin.
Then we'll work out custody.
He strode through the front door, banging it behind him. Ty didn't know what to do with himself. He ended up returning to his hotel. He pulled on workout clothes and headed for the treadmill in his hotel's gym. He ran. his head filled with one enraged thought after another. His chest burned with emptiness. He kept upping the speed. Still didn't help. His feet pounded the belt. Sweat rained off him. He had no way of comprehending the turn his life had taken today. He had no skills for dealing with the discovery of a daughter he didn't know. After an hour, he showered. Still feeling murderous, he climbed into his truck and started driving. He took aimless turns until he stumbled onto a highway. When the highway brought him to the Pacific coast, he pointed the truck north. Once he stopped for gas, but he couldn't stomach lunch. Or dinner either, as the hours crept by. His brother Beau had gotten married almost 2 years ago, but he and his wife Meg hadn't started a family yet. At the rate his brother Jake was going, he'd never marry. The idea of his sister, Drew, as anyone's wife or mother was laughable. Like him and his brothers, Drew had joined the Marines. She'd been shipped overseas, and there was no telling the amount of damage she was bringing down on America's enemies. All of that made Addie the Porter family's first grandchild. Ty knew his mom and dad well enough to know they'd have sold everything they had to love and care for a granddaughter. They'd have wanted to rock her when she was a baby, spoil her, and show pictures of her to all their friends. That's what grandparents did, right? Instead, they'd gotten this handed to them, same as he had. Worse, he was largely to blame. The sky darkened. A storm rolled over the ocean. Each lightning flash brightened the gray water and the white tips of the waves. For 5.5 years he'd known himself to be the guilty party in his short relationship with Celia. But now it turned out that she'd done something to him, too. She'd hidden his child from him. He remembered how hoarse her voice had sounded that morning in Las Vegas, when she'd said, "I'll never forgive you for this." The fact that she hadn't told him about Addie proved that she'd meant every word. He understood now why she'd taken the Porter surname. She'd come back from Vegas pregnant. She'd known her child would one day grow old enough to understand about illegitimacy, and she'd wanted that child to know she'd been conceived within marriage. It suddenly made sense to him, too, why Celia worked for the university's cafeteria. She hadn't been able to risk starting her own bakery because she'd had a child to take care of. She'd needed a steady paycheck and health insurance. The miles passed beneath his truck's tires, silence thick inside the cab. Why hadn't he searched for Celia years ago? Why had she let her bitterness toward him steal Addie's chance at having a father? Why hadn't either one of them taken care of birth control in Vegas? Why hadn't he ended the relationship more gently? He pulled the truck onto the shoulder of the highway. The dark and lonely view spread outward for miles without a single sign of human life. Full of anger, his spirit swept empty by wind. He began to pray. It was not a pretty prayer. Rugged, unfinished sentences dead-ended into half-formed thoughts. He tried to ask God for help, to make something good out of a lousy situation, to calm him down, to forgive him and Celia. Ty had grown up going to church. Even though he hadn't attended a single worship service since the night he'd married Celia, he still believed in God, still prayed. This particular prayer, though, he sensed that it did nothing. It made him feel no better. Frowning, he U-turned the truck and headed back toward Corvallis. Whenever he'd imagined the kids he might one day have, he'd imagined boys. He and his brothers had all been tall, strong kids, and that's the kind of kid he'd expected to have. Addie was nothing like the picture in his mind. She was small and delicate, colorful. She didn't look like him. She looked a little like his sister, yes, but more than anyone, she looked like Celia. At Addie's age, he'd been daring, bent on finding trouble, and willing to do any dumb thing to make people laugh. Addie had struck him as the opposite. Polite, calm, serious. It could be that she wasn't his. Before going hog wild inside his head, he should have waited for the paternity test to come back. Except, no. He rubbed his thumb against the steering wheel. Addie might not look like him or act like him, but his gut told him what the paternity test would reveal. His gut told him he'd had a good reason for spending the whole day on the rough side of crazy. She needed to tell Addie. Celia stood in the shower late that night, her head bowed, hot water pouring over her. She felt like she'd been crying for hours, that spent, fragile, exhausted feeling. But she hadn't been crying. What had happened was too terrible for tears. After Ty had left, Celia had sat on her sofa in her familiar spot, the spot where she watched TV at night after Addie went to bed. She'd clenched a pillow to her abdomen, bent her legs up, and stayed that way, frozen with dread, shaking. When anxiety would no longer let her sit, she'd bolted into the kitchen and made brownies from scratch. Full sugar, full butter. Baking had always been her therapy. In some mysterious way, the creative activity of her hands usually helped Celia order her thoughts. As soon as the brownies had come out of the oven, she told herself she'd just eat one of the crimped-looking edge pieces that nobody else would want. She'd ended up eating 5 of them. After Addie had returned home, she and Uncle Danny had entertained her at a frantic pace, overcompensating and helpless to stop themselves. "Let's go to a movie," Uncle Danny had treated them. "Feed the ducks, walk around the pond, go eat pizza followed by ice cream." Uncle Danny again treated them. The stress and the food had made Celia's chocolate-stuffed stomach roil. 3 times during the afternoon and evening, Addie had asked about Ty, who'd clearly dazzled her with his handsomeness and similarities to Prince Charming. Celia had employed her usual evasive tactics. She'd finally gotten Addie to bed 45 minutes later than usual. Then she'd spent 30 minutes explaining to Uncle Danny about Ty and their past. She turned in the shower, feeling the water pressure shift to her other side. Her arms crossed and wrapped around herself. That stupid bracelet. Why had she even worn it to lunch? She couldn't believe she'd been so careless, dropping it without noticing. She didn't understand why Ty had bothered to return it, or how he'd found her address. The bracelet was a little thing she'd purchased years ago, one of many inexpensive bracelets in her jewelry drawer, worth nothing. And yet, dropping it and leaving it behind, that small mistake, had been the key that had unlocked a predicament that might cost her everything. Addie, her baby, her greatest love. If that happened, what would her life be worth? "It's not right," a voice inside seemed to whisper, "for you to base your identity on your child." It wasn't the first time this idea had occurred to her. Building her life on the foundation of her daughter might not, in the end, be the healthiest thing for Addie, or for herself. And yet, was it really so bad? To love a child so much? She groaned, lifting her face and using her hands to slick away water and wet hair. She should have told Ty about Addie from the beginning. If she'd been braver, better, and more noble, he could have been a part of Addie's life from the start. Because she'd excluded him, he'd thrown the threat of lawyers and a custody battle at her. 2 things that sent fear down to the bottom of her soul. She needed to tell Addie. In fact, she needed to tell Addie tomorrow that Ty was her father. That way, Addie would have a few days to get used to the idea, before she'd need to face Ty again. Nothing within Celia wanted to share Addie. Nothing. And yet she needed to tell her little girl, because she knew with 100% certainty what the paternity test would prove. Chapter 6. "Wasn't it nice of that man to bring you your bracelet?" Addie asked the next morning. Celia's mood sank. She'd vowed to herself that she'd tell Addie about Ty the very next time Addie asked about him. Instead, 10 reasons why she should procrastinate sprang to Celia's mind. First and foremost, she didn't have much time. Riding the bus to daycare and then to her job took ages. She'd planned to arrive at the bus stop on the road in 15 minutes, and the walk there would take 10. Tonight would be better. No, she'd vowed to herself, vowed that she'd tell Addie when Addie asked. Carefully, she set her spoon in her bowl. "How did you used to know him years ago?" Addie took a bite of cereal, milk dribbling off her spoon into her bowl. She wore her teal glasses, and Celia had already combed her hair and clipped it back on one side with a barrette. She had on a pink and green striped Hannah Anderson play dress that Celia had found at the second-hand clothing shop in town. Without warning, emotion tightened Celia's throat. Her baby. Her baby. She scooted her chair closer to Addie's and held out her hands, palms up. Addie turned to face Celia so that the tips of their knees touched. She placed her little girl hands into Celia's adult hands. Celia looked down, remembering how she'd held those hands when they'd belonged to a newborn. They'd been the size of walnuts then, the fingers curled in tightly. She could still feel the way those baby fingers had clutched her index finger, with fierce need, as if Addie had understood just how much she depended on Celia's care. Celia remembered when those hands had belonged to a big-eyed, angel-faced toddler with 2-inch-long pigtails. Addie's hands had been stubby and soft at that age, with dents for knuckles and nails that Celia had carefully clipped and sometimes painted pale pink with sparkles. Over the years, Celia had held Addie's hand whenever she'd needed shots. She'd held Addie's hand each time she'd graduated to a new class at daycare, and they'd walked into the new room together, both of them uncertain about trusting the new teacher. She held Addie's hand when they watched a movie together, when they went on nature walks, whenever Addie needed silent reassurance. She'd held Addie's hand every single day of Addie's life, because she'd been there, every day, keeping Addie safe from harm. Where had Ty been? He's been exactly where you banished him, Celia. And now that he'd come back, she found herself powerless to protect Addie from him. She could only hope that he would never do or say anything to damage her child. When she met Addie's gaze, a sheen of tears fuzzed her vision. "I love you." "I love you too, Mommy." Addie, ever intuitive, stared back at her somberly, a twist of worry in her expression. "You asked how I knew Ty years ago." Addie nodded. Briefly, Celia told her how they'd met in high school, and then again a few years after college. She sought to breathe in air and courage. "We fell in love." She had, anyway. "And we got married." Addie's green eyes, the same color as Celia's, went wide. "Ty's last name is Porter, the same as yours and mine. Ty Porter." She waited, giving Addie time to process. She didn't know if Addie would be able to connect the dots with only that information or not. "He's my daddy." Smart Addie. Celia released a quivering exhale. "Yes." "I thought so." "You did? Why?" "Because he's what I dreamed my daddy would look like." Tenderness pierced Celia. She wanted to say, "You can't trust his looks, Addie. Unlike in fairy tales, handsome men aren't always heroes." "And Addie continued. You lost your bracelet, and he found you so he could give it back, Mom, just like
Prince Charming and Cinderella.
Yes.
Again, the thing Celia wanted to say jammed up inside her. He's not Prince Charming. Don't be foolish like I was and fall for his dumb grin and his sparkling eyes and his stupidly perfect body. Instead, she asked, Do you have any questions for me? Addie thought it over, while the smell of coffee hung in the air. Outside, a car engine started as someone prepared to leave for work.
Where does he live? Addie asked.
He lives in a town called Holly in Texas, but he travels a lot. He's a bull rider.
A what?
A bull rider, which means he rides on bulls. You know, big cows with horns. He rides them in rodeos. This was another thing that would mean nothing to Addie, since she'd never been to a rodeo. And he competes against other men to see, who can stay on the longest and who rides them the best. Her words sounded ridiculous to her, which was Ty's fault for having such a ridiculous career. He was a grown man who regularly climbed on top of huge, unbroken animals. No one should be able to earn a living doing something so far-fetched.
And he doesn't live here with us because you didn't get along good?
Within the last year, Addie had asked a few times about her father. Celia reiterated now what she'd tried to articulate then. Right. We didn't get along very well. After our wedding, that's why I live here and he lives other places.
Why didn't he ever come see me?
Celia swallowed. He would have, except he didn't know that you were his daughter until yesterday. Addie's forehead furrowed with concern. Celia would never want Addie to think that Ty hadn't been involved in her life because he didn't care about her, so even if Addie got angry with her, she needed to get this part right. This is hard to explain, but after you were born, I loved you so much that I wanted to take care of you all by myself. You know how it's hard to share sometimes?
Yes.
Well, it was hard for me to share you with Ty.
But you always tell me to share.
Right. That's why I think I made a mistake. I should have told Ty about you. He wanted to be here for you. He wanted to know you. Addie weighed Celia's words. I'm sorry, Celia said softly, and with painful honesty. She taught Addie to say she was sorry, and Celia tried to practice what she preached. Can you forgive me? Addie regarded her with all the goodness contained in her young heart. Yes, Mommy. Thank you. Celia pulled her into a hug and pressed a kiss onto the top of her head. Does he want to see me now? Addie asked quietly. Yes. When? Very soon.
Is he mad at you?
He's a little mad. Do you think he'll forgive you? Yes, I think he will. Truthfully, though, she had no such expectation. 2 hours later, Celia received a text from Ty while at work. I've arranged the paternity testing. It only involves a cheek swab. Can you take Addie in and have it done today? She didn't have a car, but she did have several sweet co-workers who'd probably let her borrow their car during her lunch break. Yes, she wrote back. I think so. He replied with the address of a medical office in town. Celia couldn't tell Addie that her father required a DNA test to prove his paternity because he didn't trust her mother. Instead, she decided she'd use words like routine test, formality, and required by our health insurance company to explain the cheek swab to Addie. So long as needles weren't involved, she fully expected Addie to shrug and go along with the test, none the wiser. Kids were accustomed to not understanding things. 3 days after the cheek swab, Celia received another text from Ty.
Test results came back. Addie is my daughter. May I pick her up tomorrow morning? Celia had zero intention of allowing Ty to take off with her child. For a full minute, she tapped her heel against the floor beneath her desk and tried to decide how to reply. She finally settled on the truth, phrased politely in hopes that he wouldn't threaten lawyers again. I think Addie will feel more comfortable if the two of you spend time together at our house with me present. Tonight? He texted back. Celia grimaced. How about tomorrow evening? Tomorrow won't work for me. How about tonight at 7? Fine. Addie at least would be happy. She'd been asking Celia questions about Ty non-stop all week. Do you want to tell Addie the news? He asked. Already have, she replied. Ty stood on Celia's doorstep that night, certain he looked like an idiot. He was a first-time father to a child he didn't know, holding a box wrapped in shiny pink paper. He knocked twice, then glanced down at the package. He'd decided to buy Addie a gift a few days ago, just in case the test results came out the way Celia had told him they would. Since he hadn't trusted the local stores to carry what he wanted in the right brand, he'd called Cavender's and asked the lady on the phone what size to buy. He'd had the present shipped overnight to his hotel and paid the girl at the gift shop to wrap it for him. She'd put a really curly, silly-looking purple bow on top. Celia answered the door wearing one of her stretchy headbands, cut-off jean shorts, a loose top falling off one shoulder, lots of bracelets, one anklet, and bare feet. Come on in. The apartment smelled like baked chicken tonight and glowed with bright color and light. Every lamp had been turned on, even though sunset was still more than an hour away. Addie stood next to the end of the sofa, her hands behind her back. Her attention bounced off his face and down to her feet, which were stuck into a pair of pink slippers. She had on a green dress and tights. Hi, Ty said. Hello, she said to her toes. How have you been? She mumbled something. Addie? Celia spoke in the tone used by all mothers. Ty has asked you a question. Can you look up and answer him? Obediently, Addie raised her face. She focused on empty space near his elbow. I've been fine. Good. Celia was watching Addie intently, biting her lip. It made Ty uncomfortable. It's nice out. He spotted their backyard. Would you like to sit outside with me, Addie? A pause. She nodded. She'd been less shy around him the day they'd met, but he understood. It was one thing for a kid to talk with a stranger, another to talk with a stranger who was also, suddenly, her father. She led the way toward the backyard. Celia hurried over and opened the sliding glass door for them. Ty motioned for Addie to go before him. When Celia attempted to follow them out, he gave her a warning look. She scowled and set her chin. He jerked his head toward where he wanted her to go, back inside the house. What'd she think he was going to do? Throw Addie over his shoulder, climb the fence, and kidnap her? Celia didn't budge. Ty met Celia's gaze, full force, letting her read his determination. After a brief staring contest, Celia moved indoors. Instead of closing the glass slider, however, she simply closed the screen before walking into the kitchen. Ty had spent the last few days examining his emotions about this whole thing. He was upset with Celia. But over the years, he'd learned to treat even the angriest and most annoying women in a friendly manner. From Sacramento to New York City and back, year after year, he'd perfected the art of getting along well with women. He'd assumed he'd be able to handle Celia tonight. Wrong. He'd been around her for 60 seconds, and he already wanted to throttle her. And also provoke her. And also, for some reason, kiss the side of her neck. Which was a problem. He sat on the step next to Addie. Not too close. Didn't want to freak her out. "This is for you." He passed over the box. "Thank you." She looked unsure what to do with it. "You can open it." Carefully, slowly, she tore off the paper and set it aside, then lifted the lid. Oh! "Do you like them?" "Yes. Should I, save them or put them on?" She spoke so quietly she tested his hearing. "Whichever you want." Addie tugged off her slippers. Thanks to the tights, her feet slid right into the pair of pink cowgirl boots he'd bought her. The boots had black soles, pointed toes, and 3 flowers stitched onto their sides with red thread. He motioned toward them. "They're supposed to light up." Sure enough, as soon as she rocked some of her weight forward onto them, the star in the center of the middle flower flashed. Seeing her in pink cowgirl boots caused something inside Ty to soften almost painfully. His own boots were planted on the ground just inches from her much smaller ones. She looked up at him sideways. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He smiled. She smiled back, her mouth curving gently. There were 2 things in life he knew: bull riding and females. Addie was, although miniature, a female. Good Lord willing, he hoped that in time he could win her heart. "If you decide later you don't like them, or want another style or something, you can return them, okay? It won't hurt my feelings." "No?" Her green eyes were earnest behind her glasses. "I like them." "Where I'm from, in Texas, a lot of us wear boots, even kids. I grew up wearing them." "You did?" "Yeah. They're pretty comfortable, and they're good for walking through a field or riding horses." "I'd like to ride horses." "Now that you've got boots, you're all set. Back home in Holly, I have some horses you can ride." "Really?" "Yes." Maybe my mom and I can move to Holly, and then I could ride your horses all the time." "I'd like that." He found it was true. "I'll talk to your mom about it." "She'd love to live in Holly." He almost laughed because he knew Celia would be dead set against the idea. "Mommy's nice, and she's real pretty." She searched his face hopefully. "Don't you think?" "Ah, a matchmaker." "Yep." "She said you ride bulls." "Yeah, funny job, isn't it?" She studied him with curiosity, nodding. "I'm going to be riding tomorrow night in Colorado. It'll be on TV if you want to watch it." "Okay." Her eyebrows lowered. "Does that mean you're leaving?" "I wish I could stay longer, but months ago I told the people I work for that I'd be in Colorado. After that, Idaho, and after that, Montana. But if you don't mind, I'll call you on the phone every night while I'm gone." "I don't mind." "They have this thing on the computer that lets you look at the person you're talking to on the screen. We could talk like that sometime." "'Kay." He took her in from head to toe, trying to believe that the child sitting beside him was his daughter. Scientific lab tests had proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt. One night in Vegas had done it. "Did your mom tell you about me? Who I am?" She dipped her chin. "I'm real glad that I'm your dad." Her attention darted to the space next to his elbow again.
I'm sorry I didn't know about you sooner, Addie.
Mommy told me that she didn't tell you 'cause it was hard to share. She's sorry about that now. She thinks she made a big mistake.
Interesting. He didn't know if Celia had actually said those things, or if, like Addie's statement, that Celia would love to live in Holly, Addie had just invented the reality she wanted. I wish I'd known you when you were a baby, he said, when you were littler.
She shrugged. I couldn't do much then anyway.
Well, I'm here now, and I'd like to get to know you.
Uh-huh.
And I'd also like to help you if I can. Is there anything I can do for you, anything you need? He wasn't above buying her toys, and lots of them, like maybe one of those kid-size electric jeeps. Except where was she going to ride it? Celia's backyard was flowery. It reminded him of a field trip he'd taken as a kid to the Dallas Arboretum. But it was no bigger than a sneeze. Sitting here was like sitting inside a green, fuzzy closet.
There is one thing, Addie said, that I kind of need.
Yes?
A car. Ours broke down.
He'd been thinking of a child's car just now, but he suspected Addie was talking about the real thing. I saw your mom driving a car with wood paneling on the side last weekend.
That's Uncle Danny's car. Our car was white and... She wrinkled her nose. Really old.
I see.
When it broke, Uncle Danny told Mommy that we could drive his car. I told her we should, but she said no, because it wouldn't be nice to take Uncle Danny's car away.
Is your white car in the shop getting fixed?
I don't think so. I think it costs too much money to fix, so now we have to take the bus.
He frowned. Even though he had some issues with Celia, it brought him no pleasure to learn that she couldn't afford to fix her car. And one thing was as certain as the grave. He did not want his child or his child's mother having to take the bus. You need a car. Her gaze asked him to prove that she could trust him.
Yes.
He just learned two important things about Addie. One, the way to her heart was through her mother. Two, it looked like the kid had inherited something from him after all. Like him, she wasn't afraid to go after what she wanted. I'll have a car here for you and your mom by tomorrow afternoon. Hope lifted her expression. I promise you. He extended a hand. Shake on it? She put her hand in his, and they shook. Ty grinned at her, and Addie grinned back, a dimple in one of her cheeks. As if a heavy weight had been lifted from her, Addie popped to her feet and motioned for him to follow. Slowly she took him around the garden, introducing him to one flower after another, as if they were people. He listened, asked a few questions, cracked a few jokes. Just like when he thought about his future kids and pictured boys, when he thought about himself as a future dad, he'd imagined that he'd be like his own father. Practical, patient, stern when the situation called for it. Instead, it looked like he was going to be a real pushover. He just agreed to buy Addie a car. If she turned that sunray of a smile on him again and asked him to buy her a boat or a pony or a swimming pool, he'd probably buy those too. Celia might not like it. Once Addie had finished the garden tour, she led him on a tour of the apartment. Celia watched them like a grumpy hawk from her post to the kitchen counter. Addie saved her own room for last. It was tidy, the twin bed made, the majority of the kid stuff organized in a tall bookshelf. Celia had decorated the room in baby colors, pale yellow walls, light blue curtains, and a watery scene of a nursery rhyme he couldn't remember the name of on the bedspread. But judging by the dolls and doll clothes that Addie had been playing with on the floor, the girl herself liked hot pink.
She lowered onto the carpet in the middle of the dolls and crossed her legs. Ty sat nearby, his back against her plastic toy kitchen, one leg stretched long, the other knee bent up. Addie picked out a doll and in her serious way started talking. For the next hour straight, she hardly stopped. It turned out that the dolls were princesses. She told him each princess's story, what they liked to wear, and how they did their hair. Celia came in and out a couple of times. Clearly, she wanted him to leave. He ignored her hints. Ty didn't know squat about the Disney princesses. He'd never even heard the names of most of them. Jasmine, Belle, Tiana? Fairy tales weren't his thing, and he sure as shootin' didn't care how the princesses dressed or did their hair. But the man who'd grown jaded couldn't remember when he'd spent a better evening. Addie fascinated him, enchanted him, wrapped him around her pinky. It entertained him just to listen to her voice. He expected that it would take him a good while to win her heart, but it hadn't taken her long at all to win his. This father-daughter bonding session was taking forever. Celia checked the time and decided to put an end to it. She'd already attempted to get Ty to leave twice via subtle comments, but he was either too obtuse or too ornery to react to subtlety. She neared Addie's bedroom. And Rapunzel had long magical hair. Addie held up her Rapunzel doll for Ty's examination. When her mom, the evil one, not the good one, would comb it and sing, then it would glow. That's cool, Ty said. Celia made her way into the room. Addie, it's time to start getting ready for bed. Already? Yep. Well, crud. Ty glanced at Celia. I haven't finished learning about Rapunzel. Mommy, I haven't even gotten to the part where Flynn... Addie, Celia warned. Addie gave a long-suffering sigh. Both she and Ty pushed to their feet. I'd like to talk to you for a minute before I leave, Celia, if you don't mind. She did mind. Sure, let me get Addie in the bath, and I'll be right back. It only took Celia a minute to start the water running, add a squirt of liquid bath soap, and oversee Addie's entry into the water. She returned to where Ty waited and gestured for him to follow her into her bedroom, a space she loved and had filled with 20 shades of blue, 10 shades of white, 5 patterns, and too many throw pillows to count. She shut the door, closing them in. Ty looked to the bed, then slowly back to her. He lifted one eyebrow. Isn't this a little forward? She narrowed her eyes. I mean, we're married and all, but I'm not exactly ready for romance. As I'm sure you know, I brought you in here for privacy's sake. I don't want Addie to overhear. Overhear what? A blush burned her cheeks and forehead. She planted her fists on her hips. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about? He had the bad taste to laugh. Well? She demanded, livid. He laughed harder. You really don't like me, do you, Celia? What was your first clue, Ty? You used to like me. That was before I married you. He gave her an unrepentant grin. He wore his usual uniform, a well-fitting T-shirt and jeans. He looked like living, breathing temptation, like a red-blooded male who drove a truck, had a strong appreciation for women, and drank testosterone for breakfast. Her apartment had minimal privacy options. Even so, Celia realized she'd been wrong to invite him here. As he'd been crass enough to note, standing inside her bedroom with him brought to mind the personal things that happened on beds. She hadn't anticipated this truth because she hadn't had a man in here before. What don't you like about me? He asked. You know what. Is it my personality? Flaky. My career? Preposterous.
My looks?
She pondered him for a moment. Slightly effeminate.
What?
He glanced down at himself. Humor and challenge glowed in his eyes.
Now that's just mean, not to mention untrue.
Mean, yes. Untrue? 100 times yes. Ty Porter was the antonym of effeminate. I'm surprised to learn that you know what effeminate means. I didn't think you understood words longer than 2 syllables.
Well, I do. I'm many things.
That's for sure.
But I'm not effeminate.
A glint of purpose in the set of his jaw. He extended his fingers toward her forehead. She hissed and swatted his hand away. No touching.
I was just going to put a curl back in place.
No.
Shoot, Celia.
He stuffed his hands into his back pockets and regarded her with amusement.
What fun is this relationship going to be if there's no touching?
This relationship isn't going to be any fun. It's going to be torturous. His dimple made an appearance. She hadn't expected anything about Ty to resemble Addie. But that dimple, just on the one side, matched Addie's precisely. And Addie's hair was just a few shades lighter than his. Is this why you needed to speak to me? She asked. To hear all the reasons why I dislike you?
Just for the record, I dislike you too.
Fine. Is that why you wanted to speak to me, to tell me that?
Nah, I actually wanted to say thanks for letting me come over tonight. I think it went well between Addie and me.
It had certainly looked that way to Celia. While she was glad that Addie seemed to be taking the situation in stride, it had also chafed to see admiration in Addie's eyes when she'd looked at Ty. Celia had no reason to believe that Ty would prove himself worthy of Addie's admiration. Her daughter's feelings for him may well end in heartbreak.
As soon as Addie found out that I have horses in Holly, she suggested that the 2 of you move there.
His words hit her like a bucket of ice water. Not a chance.
I told her I'd speak to you about it.
We're absolutely not moving. Corvallis is our home. He considered her, taking his time. Right when she was about to launch into a tirade and list all the reasons why she'd never leave Corvallis, he lifted a shoulder in an easy shrug.
Okay.
His capitulation made her suspicious.
I'm leaving town. I have to be in Colorado tomorrow night for an event.
She'd known it. Unreliable wretch.
Don't give me that look, he said.
What look?
That look that says you knew I'd disappear the first chance I got.
Are you providing evidence to the contrary?
He whistled under his breath. Man, you're sassy.
With everyone else, I'm perfectly agreeable.
I told Addie why I had to leave, and I told her I'd call her every night while I'm gone. Is that all right with you?
From now on, I'd like you to ask me first before you tell Addie you'll do something.
I'll try to remember that.
That doesn't sound promising.
It's the best I've got. Can I call and talk to Addie?
She sighed. Yes, but you're going to have to call between 6 and 8. Any later, and she might be asleep for the night.
Got it.
Before she could blink, he swiped out a hand and moved the curl he'd tried to reposition earlier. There and gone, quick as a flash. She yelped. No touching! He chuckled and strode down the hallway, as if he hadn't a care in the world.
A man's got to have some perks in a relationship, sweet one.
And don't call me that.
I'll try to remember that, too.
Chapter 7. Celia had given Christianity a try, more than once. Her parents had taken her to church occasionally when she was young. As she'd gotten older, extracurricular activities had squeezed out the majority of Sunday services, but even so, she'd gone to church camp with Lacey 2 different summers, and shown up at high school Bible studies whenever her friends invited her. Those influences had motivated her to recommit herself to her faith several times across her teenage years. Each time, she determined to read her Bible and pray daily, like she knew she was supposed to. Each and every time, she'd failed. The whole thing had left her with plenty of guilt and very little peace. Midway through her college years, she'd set aside religion like a coat she'd outgrown. She'd clicked along, happy and secure in her own capabilities. She'd graduated with honors. She'd gotten a job as a sous chef, rented an apartment, enjoyed her network of friends. And then Las Vegas had happened. "What is it, Mommy?" Addie asked from the bus seat next to Celia. Celia looked down at her and raised her eyebrows. "You just made this sound." Addie did a mad face and mimicked an angry sigh. "Oh, sorry." Ty's fault. His return and his visit with Addie last night had stirred up thoughts that had been lying dormant at the bottom of the pond of Celia's brain for years. "It's just been a long day, Punky. That's all." Addie patted Celia's forearm consolingly. Celia adjusted the sack of groceries on her lap, covered Addie's hand with her own, and returned her attention to the view out the bus windows. When she'd come home to Corvallis, after having her sliced-up heart handed to her on a platter by Ty in Vegas, she'd spent a month wallowing in depression and devastation and fury. It had been an awful, awful month. So bad she hadn't thought things could get any worse. Until she began to suspect that she might be pregnant. The possibility of a pregnancy had struck her, a then 24-year-old without a husband, as a whole new level of worse. In desperation, she turned back to the God she'd left behind. She'd prayed on her knees each morning and night for a week straight before finally screwing up the courage to take an at-home pregnancy test. While the test had been processing, she'd knelt on her bathroom floor and prayed with everything she'd had. She'd wept and shivered with abject fear. She'd begged God not to be pregnant. When the timer had gone off, and she'd stood looking down at the positive result on the test stick, she'd known that God had heard her prayer, heard it, and refused to have pity on her. She'd not been a good Christian, and he'd held her mistakes against her. Celia, in turn, had held his unforgiveness against him. Some people were DIY with home renovation. Since the day that test had confirmed her pregnancy, Celia had been DIY with life, work, and motherhood. Truthfully, she had missed Christianity's rules, or the sense that she wasn't, and never would be, worthy enough to satisfy God. Religion's departure from her life had left nothing behind but a small and benign emptiness. Most of the time, the hole within her existed in such a quiet state that it didn't even bother her. Ty's return had upset her mental equilibrium, though. Having to deal with him had placed a new and heavy layer of stress on her, causing the space within her that God had once occupied to grow large, noticeable. Times like these made her wish God was someone she could rely on, even for a week. Goodness, even a day. The bus arrived at their stop with a shrieking of brakes and a prolonged shudder. Celia ushered Addie out. In unison, the trek to River Run and Addie's familiar complaints about the trek began. "Mommy, I'm tired." "I know, we'll be home soon." A few minutes later. "My feet hurt." "Uh-huh. Try wearing shoes other than cowgirl boots." Later. "Do you have a drink? I'm really thirsty." Addie took a few weaving steps. "I need a snack." Later still, a tortured groan. "I can't walk so far." "If I can do it carrying groceries, Addie, you can make it the rest of the way." As usual, Celia had to take Addie's hand and tow her, tugboat style, across the final stretch to their apartment. Celia lowered the sack and was rummaging in her purse for her keys when she spotted a small box hanging from her doorknob. Its pink paper and purple ribbon matched the wrapping on the gift that Ty had given Addie the night before. Celia paused. A surprise gift for Addie from anyone else would have been wonderful to receive, but a gift from Ty made Celia's stomach knot. What was he doing? Trying to buy Addie's affection with presents? Addie had seen the box, too. She turned excited eyes up to Celia. "Looks like someone left you a present." Celia tried to sound less resentful and worn out than she was. "That's not my name." Addie moved aside a section of ribbon to reveal that Celia had been written on the tag attached to the package. For her? She couldn't imagine Ty wanting to give her anything except a lecture. Celia freed the box. As she removed its wrapping paper, she noticed that Addie was bobbing up and down on the balls of her boots, pressing her hands together and smiling. "Do you know anything about this?" Celia asked. "No, Mommy." Her tone held such solemn honesty that Celia knew she was lying. The paper gave way to a plain, unmarked white box. She removed the lid and uncovered a key ring. The silver charm attached to it formed the shape of a peace sign and had been stamped with the words, "Give peace a chance." Hilarious. The ring held just one other item, an electronic smart key? It reminded her of the kind of gadget people use to activate alarms remotely or to start new model cars. Oh, no. No. Addie hadn't told Ty about their broken-down car, had she? Mortifying thought. Even if Addie had grossly humiliated her by spilling the beans, Ty couldn't have done anything about their car situation. Surely. Celia pointed the smart key in the direction of the parking lot and pressed the unlock button. A car parked just a few spots away beeped and flashed its lights. She could not believe it. Could not. Her eyes bugging out and mouth ajar, she moved toward the car. Addie dashed ahead of her, more bouncing. "It's this one, Mom!" Celia stopped directly in front of a brand-new light teal Toyota Prius. Teal was exactly Celia's bright and happy kind of color. And though she'd never told this to a single soul, the Prius was the kind of car that she'd have chosen for herself if money had not been a concern. Oh, the safety ratings, the outstanding fuel efficiency. How could Ty Porter, of all people, know her so well? It bowled her over, this gesture. Was it generosity, or foolishness, or a bribe, or lavish craziness? What? It must be a mash-up between craziness and a bribe. "Mommy, let's get in. Let's drive it." "Let's maybe just get in it for now." As the two of them slid inside, the new car smell welcomed them. Celia couldn't spot a speck of dust on anything, not the dash, the console, the seats. She'd never had a new car in her life. She had no frame of reference for such a flawless and shiny interior. "Do you like it?" Addie beamed at her expectantly. Celia couldn't recall when her even-tempered girl had ever looked so elated. "I do." "Now we won't have to take the bus." Celia remembered all of a sudden what Addie had said the night their old car kicked the bucket. "I'm going to buy you a new car, Mommy." At the time, Addie had planned on raising money through a lemonade stand. It appeared she'd found something a lot more lucrative. So many misgivings crowded into Celia's brain, she couldn't begin to unravel them all. "Isn't this car awesome? I think it's brand new." "I think so, too." "Wasn't it nice of Ty to get this for you?" "Yes, it was. But, Punky, it's not good manners to go around asking people to buy you things." "I didn't, Mommy. He asked me what he could do." "He did?" "Yes. You're going to record his show tonight, right? I really, really want to watch it." Addie had voiced this sentiment no fewer than 10 times today. "Yes, I'm going to record it." "And I can watch it in the morning?" "Yes." She'd refused to let Addie watch Ty's bull riding live. For one thing, it would air past her bedtime. For another, Ty might be gored by a bull at any moment, and she didn't want her child to see that and be traumatized for life. She planned to screen the rodeo herself this evening, and make sure it was fit for a pre-kindergartner's consumption. They sat inside the car for 10 minutes, examining everything, talking about each detail. Afterward, as Celia went through the evening routine of making dinner, cleaning up after dinner, and giving Addie a bath, her brain kept trying to grasp the fact that Ty had given her a car. She didn't know what to do with this information. It didn't fit inside the compartment marked "bad guy" that she'd stuffed Ty into. The phone rang as Celia was brushing the tangles from Addie's wet hair. Addie rushed to answer it, her aerial nightgown billowing behind her. "If it's Ty, I'd like to speak to him when you're done," Celia called after her. It was Ty, and from what Celia heard, most of their long conversation revolved around the Prius and the boy at daycare who'd gotten into trouble for biting his friends. "Mommy wants to talk to you," Addie said to him at last. "Okay, bye. Thank you for the car, bye." She extended the phone to Celia. Celia took it and pressed it against her chest. "Go brush your teeth and start picking out books. I'll be right behind you." Addie headed off, and Celia let herself outside and retreated to the far corner of the garden. A misting rain fell, dampening her hair, the bridge of her nose, her shoulders. She moved under a tree limb. "Ty?"
Hey.
"I came home from work tonight and found a key on my doorknob."
Oh, yeah?
"The key came with a car."
Huh.
Based on the background noise, Celia guessed he was already at the arena in Denver. "Am I right in thinking that you've given us a car?"
I asked Addie yesterday if there was anything she needed. She seemed pretty sure about the answer."
Celia's shoulders sagged. "Well, children can be dramatic. I think we've been doing fine without a car."
The bus working out for you?
She said faintly, finding it hard to drum up enthusiasm. "The public transportation in Corvallis is perfectly adequate." He snorted.
Really?
Celia pressed her fingertips into her forehead. "The car was a nice gesture, Ty, but honestly, I can't keep it. She was a single mother used to doing everything for herself. I don't feel comfortable accepting that kind of a gift. Least of all from you."
I'm not taking it back, Ty answered. It's a free country, though, so if you want to walk by the car every day on your way to the bus, then you're welcome to.
She considered taking up her old nervous habit of picking at her cuticles. "If I were, hypothetically, you understand, to accept the car, what would I owe you in return?" A pause that crackled with static and distant voices filled the line.
Nothing.
"Come on, Ty. The car has to be a bribe. I need to know the terms."
No terms. It's a gift, free and clear."
"I can't believe you'd just give us a car."
Listen, I must owe you a fortune in unpaid child support, right? So if you have to, consider the car a down payment on that."
"How about you cut me a check for the child support?"
"How about you thank me for the car?"
Her tongue and mouth froze.
"Still hate me?" he asked.
"Yes." He laughed. Her animosity seemed to provide him with no end of amusement. "Do you still hate me?" she asked.
"Sure do. Nice talking to you, sweet one." Click.
"Don't call me that," she growled into the silence. It would indulge her vindictive side to scorn the Prius and leave it sitting in the parking lot. It really would. But what would Addie think? The way Addie had looked earlier when they'd been sitting in the car together. Addie clearly believed that she herself had procured a car for her mother. How could Celia now tell Addie that she'd decided to reject the Prius? "You see, Addie, this is my chance to shove something back in Ty's face, the way that he once shoved the love and intimacy I offered him back in my face. Do you understand? No? Well, Addie, your mother is too proud to ever, ever, ever accept anything from anyone." It figured that Ty wasn't wearing a helmet. Some of the cowboys had enough sense at least to wear head protection while riding 1,700-pound bulls. Ty wasn't in that group. Celia had put Addie to sleep an hour ago, caught up on email and household stuff, and now sat in her TV watching spot on the sofa. She hadn't seen Ty do his thing since Vegas, and she intended never to watch him ride bulls again. Yet here she was. The camera zoomed in on a shot of Ty sitting on a bull inside the chute, trying to get his grip on the rope before the gate opened and the bull lunged free. He wore a black hat and black shirt, a protective vest covered with his sponsor's logos, and leather chaps over his jeans and boots. He'd be attempting to ride a beast named Pummeler. He kept adjusting his glove, testing and retesting his hold, while the bull beneath him writhed, head-butted the fence, and generally looked wild. Very unkindly, Celia found herself rooting for Pummeler. "Buck him off," she muttered, "and dent his arrogance." At Ty's nod, the gate swung open. Pummeler sprang into the arena, kicking, twisting, launching himself into the air, and spinning all at the same time. No human should have been able to stay on him, but Ty did, one arm high, his balance and strength jaw-dropping. When the buzzer sounded after 8 seconds, he let the bull's momentum vault him into the air and landed easily on his feet. The crowd roared. Once Pummeler had disappeared down the passage where all the bulls disappeared, Ty lifted his hat, smiled at the crowd, and turned in a circle to acknowledge their support. The down-home commentators with the chicken fried steak accents called him a fan favorite and a 3-time world champion, and 3rd in the season standings. "Nice try, Pummeler." Celia shook her head and fast-forwarded. Ty rode again and stayed on again. Unfortunately, no one would be denting Ty's arrogance tonight. The next morning, a precious sleep-in Saturday morning, Celia woke to a voice whispering into her ear canal. "Mommy? Mommy, are you awake? Time to get up, Mom. I'm ready to watch the bull riding." Celia groaned and covered her head with her pillow. The voice and the child proved persistent. 10 minutes later, Celia had positioned Addie in the armchair facing the TV while the bull rider's professional circuit played. Celia whipped up some apple walnut whole-grain pancakes and delivered them to Addie on a tray. Addie ate without ever lifting her gaze from the rodeo. The 2 times Ty rode, Addie pressed her fists together in front of her chest and held her breath. Each time Ty stayed on, Addie threw her arms into the air in a move that reminded Celia of a football referee signaling a touchdown. Later, when it came time for them to head to Uncle Danny's, Celia and Addie piled into the Prius instead of walking to the bus stop. At Celia's first attempt to start the car, it came to life, the dashboard illuminating, the hybrid system purring with remarkable quiet. She caught a look at Addie in her booster seat in the back. Addie grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Celia drew herself tall in the driver's seat and angled her jaw determinedly. It didn't come naturally to her, the humility required to receive a gift as costly as a car. In order to accept it, she'd had to tell herself Ty owed her the Prius and 20 more like it for the mental and emotional anguish he'd caused her. She steered them smoothly toward the road, without so much as a single mention of pride or of shoving anything into anyone's face. True to his word, Ty called Addie every night. Each evening between 6 and 8 the phone would ring. Addie would race to answer it, and Addie and Ty would chat. 1 week of this turned into 2, then 3, then 4. At Addie's insistence, Celia purchased a map of the United States and tacked it to the wall near the laundry room. Each time Ty traveled to a bull riding event, mother and daughter would find the place on the map and stick a pin in it. Celia kept expecting him to forget to call. She was even prepared to send him a text message, reminding him of his oversight, but he never gave her the chance. No matter Ty's whereabouts, he faithfully called the little girl who waited so eagerly to talk to him. Celia herself? The opposite of eager to talk to him. She communicated with him solely through text, and then only if necessary. On Sundays, when Addie and Ty had Skype conversations, Celia went to extreme lengths not to be captured by her computer's camera. She hunkered beneath the table and reached up with her fingertips to move the cursor while Addie gave her weird looks. Each weekend, Celia screened the televised rodeo coverage. An interest in bull riding went against her will, her ideological principles, and her status as someone who'd completed higher education. On top of that, Ty was a bull rider, so she'd have preferred to dislike bull riding. The more of it she watched, however, the more she feared that she, a Pacific Northwest-loving girl, had an intrinsic flaw. In the way that Uncle Danny had a weakness for Eastern European women, Celia had a small and guilty weakness for cowboys. Shameful. She could scarcely admit it to herself. Even more upsetting, her weakness appeared to center on a particular cowboy with sky-blue eyes and a double serving of charm. As the weeks passed, and she saw a few of the riders sustain injuries, she began to root with a little less pep for the bulls Ty rode. Just a little, but still. It was hard to maintain complete loathing for a man who called her daughter every evening. Partial loathing she managed. In her more mature moments, Celia understood that she ought to be grateful for the current situation. Ty had gone, which meant she didn't have to see him in person and didn't have to split Addie's custody between them. Even though he wasn't physically present, however, his influence began to permeate everything. Ty and Holly, Texas, had become Addie's two favorite topics of conversation. Celia would be telling Addie a bedtime story, and Addie would suddenly ask, "Mommy, did you know that they have a fall parade in Holly?" Then wistfully, "I sure would like to live there." At the dinner table, Celia would ask Addie about her day, and Addie would say, "It was good. Mom, what do you think it would feel like to ride a bull?" They'd be driving to work in the morning, and Addie would sigh. "I bet they have good teachers in Texas. It would be really, really fun to go to kindergarten in Holly. The kids there are so lucky." Addie's talk about Ty, their phone calls, their Skyping, and the map of the USA were more than enough to bear. But Celia was also treated to one other constant reminder of Ty, the cowgirl boots. Addie refused to wear any other pair of shoes. Since babyhood, Celia had dressed her in Scandinavian style. She'd raked eBay and consignment shops for nubby little knitted hats, thick patterned tights, mittens in the winter, combed cotton dresses with polka dots or stripes or bold colored prints, sweaters, Mary Janes. The cowgirl boots ruined Addie's Denmark vibe. But Addie, who'd always been mild, insisted on them. And Celia, who'd always purported that children should be free to express their own creative style, pretended to be gracious about the boots, when what she really wanted was to have her daughter all to herself again. Her life and Addie's life had changed. It choked Celia up every time she thought about it. But no matter how it tangled her emotions, how it made her lungs squeeze, how powerless it rendered her, there was no going back to the way it had been before Ty, when their family had been a safe, snug circle of two. She sensed her control slipping away. The more it slipped, the more the space within, the one which God had once occupied, grew. The more the whole grew, the more she sought to find her everything in Addie. And the more she tried to find her everything in Addie, the more she realized that Addie didn't need her as much as Addie once had. Celia wanted joy for her child. She did. Without doubt, Ty's involvement in Addie's life appeared to bring Addie joy. It both pleased and hurt Celia to see that joy. Ty already had so much. She'd only ever had Addie. Why, she sometimes wondered, had she been asked to relinquish some of her sole treasure to a man who was already so outrageously blessed? Chapter 8. One commonplace Wednesday evening in late June, a knock sounded on Celia's door. She set aside the wooden spoon she'd been using to brown ground turkey for spaghetti sauce and went to answer it. She swung the door open, expecting to see her neighbor returning Addie from the playdate the two moms had arranged for their girls. Instead, Ty stood on her front step, filling up the space with his impressive height. Celia's motion stuttered to a stop. The bane of her existence, here unexpectedly and in the flesh. Ty took in the sight of her, a mix of challenge and enjoyment in his eyes.
Hi.
Hello. Celia realized she was wearing the tight yellow tank she'd changed into hurriedly after work and wouldn't have worn in public without a peasant shirt over it. The rest of her attire consisted of an old pair of shorts and a dish towel on her shoulder.
I flew in to surprise Addie. Is she here?
She's a few doors down playing with a friend. She should be back soon.
Can I come in?
In answer, Celia grudgingly stepped back and let him pass.
How have you been, sweet one?
I've been fine, showboat. He grinned crookedly.
Showboat?
Yep. The sizzle of meat on the stove reminded her of her spaghetti sauce. She returned to the kitchen, Ty trailing. Since you insist on calling me a nickname, I figured it was only fair to respond in kind. She positioned herself at the stove and went back to work on the ground turkey. Ty crossed his muscled arms and leaned a hip against the edge of the countertop.
Was showboat the best you could do? I don't like it.
Good.
What about Maverick? Adonis?
She rolled her eyes.
This might be too obvious, but how about stud?
Believe me, it's not in the least obvious.
Well, showboat's no good.
She made a scoffing sound. Tough luck. You don't get to pick. To the turkey, she added the onions, bell pepper, and mushrooms she'd sautéed. Then the tomato sauce. She was doing her best to appear unfazed by him, but in truth, it was unsettling and surreal to have spent the past several weeks watching him on TV, and now have him standing in her kitchen eyeballing her while she cooked.
Did you catch any of my bull riding this past month?
I did.
What did you think?
I thought it a shame that you couldn't squeeze any more sponsorship logos on your vest, no matter how much you clearly tried. Have you considered plastering a few across your forehead? He released a bark of laughter. She couldn't fully hide her answering smile. Or maybe your mouth, as a bonus to the rest of us, might keep you from speaking.
Oh, he crooned. Watching me ride gave you a little thing for me, didn't it, sweet one?
She turned a withering look on him. What kind of a thing?
A burning love kind of a thing.
Hardly.
Admit it, you missed me while I was gone.
Not in the least.
Still hate me?
Yes. The child stealer. As usual, he seemed to find her rancor pleasing. He popped a piece of French bread into his mouth, looking very satisfied with himself while he chewed. Women everywhere would be willing to pay a fortune for his bronze-tipped brown hair. It didn't seem right that God had given it to Ty for free.
I'm glad I caught you alone, Celia.
I can't imagine why.
I've been wanting to talk to you again about moving.
She slanted her attention toward him. To Holly? At his nod, she shook her head. There's no point in discussing it further. I'm not moving.
Addie's been asking me questions about Holly.
She's told me several times that she wants to live there. His words stung Celia, mostly because she knew they were true. Have you been pressuring her to move to Holly?
No. If I want something, I won't use Addie to get it. I'll come directly to you.
He took her measure the way an amused lion might take the measure of a brave prairie dog.
You might be fierce, but you don't exactly scare me.
She stirred the boiling pasta more than it needed to be stirred.
Addie wants to move to Holly.
Yes, and next week she might want to move to Japan, and the week after that Australia. I don't let Addie's whims determine where we live.
Holly's my home base. If the two of you lived there, it would make life easier for me.
My world doesn't revolve around what's easier for you, Ty. I'm all about what's practical. My job is here.
I'll find you a job there.
My uncle lives here.
My family lives in Holly. I have a big family, and they'll all support you.
Our home, Addie's and mine, is here in Oregon. She indicated the apartment. This is where we've always lived. He studied her with eyes of the rarest, brightest blue. Another attribute God had unfairly given him.
What if I made it worth your while to move?
Nothing you could offer.
A house of your own? The title in your name? Completely paid off?
She'd had a good head of steam going, but his words released it with a whoosh. She regarded him incredulously, and yet she could hardly accuse him of making her an offer he had no intention of fulfilling. Not when a gleaming teal Prius sat outside in her parking spot. Do I look like a gold digger to you, Ty?
Maybe a really small, pretty one.
You just offended and complimented me in the same sentence.
Which takes skill.
She blew out a breath and blotted her hands on the dish towel before swinging it back over her shoulder. I am not a gold digger.
Don't get your hackles up, Celia. I know you're not. I was just teasing you.
Addie's not a gold digger either. You do know that Addie's love isn't for sale, right? She assessed him, trying to read his intentions. You can't buy your way into her life. Becoming her father is going to take years.
I'm just trying to make up for lost time.
You can't make up for lost time with your credit card, Ty. That's not what love is.
Fine, but I want you to know that if you decide to relocate, I'll also pay your moving expenses.
He pulled off another piece of bread.
I'll set up the house inside any way you like. I'll handle everything. If you guys move this summer, Addie can start kindergarten at the same time as all the other kids there. It's the perfect time to go.
She placed what remained of the loaf of bread on the opposite side of the stove, out of his reach. I may hold Addie back a year. She has a late summer birthday. She'll be the youngest in her whole grade. He tilted his head, seeming to weigh her words for truth. Celia wished she had a single reason, other than Addie's summer birth date, to hold her back. Addie was a quick-minded only child, mature for her years, way ahead academically. She was ready for school.
You didn't really mean that, Ty said. About holding Addie back.
No.
So move to Holly in time for kindergarten.
You travel almost all the time. Why would you want us to move to Holly when you yourself are hardly ever there?
I'm there more than I'm anywhere. And I want my child to grow up in Texas like I did. I've got land there for her to play on, horses.
Had he seen what had happened to Bonnie Blue Butler in Gone with the Wind? My answer's no, we're not moving.
Just think about it. The offer's good.
They locked wills. Hers fiery, his understated. Different, but equally matched. He broke the moment by moving off to amble around her kitchen, straightening her stack of mail, studying the photos on the fridge, thumbing her set of keys.
What happened to the keyring I gave you?
Oh, it must have fallen off somewhere. She shrugged with fake innocence. Accidentally. She carried the pot with the pasta to the sink and poured the contents over a colander. How long are you in town? 30 more minutes? Was that too much to hope?
I fly out tomorrow night. I'd like to spend the day with Addie tomorrow. Would that be okay?
She bit her lip.
Just during the time you're at work.
What did you have in mind? He lifted a shoulder.
Normal stuff. A movie. I thought I'd take her to lunch. The park.
She wanted to reject this request as emphatically as she'd rejected the Holly thing. But her mind went back over the past 4 weeks of phone calls. Technically, asking to spend a few hours with Addie wasn't unreasonable. If she got too territorial, she feared he'd bring in lawyers.
Celia? He prompted.
All right, but I'm going to put together some rules, and I'll need to be able to reach you at all times on your phone.
Deal.
A brief knock sounded, followed by girls' voices.
I'll hide.
Ty gestured toward the laundry room. Celia chatted with her neighbor for a bit, thanked her for having Addie, then waved at the mother-daughter pair as the two headed back toward their own apartment. "Did you have fun?" she asked Addie. "Yep." Tenderly, Celia took Addie's cheeks in her hands, kissed the top of her head, then straightened a few of the dark blonde strands that had fallen forward over her barrette. Tempting, oh so tempting, to leave Ty in the laundry room all evening. If only he was timid or compliant enough to stay there. "Interested in a surprise?" 4 words guaranteed to catch the attention of any child. "A surprise, yes." "Let's see if I can come up with 3 clues. Celia pretended to think hard. 1, map of the United States. Addie tipped her head. 2, bull rider. Addie gasped, her thin form straightening tall. 3, doesn't know much about princesses. Ty walked around the corner. I thought I'd better stop by for another lesson. Celia watched shyness overcome Addie. Her daughter stayed rooted to the spot, too self-conscious to hug Ty or even look directly at him, and at the same time too ecstatic to contain her delight. She beamed. She blushed. She exhibited all the telltale signs of Ty's legendary effect on females. Rookie, Celia thought. "You're wearing your boots," Ty said, pride in his tone. "I wear them every day." "You're breaking them in, huh? Are they comfortable?" "Oh, yes." Addie peeked up at him, her face sincere. "I love my boots." Despite the years of etiquette coaching Celia had given Addie invited Ty to stay for dinner without asking Celia first. Since Celia couldn't veto the idea in front of Ty, he ended up staying and eating spaghetti with them. Afterward, he followed Addie to her room and sat through a long princess education session. Celia wasn't sure what else to do with herself while they were back there together, so she sat at her kitchen table with a notepad and pen. "A few rules for your time with Addie," she wrote at the top of the page. Number 1. Please avoid foods with partially hydrogenated oils, high-fructose corn syrup, GMOs, trans fats, and red dye. Number 2. To ride in a car, Addie needs a booster seat and seatbelt at all times. I recommend driving below the speed limit and defensively. Number 3. If you're going to bike or do any other activity where she might fall, roller skating, skateboarding, etc., she'll have to wear a helmet and, depending on the activity, knee and elbow pads. Number 4. She's not allowed to see anything other than G-rated movies. Number 5. If you take her to Mountain View Park, be aware that the metal slide is fast and dangerous. If you take her to Fielding Park, don't go near the swings. The metal bolts are deteriorating. There's a pond at Valley North Park that she could fall into, so I'd stay away from that park altogether. Please pick her up at 7:50 a.m. and bring her back no later than 5:30 p.m. In between, please keep your cell phone charged and nearby. Celia wanted to jot down at least 10 more rules, but she refrained. She didn't want him to think she was a worrier. Celia was one strange baby mama. Why hadn't she, Ty wondered as he drove away from River Run, been trying to gouge him for money all these years? Isn't that what baby mamas were known for? He would have been generous. People hit him up for money just about every day of the week. Charities, fundraising committees, friends and distant family members down on their luck, the Society for the Restoration of Holly. He had the funds to answer requests with signed checks. It made him happy to give people money. Celia, though? His legal wife and the mother of his child? He could hardly force the stubborn thing to accept his help. It was downright insulting. He stopped for a red light and pulled her list of rules for his day with Addie from the front pocket of his jeans. GMOs? He didn't even know what that meant. but he was pretty sure that Celia wouldn't approve of a cheeseburger and fries from McDonald's, something he'd eaten plenty of as a kid. What were the chances he'd even be able to find a G-rated movie in Corvallis? Knee pads? Dangerous slides? Come on. When he reached his hotel room, he stripped off his t-shirt, boots, and socks. He found the remote under his reading glasses and an issue of Investor's Business Daily. Propped up in bed, he surfed channels, his head filled not with the shows on the screen, but with Celia. Kind of the way he'd been surfing channels with his head full of her for the past month straight. Only worse, because he'd just come from seeing her. For the first few weeks after he'd found out about Addie, he'd rolled resentment toward Celia around and around in his mouth the way he would a cough drop. She'd kept his child a secret from him, and it had felt good to stay angry about it. In time, though, the cough drop had begun to melt. She'd kept his child from him because he'd acted like a rotten jerk to her. If he could feel a calm sort of kindness toward Celia, that would be good. That's what he'd been going for tonight. Instead, when she'd opened her door, pleasure had rushed through him at the sight of her. After years on the road, seeing her standing in front of him with a bright, good-smelling house behind her had felt like coming home. The kind of home that had nothing to do with her fool apartment. He couldn't help but like her fighting spirit. She was way smarter and more independent than she had a right to be. And all that cutting humor of hers could make him laugh, really laugh, which was nothing like the fake chuckles he usually gave women. He even approved of the nickname she'd given him. He'd have preferred something more masculine, but Showboat was pretty funny. He'd pretended to hate it, because he knew anything less would have stolen her fun. He hadn't wanted to steal her fun, not when the sight of her cooking dinner had been one of the sexiest things he'd seen in years. The whole evening, the cooking, that little yellow shirt, her feistiness, their dinner with Addie, made him remember why he'd gone so stupid over Celia in Vegas in the first place. See, this was what living like a monk for 5.5 years did to a man. It made him nuts in the head. He was so starved for a girlfriend that he was lying in a hotel room in Oregon wanting Celia. He couldn't have Celia. She didn't even like him. He couldn't trust her. He sure as anything couldn't do anything to hurt her again, ever. Not with Addie in the mix. And the cherry on top? An attraction to Celia could ruin, again, any chance at a future with Tawny, who was the most perfect woman in the world. He flicked past an educational show about the ocean, then a show about redneck alligator hunters, before stopping on UFC fighting. Pushing a hand behind his head, he watched 2 guys beat each other up inside the octagon. He knew women who were prettier than Celia, women who wore lower-cut shirts and tight-fitting Western jeans, women who were, heaven knows, a long shot nicer to him. He'd do well to remember that Tawny was both sweet and a grade-A knockout. With her long brunette hair and athletic body, Tawny could have been a bikini model if she hadn't decided to become a paralegal. He'd finally earned the right to win Tawny's heart, which was exactly what he planned to do as soon as she broke up with her pediatrician boyfriend. Unfortunately, he'd need to finish out the season before he'd have a block of time in Holly that he could use to romance Tawny. Tomorrow night he'd fly to Nashville for an event, and after that Billings, San Antonio, and Boise. His upcoming schedule left him cold. A lot of things had lost their shine for him over the years, but his bull riding never had. He was hardcore committed to it. His intense drive to win at it had shaped his whole adult life. Until lately. Lately his mind had begun to wander, and his competitive edge had started to dull. He'd come to care more about talking on the phone to a girl who tracked his travels on a U.S. map that hung on the wall next to Celia's laundry room. Addie had told him about the map a while back, but seeing it had hit him in a soft spot. Him, whose body had been so hardened over the years that he hadn't thought it had a soft spot left. Turned out his child was his soft spot. which he could live with. But somehow, against all odds, Murphy's Law and flat-out common sense, Celia had the power to be his soft spot, too. And that he couldn't allow. Chapter 9. Ty arrived the next morning, driving a shiny black Escalade. Celia could only imagine what it had cost him to rent a car like that from the airport. Enough to cover groceries for a month, plus the new winter clothes Addie would need come fall, probably. Celia had the booster seat ready. Despite feeling utterly sick to her stomach, she positioned it on one of the Escalade's second-row seats. She helped Addie climb into the car. "Have a great time." "I will. Bye, Mom." Addie looked every bit as excited as she would have if Ty were taking her to Disneyland. Celia made herself shut Addie's door. She glanced up at Ty, who stood next to her in the parking lot. "Did you read my rules?" "Every one." He let a few seconds pass. "You good?" She nodded. "Will you be very careful?" "Very." "Okay. Go on." He got behind the wheel. As the Escalade eased away, Celia waved at Addie through the tinted glass. In Addie's whole life, Celia had only left her at daycare or with Uncle Danny. She had no practice trusting her to anyone else. Her lips formed a plastic smile, while her mind formed the thought, this might be the last time I ever see my child. Her heart shriveled into a small and terrified ball. An anxious mother was of no worth to her employer. For the first few hours of her workday, Celia worried that Ty would abduct Addie. She'd seen too many news reports about mothers or fathers who let their child visit the other parent, only to have that child stolen away to a foreign country. When she could no longer stand the horrible scenarios filling her imagination, she sent Ty a text. "How's it going?" "Good," he answered right away. His response did not completely mollify her, because she had no way of proving his location. He could be texting her from on board a plane about to depart for Brazil. Her phone buzzed. "We're watching a really bad Winnie the Pooh movie at the Dollar Theater," he texted. For the next few hours, Celia worried about Addie running into the street. Addie hadn't tried to run into the street since she was 2, but today might be the day she attempted it, and Celia hadn't expressly warned Ty of that danger in her rules. "Everything okay?" She hit send on her message. "Yes. Sitting down for lunch. After this, we'll go to the park." For the next few hours, Celia worried that Ty wouldn't watch Addie closely enough at the park. Parent abduction wasn't the only kind of abduction. A stranger could snatch Addie and sell her into the slave trade overseas. It happened. Before she could text Ty, he texted her. "We're having fun. I'm being careful." For the last few hours, Celia worried that they'd get in a car accident. It might not even be Ty's fault. The most responsible of citizens sometimes got creamed by drunk drivers. "Doing well?" "Yes, we're shopping for toys." "When Addie sees a toy she likes," Celia typed back, "I tell her she can either earn money to pay for it by doing chores or put it on her birthday list." "I'm letting her buy whatever she wants." Celia regarded the message with horror. Her fingertips punched at her phone. "You may buy her one thing." 5, 1, 3, 2, no more. At the end of the day, Celia took up a position outside her apartment, phone in hand, waiting. When the Escalade turned onto the road leading to River Run, her hunched and knotted shoulders eased for the first time all day. The car appeared to be whole and was bringing Addie back a full 10 minutes ahead of schedule. As soon as the car came to a stop, Celia opened the rear door for Addie, helped her down, and hugged her. Ty climbed from the driver's seat, looking like the definition of calm. "How's it going?" "Fine." The knowing light in his eyes told her he'd guessed at the agonies she'd been putting herself through. He crossed to the back of the SUV, popped the trunk, and took out 2 boxes. The huge one held a castle-shaped dollhouse for princesses. The flat, medium-sized one held a tablet computer. When Celia opened her mouth to protest, Ty winked at her. "We only got 2 things." "But—" He strode off, carrying the boxes. "Stay where you are. I'll set these inside."
"Isn't he awesome, Mom?" Addie whispered. "He's really awesome."
"Did you have fun?" In reverent tones, Addie updated Celia on her day until Ty rejoined them. "I've got to take off for the airport, Addie. Can I get a hug?" Addie moved into his open arms. Ty embraced her respectfully, not too tight, not lifting her, not too long. "See you later."
"See you later,"
Addie agreed. He straightened and faced Celia, a devilish cast to his expression. "Hug?" He'd put her in a pickle, and he knew it. With Addie watching, she couldn't very well shout "No" and bolt indoors. She gave him a stiff side hug, the kind one would offer a relative one didn't like. He was warm. He felt like unforgiving muscle, looked like a cowboy, and smelled like pine. "No touching," she whispered into the space near the side of his neck. "Remember?" "Must have slipped my mind." He released her and crossed to the car. "Bye, ladies." Celia and Addie watched the Escalade drive away. Just that fast, like the snap of fingers, Celia and Addie were alone again, returned to their regular, blissfully tie-free life. Needing to come down off her day of stress, Celia led Addie through the apartment and into the backyard. The 2 of them watered flowers, Celia with the hose, Addie with her watering can, and with a stream of run-on sentences in praise of the movie, the lunch, the park, the shopping, and Ty's character.
"Mom," she concluded, "I sure do like my cowgirl boots."
"I know you do, Punky." "I've always wanted a pair of cowgirl boots." Celia translated, in the way of mothers, exactly what her daughter had really just said. It wasn't a pair of cowgirl boots that Addie had always wanted. It was a father. On her way out the door the next morning, Celia scooped up her keys. An unfamiliar weight plunked against her palm. The Give Peace a Chance charm had magically reappeared on her keyring. She released a disbelieving huff. Ty had only been in her apartment last night for about a minute when he dropped off Addie's gifts. She couldn't believe he'd had time to attach a new charm or to find and reattach her old one, but clearly he'd managed one or the other. Shaking her head, her lips curving into a reluctant smile, she pulled out the kitchen drawer that contained her miscellaneous junk. The old charm lay inside, where she'd tossed it when she'd stripped it off her keyring. She held the new charm next to it and compared the 2. Identical. A matched set of Give Peace a Chance key rings. Peace times 2. "Looks like you also need eggs, more yogurt, meat." Celia jotted the items down, then went back to tapping her pen on her lip and surveying Uncle Danny's open fridge. "You're almost out of butter and also jelly." "This is amazing." Uncle Danny swallowed a bite of the zucchini bread she'd baked earlier in the day. "This is the best thing I've ever tasted." Bless him, he praised her cooking every chance he got, and always with heartfelt sincerity. "Thank you." It was Saturday, and she and Addie had stopped by Uncle Danny's house for their weekly visit. Each time she came by, Celia took stock of his fridge and pantry, crafted a grocery list for him, brought him up to date on his bills, tidied up, and poked around the house looking for things that needed attention, like ferns dying of dehydration, stale sheets, or overflowing trash cans. Uncle Danny had founded an online surf shop and continued to manage its big-picture issues, but he had no head for details.
Will you let me sell this zucchini bread online to my customers? He asked. I'm not sure it makes much sense to sell zucchini bread and surf wax side by side. Surfers appreciate food, see? He lifted his slice of bread into the air. It was nubby with walnuts and flecks of green. It's a crime not to make this available to the public. There had been a time, long ago, when Celia had harbored hopes of making her cooking available to the public. I'm glad you like it. She closed the fridge door with her foot and set the shopping list and pen on his kitchen counter. There's that. Did I tell you that I'm going on a lunch date tomorrow with Sandy? Sandy? Sandy's American name didn't bode well for her chances at a happily ever after with Uncle Danny. She's one of the women from the Party of Eight group. I thought you told me they were all too old. What can I say? I'm desperate. He shrugged and took another bite of zucchini bread. His tan and sinewy arms protruded from an In-N-Out Burger t-shirt that dated back 15 years. Sandy wheels around an oxygen tank and has a tube that wishes air up her nose, but I'm thinking, hey, maybe I can be down with that. Celia laughed. You might want to schedule a trim before your hot date. I need a haircut. Yep. She leaned into the dining room, where Addie sat playing a game on her new computer tablet. Doing fine, Addie? Addie nodded without looking up, so Celia moved back through the kitchen, collected Danny's mail from the basket by the front door, and took it with her to the living room sofa. She made stacks on the coffee table, junk, letters, bills. Then she went to work, opening it all. Danny stood behind her, his attention snagged by the TV program that had been playing, a travelogue touting the wonders of Prague. What time is it? He patted his pockets, his chest, and even his head before remembering the Iron Man Timex strapped to his wrist. Ty's probably riding right now. One of his rodeo deals is on. Not you too, Uncle Danny. You can't possibly like bull riding, can you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I like it. It's sweet. He located the remote and flipped channels. Sure enough, the BRPC meet in Nashville appeared on the screen. Addie told me back when she started following it. I started following it too, and I've kind of gotten into it. I'm even recording them. Man versus animal, you know, the eternal struggle. Very cool. Celia couldn't chastise Uncle Danny when she herself had grown into a furtive fan. After weeks of watching it, she'd come to know every rider and bull. She followed the bull riders' professional circuit on Twitter and Facebook, and sometimes during work breaks she scanned bull riding-related blogs and read articles online. Her unwilling interest in the sport filled her with about the same level of guilt as did, say, binging on homemade desserts. Celia craned her neck around. She could see Addie across the space, still at the dining table. I don't let Addie watch the rodeos live, she said, pitching her voice low, but so long as she's entertained over there, we should be fine to watch it for a minute while we're, working on bills. Sure. He lowered onto the sofa, his eyes focused on the action on screen. She handed him his checkbook and a pen, laid the first bill in front of him, and pointed to the balance. The commentators announced that Ty Porter, veteran and 3-time world champion, would be coming up soon. He'd be paired with Crush'em, the most lauded bull of the season, a bull that had only been ridden for the full 8 seconds once before in his career. Uncle Danny whistled. Ty's finally going to get a chance at Crush'em. He must be amped. Worry overtook Celia by degrees. A cowboy had injured himself earlier in the season trying to ride Crush'em. I think Ty's got a shot at staying on him, Danny said. What do you think? I don't know. The show cut to a promo shot of Ty. Dramatic music swelled. Ty, backlit, strode toward the camera through a mist-shrouded barn. He gripped his rope in one gloved hand, his black hat rode low,
and the fringe on his chaps swayed with his gait. Tufts of dust launched into the air beneath his boot steps. The hard cast of his expression promised retribution to any bull daring enough to come between him and glory. Celia groaned inwardly. Insufferable showboat. While a string of commercials aired, Celia's nervousness continued to climb. She produced more bills for Uncle Danny. He wrote out checks. Then she slid them into envelopes and stuck on stamps. Crush'em was a devil of a bull. That dumb promo spot likely had Nashville's guitar-wearing starlets swooning because it made Ty appear indestructible. He wasn't. Not for her own sake, but only for Addie's sake, she'd begun to hope that Ty would make it through his rides with his head attached. The fear that he wouldn't occasionally made her anxious. Occasionally, and just for Addie's sake. The rodeo coverage returned, and Celia stilled. Ty sat aboard Crush'em in the chute, gripping and re-gripping the rope in his now familiar pattern. The gate reeled open, and Crush'em exploded into the arena. The bull flung himself up and down while bucking and spinning to one side, twisting with jaw-dropping power, spinning to the other side. Astonishingly, Ty was keeping his seat. Celia pressed to her feet. Ride! Ty continued to fight, to move with the animal, to maintain his balance. Ride, cowboy, ride! The buzzer sounded. Celia whooped. Ty bounded off the animal, landing and then pitching forward onto his knees and palms. The rodeo clowns distracted Crush'em long enough for Ty to leap to his feet. Crush'em ran at Ty, but Ty vaulted easily onto the nearby gates. After rushing at the clowns a few more times, Crush'em finally conceded to trot off stage. Celia blew out a relieved breath. Ty dropped to the dirt-covered stadium floor. He lifted his hat, smiled, and turned in a circle in front of the crowd. Celia became aware that she was standing and brandishing Uncle Danny's stamped bill high in one hand, as if it were a pom-pom. Danny was staring at her. Addie ventured into the living room, her gaze moving slowly from the TV to Celia. Did Ty just ride? Celia lowered her arm. Yes. He stayed on Crush'em, Danny informed Addie, for the full 8 seconds. Yes! Crush'em, really? Can I see it? The three of them sat on Danny's sofa. They rewound and watched Ty's amazing ride 4 times in a row, while Celia puzzled over what she'd just done. Had she really jumped to her feet, pushed her fists into the air, and yelled, "Ride, cowboy, ride," in front of witnesses? She who didn't even like Ty, except for Addie's sake. Honestly, ride, cowboy, ride? Ty's high-scoring ride on Crush'em propelled him to a blockbuster victory in Nashville. At the close of every rodeo, the event's winning cowboy stood on an elevated platform in the arena's center. Ty planted his boots on Nashville's platform, looking impressive, looking confident, looking like he'd been born to win rodeos. Jets positioned in a circle around him shot steam and confetti high into the air. Once she'd tucked Addie into bed, Celia attempted to relax while watching a cooking show and snacking on apple slices and organic crackers. The recurring memory of Ty on that platform with the confidence and the confetti wouldn't let her unwind. In need of baking therapy, she went to work on a batch of snickerdoodles. The moment the cookies came out of the oven, warm and tempting, she transferred the most deformed one onto a napkin. As usual, she felt honor-bound to eat the ones no one else would want. She was saving her 4th homely snickerdoodle from scorn when she received a text from the triumphant cowboy. "Did you know that Holly is called the color capital of Texas?" he asked. "The town's known for its flowers. Think of all the flowers you could grow in your new garden." "I have flowers in my current garden," she typed back, the flavors of cinnamon and sugar thick in her mouth. "My flowers and I are happy where we are." "Mommy?" Celia spun to see Addie walking toward her, with her white blanket clutched in her hand. "Hey, Punky." Celia set aside her phone and enclosed Addie in a hug. "Is your stomach bothering you?" Addie nodded. "How about some chamomile tea and a snickerdoodle?" July rolled by, its days warm and sunny. When at home, Celia kept her sliding door open so the breeze and the fresh air could invite themselves in. Addie swam in the river-run pool on the weekends, with Celia acting as lifeguard from a lawn chair nearby. Celia soaked the heat into her skin, watched her flowers bloom, and wished she could enjoy it all more. Her money woes made enjoyment of anything difficult. She moved her income around in creative ways so she could meet her most urgent bills. But no matter how inventive, she couldn't catch up. Her debt grew heavier. A creditor or two began to call. To make matters worse, Ty stepped up his campaign to convince her to move to Holly. Several times each week, he insisted on talking to her over the phone. Each time, Celia scolded him and reiterated her request that they communicate through text. He proved immune to her scolding. Ty arrived in Boise on a gray and rainy Thursday early in August. He ate dinner with his rider buddies, same as always, ran on the treadmill the next morning, just like usual. For his first ride of the event, the BRPC randomly paired him with Meteor, a mediocre bull he'd met 5 times and bested 4 of those. Even so, all day on Friday, tension hung over him. He wasn't hungry, but he made himself eat the same thing he always ate for lunch the opening day of an event: a foot-long turkey sub. Just like the rest of the bull riders, he had his superstitions and stuck to his routines. When he arrived at the arena, he made himself at home in the locker room. He put on his clothing in the same order he always followed, then settled his irresistible black felt hat, the same brand he'd used since he'd started riding, onto his head. He found a quiet spot in one of the backstage rooms made available for riders and worked his gloved hand up and down his bull rope's length, making it tacky with rosin, preparing it to do its job. He'd spent the summer traveling around the country, same as always, staying in hotels in all the familiar cities, competing and winning events. He had more fans than ever. They came out to watch him, sent him messages over the internet, asked for his autograph, and shook his hand. He pored through investment magazines each night before bed, and worked out in hotel gyms each morning. He followed NASCAR and UFC. He read the sports pages in order to keep up to date with his Cowboys preseason. He had friends on the tour. He had money to burn, and freedom, and time. And yet he no longer felt like himself, because his passion for bull riding, the one thing he'd always counted on, had left him. He was riding just as well. In fact, he was right at the top in the standings and having one of his best years. What had changed wasn't physical, and it wasn't about performance. It was mental. He readjusted the rope and went to work on another section of it. What kind of father would he be to Addie if he only saw her once a month? Celia hadn't pressured him to visit more often. In fact, he got the feeling she wanted him to stay away. But he knew it wasn't right. He hadn't grown up with a missing father. His father, John, had been at the dinner table every night, saying grace and scoring the biggest piece of beef. Since his last visit to Corvallis, a voice within him had started whispering. It told him, occasionally at first, and then more often, that he'd had his turn, that it was time for him to step down. He'd been listening to his own loud and headstrong voice for so long that he hardly recognized that other, softer voice, and he sure didn't trust it, because it made no sense to him. He'd taken up riding 8 years ago, during those aimless months after returning home from the Marines. It had been what gave his life purpose and success. He wouldn't be anything without it. Besides, he'd made commitments and signed contracts. He had to finish this season. At the end of October, his schedule would wrap, and he'd have more than 2 months off back home in Holly. He could see then where his head was at. He'd always planned to buy himself a big plot of land and raise rodeo stock once he retired from bull riding. He'd think seriously about that come October. It was almost his turn to ride. He'd talked to Addie earlier in the evening, but he hadn't spoken to Celia. His hand paused its motion. He needed to hear her voice. Looping his bull rope, he walked to his locker. His cell phone notified him that he'd missed a call from his parents. He'd told his family about Addie a month ago. It had taken his mom a few days to recover from her shock. Every day since, she'd called and pestered him because she and all the rest of the Porters desperately wanted to meet Addie. He dialed Celia. While the phone rang, he ground his boot heel into the floor. She didn't answer. He tried again, knowing she wouldn't pick up. She didn't. And then any time he'd had to spare ran out. He mounted Meteor inside the chute, just the way he'd done hundreds of times. Inside himself, though, something was wrong. His thoughts had gone black. His heart had turned to lead. The cowboys operating the gate waited for his signal. The huge crowd waited for his signal. No turning back. He nodded to the gate man, and the bull surged free. Ty's body took over, muscle memory kicking in and keeping him seated. The bull moved, and he countered correctly. His focus intensified. He was doing fine. Faster than he could blink, as if giant hands had reached down and jerked him from the bull, he lost his grip and his seat. He went airborne, sprawling. He landed on his right side with so much force that it knocked the breath from him. Dazed, he looked up to see the bull's hind legs lifting, close, above him. He tried to pull himself out of the way, couldn't. Meteor's hooves came crashing toward him. Again, he tried to move, to roll. Too late. Chapter 10. Celia watched a few of the early riders in the Boise event, got impatient, and started fast-forwarding the pre-recorded show while scanning images. Her chest lifted on a sigh. She was sitting on her couch for the umpteenth Friday night in a row, about to watch Ty Porter, her ex-husband, who was only an ex in her heart, the man she'd once loved who'd rejected her outright, ride bulls. This was not perhaps the most emotionally healthy of pastimes. One might suspect that some normal 30-year-old women were out on dates tonight. She spotted Ty, pushed the play button. He looked as unforgivingly handsome as ever, she tried not to notice, in his black clothing and hat. He'd been paired with Meteor, decent-level bull, but not wicked difficult. Meteor burst loose, and the ride began. As usual, Ty moved well and looked firmly in control. He lost his grip. Just that suddenly, in the space between heartbeats. The bull's upward thrust sent him into the air. Ty, an expert at landings, landed all wrong, dropping hard onto his side without breaking his own fall. Celia bolted to her feet. Meteor spun, bringing his hind legs terrifyingly close to Ty. "No," Celia gasped. The rodeo clowns ran forward, but were too far away to intercede. Meteor's hooves punctured the dirt, then went up again, drawing nearer to Ty with inexorable and deadly precision. "No!" Ty attempted to pull himself out of the way, but before he could, Meteor's hooves crushed down on one of his legs. Ty's face twisted with pain. Celia's hands jerked to cover her mouth. Her insides turned to water. Lightning fast, the bull kicked both hind legs into Ty's chest. The impact slammed Ty backward. His head careened into the ground with sickening force. The clowns dashed between Ty and the bull, finally herding the animal away. Ty's body lay in the dirt, unmoving. Celia stared at the screen in horror, frozen except for the tears that rushed to fill her eyes. Several people ran forward and surrounded Ty. This can't be happening. Celia waited for Ty to come back to consciousness. He didn't. Medical staff strapped him to a stretcher and lifted him into the back of an ambulance. Oh my goodness, this can't be happening. The telecast replayed the accident a few times in slow motion, the commentator speaking in somber voices. Celia couldn't stand to see it again and looked away. How long ago had this happened? She checked to see when the program had begun recording. Boise and Corvallis shared the same time zone. He'd been injured maybe 2 hours ago? Why hadn't anyone called her? As soon as she had the thought, she recognized its idiocy. Ty's one-time wife of 12 hours wouldn't be high on anybody's list of contacts. She ran for her phone. Its screen told her that she'd missed 2 calls. Her heart sank. From Ty. The calls had come in 2.5 hours ago. Her mind traveled back, trying to remember. She'd been giving Addie a bath then. She hadn't heard her phone ring. Though her phone didn't alert her to a waiting voicemail, she double-checked her messages just in case. Nothing. He hadn't left a message. For weeks she'd been giving him a hard time about calling her. Now she'd missed 2 calls she deeply wished she'd received. She dialed his number and waited while his phone rang, trying not to sob. He'd been hurt badly, that much she knew, based on the visual evidence alone. He might even be critically injured, a possibility that sent her feelings pinwheeling. There was a little girl in this house, sleeping just down the hall, who loved him. No one answered Ty's cell. She tried again and again, her fingers desperate on the keys of her phone, her heart hammering. In her memory, she kept seeing Meteor's hooves landing on Ty's leg, then striking him in the chest. This was all Ty's fault for doing something so dangerous. And it was her fault for letting him back into their lives. And it was Addie's fault for putting so much stock in Ty. And it was God's fault for letting this happen. With a furious groan, she tossed her phone on the kitchen counter. She needed to know the status of Ty's condition. She turned up the TV's volume, then powered up Addie's tablet, which operated much faster than her ancient laptop. She went to work, checking each website she could think of. No news. Her thoughts traveled in 10 different directions. Her worry rose jaggedly. Finally overcome, she laced her fingers together and pressed her joined hands to her forehead. Let him be all right, she prayed. She hadn't prayed for anything in years, but she did so now, fervently. Ty regained consciousness at the hospital on the far side of surgery. The first thing he became aware of was a longing, deep and empty, angry and aching. For Celia. Where is Celia? Gradually, he realized that someone was talking. He slit his eyes open. A nurse, around the same age as his mother. How are you feeling, Mr. Porter? Celia. His voice sounded scratchy. I want to talk to her. First we'll get you all fixed up, and then in just a few minutes we'll bring her back to see you. She's not here. He remembered now where she was, in that bright apartment in Oregon that was always so far away. He regretted that she was so far away. Why had he let that happen? I need to talk to her on the phone. Certainly. The nurse's attention moved to the chart he held, and then to the machines behind him. Now, he growled, in no mood to be charming. I need to talk to her now. The nurse stilled, looking at him over the top of her glasses. There are a few things I have to do first. Won't be long. She started back to work, checking stuff, moving around. Clearly she'd been doing this for decades, long enough to know that she was the boss of this situation and he was the sucker strapped to the bed. It had been this same way when he'd come to in the ambulance earlier. Celia had filled his thoughts. He'd asked to talk to her then, too, but just like now, they'd refused. He groped around in his head, fighting to remember the events that had brought him here. The ambulance ride had been full of light, machines, medics, the sensation of movement, that blaring siren, and pain, bitter pain. He'd had to set his teeth hard against it to keep from hissing curses. Once they'd arrived at the hospital, details blurred. There had been doctors and people wheeling him around fast, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling whipping by. The X-ray machine. And then they'd taken him to the operating room. That was it. That was all he could recall. It looked like they had him in some lame recovery area with several other patients, all of them divided by curtains that pulled along tracks in the ceiling. The place sounded of quiet conversations and footsteps. It smelled like artificially warmed sheets. He glanced down at himself. Most of the pain that had dogged him earlier had been chased away by the anesthesia and drugs. A dull headache remained. Also, it hurt to breathe deeply. They'd raised his upper body into a reclining position, and beneath the sheet that covered him, it looked like they'd wrapped his swollen left leg in gauze and immobilized it. His knee was wrecked. The certainty of it cut into him as surely as the surgeon's knife just had. A few hours ago he'd been completely fine and whole. But he already knew that tonight had changed everything. God, what's happened to me? Help me. This injury would mean the end of so much. Too much to deal with right now. He needed Celia. When could he talk to her? The nurse invited him to drink juice or eat crackers. He refused both. She kept her smile in place, asked him questions, and summarized his condition, then disappeared. When she came back, she was leading his two closest friends from the BRPC, both fellow riders. The guys wore those pitying expressions people put on around the sick, reassuring smiles and understanding eyes. "How you feeling, man?" one asked. "I'm going to be fine," Ty answered. "Just so you know, we've been talking to your mom and dad all evening, keeping them up to date." "Thanks. How long has it been? Since the accident?" "About 5 hours." "Then it's late." "Close to midnight." "Do either of you have your phone with you?" "I do." His buddy pulled a smartphone from his pocket and passed it over. "I'm going to make a call." "Sure, man." They nodded, hung around. "A private call." Ty motioned with his head for them to leave. Their faces showed surprise, but after a pause they moved toward the waiting room. It took him a minute of hard thinking to pull Celia's number out of the grogginess in his brain. Once he'd managed it, the phone only rang once before she answered. "Ty?" she demanded. At the sound of her voice, he let his eyes sink closed with relief. He relaxed into the support of the bed. "Yes." "Thank goodness! Are you all right?" "Depends on how you define all right." "Will you live?" Blast it all if he didn't smile. "Do you want me to?" "Yes." "Were you worried that I wouldn't?" "Of course I was. I saw what happened on TV." "Did it look bad?" "It looked really bad. I've been trying to dig up information on your condition for hours, and I've read different reports. What did the doctors say?" "Mild concussion, for starters. That part's no big deal." Your head got slammed into the ground, Ty." "Maybe, but the dirt on the arena floor is soft, and my head's hard." "Well," she said wryly, "that part I believe." "I've also got bruised ribs." "But none are broken?" "No, I was wearing a protective vest." "And your leg?" He paused. "Your leg?" she prodded. "An artery got nicked.
so they had to fix that first. They told me that the bull came down on my knee and shattered it. Before they put me under, they said the ACL and the PCL were busted, and they'd have to replace the kneecap with an artificial one. He could hear the slow exhale of her breath. I just got out of surgery. Are you in a lot of pain? Not anymore. Addie didn't see me fall, did she? No, and she won't see it. But I will have to tell her what happened in the morning, because she'll ask to watch you ride the minute she wakes up. Yeah. Quiet drifted between them, and Ty held on to it. The only medicine he needed right now was listening to her, even listening to her silence across the miles. I miss you, Celia. A beat passed. You're high on pain meds. Yes, he agreed. So anything I say now can't be held against me later. She chuckled ruefully, like he was a lost cause. Which he might be. Tawny was the one for him. His thoughts were swimming, but he was pretty sure he wasn't supposed to feel anything for Celia, except kindly. There's something about you that gets to me. Like mosquitoes get to skin? No, like alcohol to my head. You're beautiful. Ty Porter, if you think I'm going to sit here and listen to you compliment me and sweet-talk me— You have the prettiest green eyes, he said. They're crazy pretty. I'm not some groupie that you can charm. Your hair is sexy. And you have a good heart, even though you pretend to be mean. And I like that little necklace you wear with the C on it. Stop it this instant. Getting stomped on by a bull does not give you permission to— You're smart. You make me laugh. I don't know hardly any women who make me laugh. You smell like lemons. He whistled. I love the way you smell. Your concussion has scrambled your brain. We can hope that you won't remember this in the morning and that we'll both be able to return to insulting each other. He grinned. Sweet one. Showboat? He laughed, and in that moment, despite the leg and the hospital and his dark future, everything felt perfectly fine with his world. I really hate that nickname, he lied. Too bad. Tell me how glad you are that I survived. I'm glad for Addie's sake. And for your own? I'm marginally pleased. Now no one will come and repossess my Prius. That's not very nice. No, I'm not very nice. I'm cold-hearted, vindictive. Anyway, since I'm sure they're about to plump your pillows or shoot you with morphine or let your fans in to dote on you, I'd better go. He wasn't about to let that happen. No. What do you mean, no? Your day might have been a piece of cake, but my day has been a pain in the butt. I only want one thing, and that's to lie here and listen to you talk for a while longer. So, if it's not too much trouble, keep talking. Just tell me about your week. What Addie did. Even Uncle Danny, whatever. Celia had sass, but she also had compassion. She talked, and while she talked, Ty drifted on the cocktail of drugs they'd given him. Like a hot air balloon held to earth by a rope, Celia held him to calm with her voice. Little by little, she steadied him. So, Celia said to Addie the next morning, concluding her explanation of Ty's calamity, that's what happened. He has an injury to his knee, but he's going to be fine. She went for a smile. They sat facing each other on living room chairs, both still in their pajamas. Addie's lower lip began to wobble. Uh-oh. Addie, he's going to be okay. He's hurt. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Yes, he is. But he's strong and he'll get better. Will he be able to ride bulls again? I don't know. Which wasn't an outright lie. Celia had no definitive proof that he'd never ride again. However,
After watching Meteor land on his leg and hearing the tone in his voice last night, then rising early to check the latest medical updates online, her gut told her that his accident had been a career ender. But, Addie pushed a strand of hair off her face, he has to be able to ride. No, he doesn't. He's been riding for years, much longer than most men do. He could go on and do a lot of other things. Like what? He could... She didn't know what handsomeness and charm qualified a person to do. Did Ty have any other skill set? He could work with horses like his brothers do. Addie appeared doubtful. Celia waited while Addie sorted through her feelings and reactions. The night had left Celia no stronger than a corn husk, and about as empty as one, too. After talking to Ty, she'd spent a few hours trying to sleep. A few hours actually sleeping, and then more hours trying and failing at sleeping. Ty shouldn't have said those things to her last night on the phone. Yes, he'd been battered, operated on, and drugged. Still. He shouldn't have said that, "I miss you and you're beautiful" stuff. Doing so violated all the rules between them. Celia had an arsenal of shields and swords that she normally used against Ty, but those ridiculous compliments had penetrated like arrows. At the sound of those words, something within her had turned giddy and fluttery. Her reaction made her a traitor against herself. She knew better than to flutter over Ty Porter. Experience had been such an expensive teacher. Boy, oh boy, did she know better. That his meaningless flattery, so easily spoken, had had any impact on her at all made her feel like a dupe. He'd likely said, "Your hair is sexy" to at least 3 other women yesterday. Remember, Celia? Remember when he shared a bed with you and then said, "I'm in love with someone else" the next morning? "Can we go and see him?" Addie asked. "Please?" Celia considered Addie through eyes almost crossing with tiredness. She didn't know what kind of IV they might be giving Ty this morning, but she could use one that mainlined espresso. "No, Punky, he's in Boise, Idaho." "Then let's go there." "We can't, it's too far away, and I have to be at work on Monday." "You can take a vacation from work." "I used all my vacation days last April, when Grandma and Grandpa came to see us." Her parents had come over from Scotland and treated them to a trip to Olympic National Park. Addie's features set in angry lines. "He's not going to be in Boise long anyway. He told me last night that he wants to go home to Texas as soon as they let him." "When?" "I don't know. Maybe tomorrow or the next day. He'll call you later and you can ask him." "He needs us, Mommy. We have to go see him." "We can't, honey." Addie moved her gaze to the coffee table and stared like she was trying to burn a hole into it using telepathy. "Do you have any more questions for me?" Celia's patience had worn thin. "Do you want to talk about it some more?" Addie shook her head, her lower lip pushed out. Celia turned the TV on to an episode of Word Girl. It wasn't bull riding, but it would have to do. "I'm going to take a shower." Addie ignored her. Celia padded to the bathroom and stood in a daze beneath the spray. She washed her hair and indulged in a generous portion of lemon verbena body wash. Once she stepped out, she listened for Addie the same way she always did when toweling off. Faintly, she could hear the TV playing in the living room. "Addie?" No answer, which wasn't unusual. "Say, 'Yes, Mom.'" No, "Yes, Mom." Unease shifted through her. "Addie?" She called louder and shrugged into her robe. She hurried to the living room, but Addie's chair sat empty. "Addie!" Celia picked up speed, crossing into the kitchen, looking into the backyard, searching the back hallway, laundry room, all empty. "Say yes, Mom, right now." No reply. She called Addie's name again and again as she raced the length of the hallway to Addie's room. She checked the closet, dropped to search under the bed, then dashed into the bathroom. "Addie!" she screamed. Silence answered. Addie was gone. Chapter 11. Where is she? Celia's pulse knocked hard in her ears. Addie must have left the apartment. And gone where? She could have taken off in any direction. She might have been hit by a car or swept away by the river or taken by someone who wanted to hurt her. Panic pushed darkness into Celia's mind, terror into her heart. How long had she been in the shower? 10 minutes? She should call 911. No, she should look for Addie herself. She should do both. Celia rushed into the kitchen, swiped up her phone, and sprinted out the front door, leaving it gaping. Frantically, she scoured the view for a glimpse of Addie. Blonde hair, pink pajamas. She couldn't see her anywhere. The surroundings looked all wrong, peaceful and normal and sunny. People were going about their business as if everything were fine, as if the world weren't caving in. "Addie!" she yelled, hoarse with alarm. Still no answer. Celia's instincts urged her to go in the direction of the drive that led away from River Run toward the road. She and Addie almost always went that way when they left their apartment. Holding her robe closed with her hand, she ran, her bare feet pounding the grass. Maybe she should have gone to the river first. Her steps slashed to a halt. She looked behind her. Addie might be washing away in its current while she was dashing in the wrong direction. No, she'd check the street first. She was doubting herself, didn't know what to do, but she should at least check the street. She cupped her hands around her mouth. "Addie!" She couldn't see her little girl. Where was she? Where? She couldn't hear her. Crying now, tears and gasps fighting their way from her, she started forward again. She began to dial her phone. 911. A car passed. "Help!" she called to the driver, but the word came out as a wheeze. Her imagination barreled forward with nightmare images of police arriving, men and dogs searching, investigators asking her questions. Life without Addie. Sticks and rocks scored the soles of her feet. Her chest burned with exertion. She tried to dial 1, but hit 2 instead. Just as she groped to backspace, she caught sight of something pink. There, ahead, through the trees and shadows. Her hope rose almost painfully. She craned forward, squinting. She ran toward the road, and her view of the sidewalk opened. Addie, unharmed, sat on the bus stop bench, 50 yards away. Relief poured through her. She'd found her. Addie was fine, thank God. She'd pulled a backpack on over her pajamas. The slippers that hung off the edge of the bench swung slowly. She was looking forward at the 2-lane road, carrying cars at high speeds, just inches in front of her. Had she been intending to catch the bus? Alone? She sure didn't appear worried about the mother she'd left behind. "Addie Porter." Addie's face jerked toward her. She froze for a moment at the sight of Celia bearing down on her. Then slowly she unfolded from the bench. Celia took hold of Addie's upper arms and sank to her knees on the sidewalk. "You scared me to death." Addie's expression went slack and fearful. "I didn't know where you'd gone. You're not allowed to leave the apartment like that, not ever. You know that. I told you so many times." Celia became aware of her robe and her dripping hair and tear-wet cheeks. Why did you leave? What are you doing out here?" "I'm going to Texas," Addie answered, so quietly that the wind almost took it. "To see my daddy." Her use of the word daddy jolted Celia. She studied her daughter, trying to understand. Before she'd gotten into the shower, she'd refused to take Addie to see Ty. So Addie had stuffed a backpack and decided to set off alone for Texas? Daddy was someone that Addie would run away from home for? Since when? But Celia knew the answer, since the moment Addie had learned of Ty's injury. You can't go anywhere without me, do you understand? You're 4 years old. Almost 5. What have I told you about leaving the house by yourself? That I'm not to do it. Then why did you? She blinked a few times. I want to live in Holly, Mommy, more than I've ever wanted anything in my whole life. She spoke the words without anger or pouting. She simply stated them, stark in their heartfelt honesty. Daddy's hurt, and he needs us. We have to go to Texas. Celia opened her mouth, voiceless. We have to go, Mommy. Don't you see? Celia was not going to reward Addie's runaway attempt by agreeing to move to Holly. Yet, kneeling there on the sidewalk with cars blaring by, Celia did see. Her destiny had turned. Despite her own misgivings about Ty, and the fact that Addie had only known him a short time, Addie loved him. So much that she'd risked her safety and Celia's anger to go to him. Was Celia ever going to be able to shower again without her child fleeing for the bus stop? Leaving the apartment by yourself is not the way to get what you want, Addie. She expected her sweet child to apologize. Instead, Addie's chin hardened into a mutinous line. Can you say you're sorry? Celia asked. You really scared me. Addie hesitated for a long beat, then shook her head. Addie? Addie frowned, then gave another small, tense shake of her head. The out-and-out terror she'd just experienced had probably shaved 5 years off her life. 5 years. And Addie didn't seem to care. Angrily, she took hold of Addie's wrist and led the way back. Addie's backpack bobbed. Mommy, if we move to Holly... I'm trying to get a hold of my temper. I think it would be better if we didn't say anything more right now. Once they were both back inside the apartment, Addie set down her backpack and went to her room. Celia stood in the foyer, trembling. She wished she had a friend or boyfriend she could rush to, hug and cry all over. If she had someone like that in her life, then she'd have launched into a tirade against Addie and Ty's screwball notions of living in Holly, Texas. She'd have shaken her fist and vigorously defended her decision to stay in Corvallis. She'd have pointed out that common sense was heavily on her side. Right? She looked around at her brightly colored, eclectic apartment. After high school, she'd come to Oregon because she loved it. That love, and perhaps the security of the familiar, had kept her here. Their home, her job, Addie's daycare, Uncle Danny, their small circle of friends, and the only hairstylist in the country who could layer her curly hair properly. Everything was in Corvallis. Everything except Ty. Ty's absence shouldn't matter so much to Addie. He hadn't even been a part of their lives 3 months ago. She lowered into a chair, pulled a throw pillow onto her lap, and toyed with its fringe. Should she have considered Holly more seriously? Looking at it impartially, she had to take into account that Ty had offered her a free house, which would be a windfall for her budget. He'd promised to find her a job. In one of their phone conversations, he'd assured her that he'd add her and Addie to his health insurance if she quit her job in order to move. Even so, she hadn't given Holly any real thought. For one thing, Ty traveled most of the year. It had seemed ridiculous to move to a town Ty didn't actually live in. That argument had changed. He'd probably live in Holly year-round now that the bull riding had ended. So, She was left with just one great objection to a move. She did not want to live in Texas. Wow, Celia, selfish much? For years, she'd held herself up in her own mind as unselfish because she was a single working mom whose life revolved around her child. But she had been selfish in some ways, hadn't she? She hadn't told Ty about her pregnancy. She'd kept the baby and toddler versions of Addie to herself. And she'd written off the option of Holly because she liked Corvallis better. What she liked wasn't the crux of the issue, though. The crux? Whether it was best for Addie to live near both her mother and her father. It might be, possibly, which terrified her. Shoot, she thought. Seriously, this sacrificial stuff bit. On her way to her bedroom to change out of her robe, she spotted Addie's backpack. Pausing, she lifted it and sifted through the contents. Addie had packed her favorite dress, a Rapunzel doll, her ivory blanket, 2 crumpled dollars, a handful of change from her piggy bank, and a matched set of pink cowgirl boots. Other than the morphine drip, Ty liked nothing about hospitals. He'd pressured his male doctors and charmed his female ones until they discharged him. His parents had arrived in Boise yesterday and pushed his wheelchair across 3 airports in order to catch the flights that had returned them to Texas earlier today. Thus, just 48 hours after his accident, Ty was sitting in his leather desk chair in his own home office, his leg propped on an ottoman. If he kept the leg still, it throbbed with pain. If he moved it, the pain turned so needle-sharp it sucked away his breath. After the day he'd had, he should be asleep in bed or stretched out on his living room sofa watching NASCAR. Instead, something like obsession had pulled him to his office to search the internet for details about his accident. He'd read every article he could find and studied photos until his brain had gone dull with exhaustion. Hardest of all to take were the YouTube videos of his ride on Meteor. When his mom delivered dinner to him, he clicked away from YouTube and switched to ESPN. She and his dad had insisted on staying at his place tonight, even though he told them he didn't need them to. When she left the room, Ty ignored the plate of food and went back to YouTube. He stared at the screen in fierce concentration and watched himself go down again and again. He viewed the clips in frame-by-frame slow motion, trying to understand why he'd come off Meteor. Even with all his years of experience, he couldn't see a reason. The people from BRBC and the commentators and writers who'd been interviewed in the articles all said the same thing. He'd been balanced, his form had been right, and then he'd been in the air, caught between riding well and losing everything. His life as a bull rider was over. Maybe he could stomach that if he understood what he'd done wrong. The doorbell rang. Ty eyed the clock on his computer. It was after 9. He felt like dirt and could only hope his mom would follow instructions for once and turn visitors away. He heard feminine voices, then the sound of footsteps nearing his office. Swearing under his breath, he filled the screen with ESPN again. His mom knocked quietly, then peeked into his office with a smile. "You have a visitor. I'll be in the living room if you need anything." His mom disappeared, and Tawny stepped into the doorway. Ty stilled. Her chocolate syrup-colored hair fell over one shoulder almost to her waist. She had on a pink and green dress and high-heeled sandals. She held a casserole dish in her hands. Ty saw Tawny regularly when in Holly, and communicated with her a fair bit over Facebook and text when away. None of that lessened the effect of her up close and personal. She was homecoming queen pretty, with exactly the look he'd always liked best on women. Straight hair, shining blue eyes, long legs that made certain he didn't dwarf her the way he did Celia. "Well, well," Ty smiled and leaned back in his chair, making it creak. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I'd get up to greet you, except I can't stand." "How are you feeling?" "Better now that you're here. Have you dumped the pediatrician yet?" "No." Her expression lit with amusement. "Vance and I are doing very well. Here, I brought you this." Gently, she set the dish on top of a low bookcase. "It's that egg and sausage breakfast casserole you like. I thought it might make things easier on you and your parents in the morning." "You see, Tawny, this is just one more example of how thoughtful you are. You're nice. You've always been nice." It was true. Even when they'd had that big fight, when she'd said she wasn't ready to marry him, even when she told him they were done for good after he'd confessed what had happened in Vegas, she had not slapped him or screamed or cursed his name. "Thanks for bringing me the food." "You're welcome." She folded her arms lightly. "Are you doing okay? Really?" "Yep." "In a lot of pain?" He shrugged, lied. "No." "What have they told you about your recovery?" "Just that I have a lot of physical therapy in my future." He flicked his fingers across the top of the big brace that covered most of his left leg. "I'll have to wear this for several weeks. Then they'll switch it to something thinner." She nodded, full of sympathy. "Will they let you exercise?" Tawny knew him well enough to know that he needed his running. "The only cardio they'll let me do is swimming. I'm allowed to do upper body weightlifting." "What can I do to help you?" "You can get yourself single. You're really still dating Dr. Amateur?" "Dr. Amsteeder and I are still dating, yes." "He hasn't bored you silly yet with all that talk about himself?" "He'd bored Ty silly with it, the 2 times he'd met the guy." "Not yet." "How long have you been together?" "About a year." "Huh." Ty scratched his jaw. "You usually stay with your boyfriends between 14 and 18 months. The doctor's running out of time." "Is that so?" "I've been patient for years, but as soon as you break up with Amateur, I'm going to put a ring on your finger." She regarded him with such open feminine speculation that he forgot about the pain in his leg. "Are you divorced yet, Ty?" "I can be tomorrow if you'd give me a reason." She held his gaze for the length of a few heartbeats, then broke the moment with an airy laugh. "Go ahead and stay married. Vance and I are happy together." The pain in his leg returned. "You'll continue to be happy for 2 to 6 more months. Then it'll tank." "I think he might be the one." "I'm the one, as you well know." He tugged at his t-shirt, then spread his hands. "Me." "I'm glad to see you're feeling like your usual self. I'll be praying for you, and I'll call your mom tomorrow to see how you're doing." "Stay." "I can't. Vance is baking me peach cobbler for dessert." "What man does that? Is he even straight?" She waved and walked out of sight in the direction of the front door. "Thanks for coming," he called. "You're welcome," she called back. Tawny Bettenfield had been raised on fried okra and good manners. Her dentist father and stay-at-home mother had sheltered her and done all the things small-town Southern parents should do with their daughters: take them to church, teach them to ride, encourage them to be cheerleaders, and pay for sequin dresses so they could compete for Miss Teen Texas. Ty had met Tawny in the 1st grade. Back then she'd had 2 perfect brown pigtails and worn ironed dresses. She'd been sweet and easy to get along with. When he'd gotten out of the service and they'd started dating, she'd still been sweet and easy to get along with. She loved Holly as much as he did and wanted to live here all her life. She was a lady. She was a Texan, for pity's sake. Ty had known since their very first date that the two of them were destined for each other. He swiveled his chair to face his computer and went back to the videos of his final ride. He watched them long after his mom's attempt to get him to go to bed. Watched them past midnight, then 1 o'clock. When at last he shut down his computer, he was no closer to understanding what had caused his fall. He used his arms to push himself to standing, hissing at the pain. Blasted knee. He set his crutches under his arms and made his way slowly down the hallway and through his master bedroom. Crutches, foot, crutches, foot, agony knifing up his leg into his hip and ribs. By the time he reached his bathroom, his hands were shaking. He fumbled through the medicine bottles the hospital had given him as a party favor. Anti-inflammatories, antibiotics. Cursing, he grabbed a bottle off the counter and squinted at it through the headache pounding the front of his skull. Vicodin. Don't mind if I do. He couldn't remember and didn't care how long it had been since his last dose. He cared even less about how many pills that pansy doctor in Idaho wanted him to take each time. He drank water from the sink spout and swallowed too. If he'd had the strength for a shower, he'd have showered. Turned out it was all he could manage to get himself from the light of his bathroom to the dark of his bed. His knee screamed at him as he lifted it onto the mattress. Once he'd gotten it settled, he peeled off his shirt and rested against a stack of pillows with a groan. His house echoed with emptiness. His future had turned gray, his purpose grayer. Where was Celia? That he knew the answer didn't stop the question from coming. Since he'd wrecked his knee, the fact that she and Addie lived in Oregon irritated him constantly, which must be why he thought about Celia so much. Every time he woke, her. When out of it with drugs, her. When tired, when surrounded by his family, when the pain was worst, her, her, her. Tawny had been here a few hours ago, yet as soon as he'd stretched out here on his bed, who had he thought of? He wanted Celia and Addie to move to Holly more than he wanted pain meds or sleep or even health. It wasn't logical. He bent an elbow over his eyes. A while back, Celia had lectured him about trying to buy them stuff. He'd heard her. But, in his experience, money got things done. He'd never been a patient man. It wasn't in him to sit around politely, doing nothing except hoping that Addie and Celia would move to Holly. He needed to get them to Texas. He knew exactly what gift he'd purchased Addie for her birthday. And tomorrow, he'd buy Celia a house. We've got to stop meeting like this, Celia thought, staring at her online bank account. This weekly date of ours depresses me to no end. Planting an elbow on the kitchen table, she dropped the side of her head into her hand. She still needed to pay the electric bill, and Addie would need school supplies. Her cell phone rang, the sudden sound startling her. She flipped the phone face up, confirming two suspicions. It was after 10:30 at night. It was Ty calling. Since his injury 3 days prior, he'd called her often. He'd gotten grumpier and become even more blunt. All of which she could deal with far better if this weak, melty feeling would quit coming over her whenever she thought of him. A cowboy had been stampeded by a bull, called her eyes crazy pretty, and boom, she'd gone to mush. Disgusting. She brought her phone to her ear. Hello? A purposefully businesslike tone. I want you to move to Holly. May I ask who's calling? I've been real patient about this whole thing, but now I mean business. I want you to move here. Seriously? Huh, you don't say.
Do you have 5 hours? I'm about to go over all the reasons again while you and Addie should move here.
Thanks, but I don't really want to hear them.
Well, I'm going to tell them to you anyway.
I'm considering it, Ty. She said the words calmly. They held enough power, however, to stretch silence across the line. She could sense the weight of his surprise. I'm considering moving to Holly.
I'll have a truck at your door tomorrow.
I only said I was considering it.
Well, consider this. If you don't move here, the house I just bought you will have to sit empty.
Her spine snapped straight, and she frowned at the reflection of herself visible in the sliding glass door. A puff of curly hair on a slim frame. You bought us a house?
I thought about just emailing you a copy of the deed, but I didn't want to be pushy.
In your case, the not pushy ship sailed long ago.
School's starting in 3 weeks, sweet one. I wanted to have a house ready in case y'all decide to come to Holly.
You bought us a house. Seriously?
You can hang your hat on it.
She assumed that was Texan for yes. When you've mentioned buying us a house in the past, I've advised you against it, Ty.
It made me happy to buy it, Celia.
I think you're using the gifts as a shortcut to get what you want.
Is it working?
Absolutely not. She chewed the edge of her lip, curiosity overcoming her desire to remain impervious. What does the house look like?
It looks like a cross between a shoebox and a dollhouse. I don't like it a bit, so I figured you'd love it.
She smiled and tapped her pencil on the tabletop. Her gaze ran down the computer's list of her withdrawals. Here's my concern.
Yes?
Let's just say that we relocate all the way across the country. Maybe Addie and I take a liking to our new house. Maybe it's even possible that you can find me a job.
Oh, I can find you a job. I'm like a king down here.
She snorted.
I'm still waiting, he said, to hear the concern part.
I'm concerned that you can't afford to be so generous anymore. It looks to me like your career is kaput. She could hear him shifting, as if readjusting his position in bed.
I'm embarrassed to have to tell you this, Celia. I really am. I was hoping to keep it a secret because my image as a dumb hick cowboy is important to me.
I'm pretty sure nothing will ever threaten your image as a dumb hick cowboy.
I've had a little bit of luck with the stock market.
Celia knitted her forehead.
The BRPC paid me well, but let's just say the stock market has paid better. Way back in the early days, I invested what I made off riding. And then that made money, and then that made money, and so on.
Do you have a financial planner, or do you invest the money yourself?
Myself. But if you tell anyone in Holly about this, I'll be mad. I'll have to, I don't know, pay you back by taking Addie to a PG movie.
You're a stock market investment guru?
I can easily afford a car that's the size of a Coke can and an itty-bitty house.
Will you email me some pictures of the house?
Yes. Will you move to Holly? Soon? I want to see you so I can argue with you in person.
Will you email me the pictures tonight? Like in the next 10 minutes?
Man, you're bossy. I have a blown-out knee, you know.
Don't pretend you don't have some sort of computerized device right beside you in bed.
I know something else I'd rather have right beside me in bed.
His voice had a smooth, rough timbre, like hot, nutty caramel. Desire coiled in Celia's stomach. She'd have chided him for the comment, except that chiding only encouraged him. Just email me the pictures, showboat. Your sweet-talking has no effect on me.
You sure? My sweet-talking is known to work pretty well on most females. No effect on you whatsoever?
None, she lied.
What if I were to tell you how much I like your—
Nope, no effect whatsoever. Once they disconnected, she pulled up her email. She hit the button to retrieve mail over and over, until at last an email from Ty arrived. Celia downloaded the images of the house. Oh. She stared, rapt, at a small Victorian. It had been painted French blue, with paler blue trim and lots of old and intricate white gingerbread accents. Instead of regular roof shingles, it had small shingles that formed half circles at the bottom. The porch's snowy white fence and posts wrapped around the front and one side of the house. It looked like the kind of backyard playhouse a millionaire's little girl might have dreamed of, only bigger. The next image showed a close-up of the entry. The front door had been crafted from beautiful old mahogany and inset with 4 square panes of beveled glass. The final photo pictured what must be the living room, a cheery space full of windows. Sunlight cascaded in, illuminating a fireplace and mouth-watering wooden floors. Swiftly and uninvited, a deep love for the place clutched at Celia's heart. Ty, the terrible scoundrel, the bum-legged charmer, didn't play fair. Over the next few days, Celia and Addie shared some serious conversations about the realities of moving. Celia pointed out the differences in climate, the loss of Uncle Danny, Addie's friends, her favorite parks, their apartment, the pool. Addie assured Celia that except for Uncle Danny, she'd give the rest up. For them both, Danny was the deal-breaker. He'd moved to Oregon specifically for them, to be their family. How could they abandon him? Whenever Celia thought about doing so, her stomach twisted. She relied on him, but he also relied on her. When Danny dropped by their house a few evenings later, Celia pulled him into her backyard garden, closing the slider behind them. "Has Addie mentioned anything to you about the possibility of us, moving to Holly, Texas?"
"Yeah, she has. Are you thinking about it?"
Looking at him, Celia's courage faded. Why had she wasted her time and Addie's hope even considering the idea of Holly? They couldn't leave Uncle Danny. "Don't worry. I don't think it's going to happen."
"Worry? I'd love to move to Holly, Texas."
Celia's attention honed on him. He shrugged, then smiled, the whites of his eyes bright against his tan.
"I'm ready for a change, you know. I'm not used to staying in one place too long. It's not good for my adventurous vibe."
"You'd be willing to move with us?"
"Wherever you go, I go. We're a team."
Gratitude and love coursed through her.
"Besides, the dating pool here has run dry, see, in a bad way. Did I tell you it didn't work out between Sandy and me?"
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"I could deal with her ventilator's squeaky little wheels and the tube under her nose and all, but when she told me she doesn't like the beach because it's too windy—"
"You knew right away she wasn't the woman for you."
"I bet they have some fine women down there in the Lone Star State."
In bed that night, Celia's mind was filled with the decisions that hung before her. She had her finances to consider, schools, the packing and unpacking, that gingerbread house, the question of whether she could stand to live so close to Ty, the question of what would be best for Addie. "Daddy's hurt, and he needs us." She recalled Addie speaking those words at the bus stop the day she'd run away. The breeze had stirred strands of her hair, and emotion had glittered in her eyes. "We have to go to Texas." Celia shifted onto her side, then her stomach. Finally, she flipped onto her back and stared at the ceiling. She'd just made her choice, a realization that caused her pulse to pick up speed. In the end, her decision had had little to do with the gingerbread house and everything to do with the things she cared about most in the world, her daughter's well-being. Addie's contentment was her only goal, and in Holly, Addie would be able to live near Ty. She wouldn't be split across a country, always missing him. Celia might come to regret every microfiber of this decision. Probably would, in fact. But there were no guarantees in life. You had to navigate the path the best you could, try to discern what was right, and then hope mightily for the best. They were going to move to Texas. Chapter 12. Celia and Addie sat side by side and held hands as their 737 made its final descent into the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. A bright and cloudless afternoon sky surrounded them. Below, a metropolis waited. From her middle seat, Celia could see freeways, a cluster of skyscrapers in the distance, tracts of homes, lakes, and brushstrokes of brownish vegetation. No hills or thick swaths of green trees. No bowl-you-over natural beauty. She swallowed a queasy ball of second guesses and moved her attention to her daughter. No uncertainty there. A grin stretched Addie's cheeks as she pressed her forehead against the porthole-style window and devoured the view. The plane turned, righted itself, turned. The landing gear moved into place with a grind and a thump. Then at last they landed with a set of bumps. Addie shot Celia a look of breathless delight. "We're here!" "Yes? Texas. A state famous for barbecue, ranches, the Alamo, and the assassination of JFK. Addie bounced, buzzed about Ty and Ty's house and Holly, then returned to gazing out the window. Celia rested her head against the seat back and let her lids sink closed. Everything had happened too fast. She'd decided to relocate just 10 days ago. 10 days that had passed in a blur and left her with a sentimental burn in her throat. When she turned in her notice at work, her boss had immediately promoted the girl who'd been holding the position under Celia's. Her replacement was so adept that Celia had been asked to stay at her post for only 1 additional week. Her boss had assumed she was doing Celia a favor. But in some respects, Celia would have preferred to work longer, so that she'd have had more time to say goodbye to the town that had been her home since the age of 18. From halfway across the country, and convalescing from a blown-out knee, Ty had organized their relocation at warp speed. He'd had movers at River Run carrying her bed from her apartment before she'd been ready. He'd bought them plane tickets before she'd given final approval to the flight schedule. He'd called and asked Uncle Danny, without her permission, if they could stay with him their last few nights in Corvallis, so that the truck with their stuff and the person driving their Prius cross-country would have a head start. Celia and Addie waited to deplane, then walked through the terminal to a revolving door leading into the baggage claim area. A middle-aged man stood a short distance away. He wore a neat black suit and held a sheet of paper that said, "Sweet One." Hysterical, Celia thought darkly. She and Ty had haggled over the issue of who would pick them up from the airport. Ty's doctors had forbid him from driving, and Celia had asked Ty not to send his family. The Porters were a large group, strong-willed, and probably not very kindly disposed toward her. In the end, Celia had agreed to let Ty send a driver to meet them at DFW. She approached the man and gave him an apologetic smile. "I think you might be here for me." "Your name, ma'am?" "Celia Porter." His eyes crinkled with good-natured humor. "I am indeed here for you." He took their carry-ons and led them toward the automatic doors. When they exited the heavily air-conditioned airport, they walked into greenhouse-humid, furnace-hot outside air. It enveloped Celia with such ghastly power that she cut to a stop and wheezed. Addie looked around, beatific. Their driver continued on. What was this temperature? 115? 150? Hot enough to slow-cook a roast, that's for sure. Addie took her hand and tugged. Come on, Mommy. They followed their driver into a covered parking area. Celia had been expecting a simple town car, but the man stopped next to a stretch limo. Its long white body had been covered at all angles with gaudy cartoon-style artwork depicting broncos, spurs, 10-gallon hats, stars, and footballs. The slogan, "Everything's bigger in Texas," scrolled across the side in cursive. Texas flags whipped from all four corners, and longhorns had been mounted on the car's front, like the masthead of a ship. Addie giggled. An embarrassed blush darkened Celia's cheeks. She'd been on Texas soil for less than 30 minutes, and already she wanted to kill Ty. I wish Uncle Danny were here, Mom. He'd like this car. Yes, he probably would. When will he get here? He said he'd be here by your birthday. Danny had opted to hit the open road and spend several days en route between Oregon and Texas, stopping wherever spontaneity led. The driver held open the limo's rear door for them, and Celia had no choice but to bundle Addie into the Yee-Haw limo and scoot in after her. Was it safe for a child to ride in this thing? The Texas mobile had space for 12 adults, 2 flat screens, and a bar. She and Addie took the spots at the rear. In the event of a collision, Addie would be thrown forward 20 feet. Isn't this fun? Look at this. Addie pointed to the carpeted ceiling and the LED lights embedded in it. Once she'd gotten Addie into her booster and fastened their seatbelts, the car started forward. Air vents pounded Celia's face and chest with artificially cold air. What have I done moving here? Addie spent the next hour peppering Celia with questions, sipping ginger ale on the rocks, and flipping TV channels. Eventually the city's sprawl fell away. Fields opened around them, and a good while later they passed Holly's city limit sign. Celia's first impressions: space and flatness. Electrical poles marched down the road, upright and symmetrical. Open slatted fences enclosed plots of land, some bare, some dotted with horses or cattle. They passed an old clapboard church with a historical placard out front, a few windmills, and a sign advertising a cowboy church held at the Swingin' S Ranch. Holly's police station, city hall, and volunteer fire department all shared the same parking lot. Eventually the limo hung a left onto a street that felt far more country than residential. Ty didn't live in a neighborhood of homes so much as a neighborhood of ranches. As the street carried them further from civilization, Celia spotted occasional houses set back amid the dip and roll of trees and acres. Are we almost there? Addie asked for the 20th time. I think so. Is this where Daddy lives? It looks like it. See? Celia pointed to a mailbox inscribed with Porter. They turned onto a paved drive that took them gently uphill. A fenced pasture hugged the road on the right side. The left side had been left to fend for itself. No sign of a house yet. Inside Celia, nervousness hummed. She'd spoken with Ty often, but hadn't laid eyes on him since his last visit to Corvallis. She glanced down and smoothed her white peasant shirt. The flat-front turquoise shorts and T-strap sandals she'd chosen to wear with it had seemed presentable when she'd picked them. Now she wasn't so sure. A house came into view, big and expensive, with simple landscaping that could have been managed by sprinklers and a mowing crew alone. Too new, in Celia's opinion, to have much character. Brown brick covered a majority of the exterior, smooth stucco a minority. Other than the dark wooden posts and buttresses that framed the front entry, there wasn't much decorative detail about the place, and certainly no feminine touches. Celia and Addie unfolded from the limo into the fist-punching heat. Addie's hand whispered upward and found Celia's. Her girl, who'd been so confident, looked to have been stricken by a sudden case of self-consciousness. The front door opened, and a couple hurried out. Ty's parents, maybe? They were about the right age. A hearty-looking brunette wearing beige capris, a melon-colored cotton top, and sensible sandals led the charge. A slim cowboy, neat as a pin, followed her. Celia and Addie walked toward them, tense. These two had reason to dislike her, Celia knew. She only prayed they wouldn't make their dislike obvious in front of Addie. "Welcome," the woman called, waving. "Oh, have we been looking forward to this. John and I have been waiting there in the front room all afternoon, thinking you might drive up at any moment, and here you are." The couple drew within speaking distance. "I'm Nancy, and this is John. We're Ty's parents." "I'm Celia. The person who married your son in a 24-hour Las Vegas wedding chapel, then hid your granddaughter from you." "Nice to meet you both." "Good to meet you," John answered, his expression friendly. The gray streak that ran through the front of Nancy's hair matched the color of her eyes that shone with what looked like true affection. She reached out and gave Celia's upper arm a squeeze. "I've been nagging Ty for weeks about wanting to meet you. What a pleasure." Celia had no idea how to react in the face of their undeserved grace. Nancy and John's attention focused on Addie with fascination, admiration, and tenderness. A shine came into Nancy's eyes. She placed her hands together and lifted them to cover her chin and mouth. "This is Addie." Celia smoothed a hand over her daughter's hair. Nancy lowered onto her knees before the girl, bracing her palms on her thighs. She gave Addie a smile of such love-struck joy that the sight of it caused emotion to clutch at Celia's throat. "I'm glad you're here, Addie," Nancy said. "Thank you for coming." "You're welcome." Addie pushed her teal glasses higher on her nose. "It makes us so happy." Nancy reached out for John, twining his hand with hers and bringing him forward. "It makes us both so happy that you and your mom are going to live here." "It makes me happy, too." "Oh, sweetie. Oh my, you're a beautiful girl." "Thank you. Ty says that you like princesses. Will you come inside and tell me about them?" Addie nodded. They walked up the pathway, parade style, Nancy launching into conversation with Addie, John and the driver insisting on pulling the carry-ons. Like the exterior, the interior of Ty's house served up the color brown. Walnut-hued wood floors, khaki walls, furniture that wasn't modern or traditional, but somewhere in between. It reminded Celia of a pared-down furniture showroom, with no personal element to it. "Oh!" Nancy pressed a hand to her forehead. "I was supposed to tell Ty the minute y'all pulled in. I got so excited I forgot." "No problem. He's not going to be happy with me. He's been a bear to deal with while he's been waiting for y'all to get here." "I'll go tell him we've arrived." Nancy explained where to find the master bedroom. Then she and John ushered Addie into the kitchen with a promise of a drink and a snack. A Berber carpeted hallway on the far side of the foyer took Celia past what she assumed to be Ty's home office to a half-open doorway. Ty's bedroom. Stopping on the threshold, she peered in. He was reclining on his bed, propped up by pillows against the headboard. He had in earbuds and was reading an issue of Money magazine, and was wearing reading glasses. Glasses? Light from the lamp on his bedside table shifted through his hair and glinted off his sterling watch. He wore a gray t-shirt that said Under Armour across the front. Since their high school days, she'd never seen him in anything but jeans, but this afternoon he had on a pair of cargo shorts, likely to make room for the bulky brace on his leg that began at some point beneath the hem of his shorts and continued to below his calf. He'd focused his attention on the magazine, but he didn't appear at peace. A troubled groove etched between his brows, and his profile had an air of pained darkness to it. A rush of treacherous compassion washed over Celia. Ty had always been healthy, handsome, and a little too devil-may-care daring, but in some mysterious way, that was how Ty Porter was meant to exist in the world. They had their issues. Even so, they'd managed to establish an odd sort of friendship. She was sorry he'd lost his bull riding, which had meant so much to him. Sorry, too, because by the looks of his expression, the leg hurt him mercilessly. Toughen up, Celia. She had a lot of tenderness to give to a man someday. She just couldn't afford to give it to this particular man. She pushed his door open. Instantly, Ty's face turned in her direction. Those blue eyes, eyes that could twist a girl's soul into a knot, focused on her intently. For a long moment he said nothing, and neither did she. The air hung between them, thick, but drawing thinner and thinner. Chapter 13. She was here. Celia, standing in his bedroom without warning. Real and here. Here, thank God. Finally. Ty took what felt like his first deep breath since his accident. She was prettier than in his memory, so pretty he drank in the sight of her like water. He'd forgotten that her curls had a touch of red in them, and just how much the disarray of her hair contrasted with the natural, clean-lined features of her face. He'd forgotten her exact height, or in this case, her lack of it. What he'd remembered, how perfectly her curves were proportioned to her slender body. The forest fairy. It sure had taken her long enough to come to him. With a slow motion, he twisted a finger into his earbud cord and pulled them free. He'd only been wearing them because his mom was more likely to leave him alone when he had them in. As Celia moved toward his bed, she arched a brow at him and crossed her arms. His family, friends, Tawny, and Holly's church ladies had been treating him like a cracked piece of glass for the past couple of weeks. But based on the look on her face, Celia wasn't going to go that route. She was about to unload a pile of attitude on him. Celia on the telephone and in his thoughts was nothing compared to her in the flesh. She stopped a few feet away, took in his brace, and then his face. "You went to great lengths to get us here. I'll give you that." His lips hitched up on one side. "It worked, didn't it? I like to get my way." "What are you going to do the next time you want your way? Full-body cast?" "If necessary." "Are the glasses and the magazine a costume?" "Meaning?" "You knew I was coming, so I'm guessing you dug up some glasses and bought a Money magazine and waited for me to find you like this so you'd look cerebral." "Interesting theory." "I feel like Daphne from Scooby-Doo." "Is it hard to believe I might need glasses for reading, Daphne from Scooby-Doo?" "It's hard to believe that you can read at all." Ty tilted back his head and laughed. How long had it been since he'd laughed? Since whenever she'd made him laugh the last time, he guessed. He pulled off his glasses and set them and the magazine aside. "When I got off the plane," she said, "the chauffeur was holding up a sign that said, sweet one."
"Really? I've no idea what you mean."
"Right. And thanks so much for sending a limo that only Conway Twitty and children under the age of 10 would love."
"Did Addie like it?"
"Yes, but she's under 10. I, on the other hand, nearly died of embarrassment."
"Good."
He pushed his upper body to a sitting position with one arm and extended his other toward her.
"Would you mind helping me up?"
He didn't need help. It wasn't like he was uncoordinated, or like this was the first or even second time in his life he'd had to get around on crutches. Automatically, she gripped his hand. The moment she did, he leaned back hard onto his pillows, pulling her on top of him. Celia's forearms landed squarely against his chest, her hips across the mattress's edge. Her breath gasped inward. His impulsive decision to tug her down with him might have surprised her, but it ended up stunning Ty. Because in response to the feel of her body braced against his, intense longing flooded him. His senses registered her softness, the scent of lemons mixed with sweetness, the sight of her face hovering inches above his. Every shred of humor fell from him. His blood began to beat against his wrists, his neck. The doubt and pain of the past couple weeks disappeared until he could see nothing but her. "You tricked me," she accused.
"Yes?"
His gaze moved to her lips.
"I'm no good. You knew that already."
He pressed a hand up her neck, into her hair, drew her to him, and kissed her. She hesitated, and then melted against him, letting him take more of her weight. His streak of 5.5 years without kissing a woman, broken. Groaning, he fisted his free hand into the fabric at the small of her back. He couldn't believe she was letting him do this. His entire body roared with heat and possessiveness. He'd never felt anything like this, nothing half so. She yanked back, and smack, slapped him. Ty's face snapped to the side. He brought it back around in time to watch her take 2 fast steps away from the bed. A spark caught fire in her eyes and began to blaze. "Did you just slap me?" Ty didn't care all that much about the slap. She was tiny and hit like a girl, but he did care that she'd ended the kiss. He felt like a wolf who'd had its food jerked away. "Did you just kiss me?" she demanded.
"You slapped me," he said slowly, scowling. "I've a blown-out knee.
"I'll blow out your other one if you ever try to kiss me again. How dare you?"
"You were enjoying it."
She opened her mouth but said nothing. Her chest rising and falling with outraged breath, she pushed her fists against her hips.
"You enjoyed it, and you can bet your bottom dollar that I enjoyed it."
With a wince, he pushed both his legs over the side of the bed.
"Come back over here so I can kiss you some more."
"Absolutely not." He glanced down at his shirt, where she'd wrinkled the fabric in 2 places by bunching it between her fists during their kiss.
"You plumb near ripped my shirt. Are you going to try to tell me you don't want to come back over here and kiss me?"
"In my head, I don't want to kiss you. Not at all." She sniffed, lifted her chin. "But, there for a second, my body did want to, I admit." He wished he had the use of both legs, so he could go after her, corner her against a wall, any wall, and kiss her cheeks, her shoulders, her hands. As it was, he reached for his crutches and pushed to standing on his good leg. He leaned forward on the crutches, watching her intently, waiting. "I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Ty. I do have a weakness for you. I wish I didn't, but I do."
"I have the same weakness for you. These last weeks since I hurt myself, I've missed you. I've about gone wild waiting for you to get here."
"That doesn't make sense, Ty. I haven't been in your life for years. Why would you start missing me now?"
"I don't know."
She pressed her palms to her temples. "This is crazy." He lifted an eyebrow. "Crazy powerful." Her arms dropped, and she regarded him with extreme caution. "What about Tawny?" "What about her? She's dating someone else." "If you want to marry her, don't you think you should hold off on kissing other women until she's free?" "I did think so. But now I've changed my mind." He hadn't planned on kissing Celia, but once he'd pulled her half on top of him, he hadn't been able to stop himself. Tawny hadn't crossed his mind. And he didn't want Tawny in his mind now, either. Not when kissing Celia again struck him as the best idea he'd had in a decade. "Come over here and kiss me, sweet one. We'll see if we can figure everything out that way." "Stop saying things like that. We can't kiss. Not ever again. I'm serious, Ty. Don't—" He read plain truth in her. "Don't mess around with me, all right?" "I don't want to mess around with you. I want to talk straight up about the chemistry between us." He gestured between them. "Is it possible there might be something here?" "There can't be anything here. We're just friends." "We're married." "Only because—" Her voice faltered a bit, but she squared her shoulders and kept on. "We haven't signed the divorce papers yet." Since his fall, the thought of Celia had been the only thing that had calmed him during the rotten therapy sessions, the boredom, the regret over his lost career. He felt so many contradictory things for her and didn't understand any of them. He only knew that he'd never expected her to let him kiss her, but she had, and his strongest urge was to keep on kissing her until sunrise. Maybe going so long without physical contact with women hadn't been the best idea. He'd been trying to be honorable. Except he wasn't honorable, and couldn't buy honorable. He was dishonorable. And now that long stretch of self-denial may have made him stone-cold insane, too. Brutal pain pounded his leg, and the muscles in his neck had gone hard as stone. "We need to think about Addie," she said. "You think divorce is the best thing for Addie?" "At least it would give her closure. You must have noticed that she has hopes for you and me in the romance department." Every night on the phone, Addie went out of her way to tell him how pretty and sweet and basically eligible her mom was. If she saw us holding hands or kissing or anything like that, Ty, it would fill her head with all kinds of false ideas. She'd get hurt in the end, and I can't allow that. "I don't want to hurt her." Some of the starch went out of her. "I know you don't." Ty didn't need Celia to spell out why Addie was a relationship killer for them. He got it. Frustrated, he frowned at the view beyond one of his bedroom windows. Addie was almost 5 years old, obsessed with princesses, and innocent enough to put stock in happily ever after. She believed him to be better than he was, so of course she wanted him and Celia to become a true husband and wife. If the two of them started down that path only to have things fall apart again, she'd be crushed. He pushed a hand through his hair and wished for Vicodin. How long had it been since he'd taken his last dose? "Ty?" He turned his attention to her, beautiful, maddening her, who somehow, since his accident, had become important to him. She looked edgy and mistrusting. He could put her back at ease with charm, he knew. All his life he'd used it to get himself out of scrapes. It was as old and comfortable as one of his custom-made saddles. "Are you going to put that no-touching rule of yours back in place?" He regarded her with wry humor. "Yes." "What about for medicinal reasons? Like, right now, for instance, I could use some support to get to the living room." "There's no way I'm falling for that a second time." "What if I touch you real respectfully?
Like if I run my fingertip over your wrist or something.
No.
Well, just so we're clear, you can touch me any time you want.
Thanks, but no, I'd rather,
Drink high-fructose corn syrup, he supplied.
When she released a huff of unwilling laughter, he knew he'd gotten their relationship back on its usual footing. He started from the room, swinging his brace smoothly, making fast progress on his crutches. Celia followed.
I'm ready to show you your new house, he said.
Don't you think Addie and I need to spend some time visiting with your parents first?
10 minutes?
At least an hour.
Ty groaned.
Addie must have heard them coming, because when he rounded an archway and spotted her sitting at his kitchen table, her head had already turned in his direction. "Daddy!" she cried. That one word stopped him in his tracks and stole his voice. Her face bright with excitement, she ran to him and hugged his good leg. He hugged her back as much as his crutches would allow. Love for her swelled within him. My little girl, he thought with fierce pride. He'd missed the first years of her life, but she'd called him Daddy anyway because her heart was big and generous enough to make room for him. He liked just about every female he'd ever met, starting with his mother right on up. But no child had ever greeted him with such happiness, and none had ever called him Daddy. She looked up at him. He smiled at her.
Hi, Addie.
Hi. He wanted to be her daddy. It was true, what he'd just been thinking, that Addie believed him to be better than he was. When she looked at him like this, though, he wanted to be the man she thought he was. He'd accomplished some things in his life, but when it came down to it, none of it amounted to anything compared to this. No matter what, he was dead set on being Addie's protector, provider, and biggest fan. The one who'd be there for every important moment in her life from now on, clapping and believing in her. Her daddy. "Are you doing okay?" She patted his arm softly.
Yes. How about you?
"Doing good."
I see you've got your boots on.
She beamed.
If this car were any smaller, it'd be a jelly bean.
"Jelly bean?"
Addie giggled from her booster seat in the back of the Prius. Ha 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 ha, Celia pretended hilarity. From now on, I'm going to call this car the Green Jelly Bean. Ty attempted to straighten his good leg. I think Toyota made this car for those short people from The Wizard of Oz. More laughter from Addie.
This car is a perfect size. Celia wasn't about to let him cast aspersions on her car, even if it did insult his masculinity to ride in a small hybrid, and worse, to let a woman drive. Ty and Addie launched into a conversation about The Wizard of Oz, a movie Celia hadn't yet deemed Addie old enough to watch. Celia gripped the steering wheel at 10 and 2. They were on their way from Ty's house to her new house, and she'd just come off an hour-long visit with Ty's parents. Ty'd spent the whole visit staring at her and failing to keep up his share of the conversation. She'd had to compensate for him, even though her own thoughts were in a complete clamor. The whole time she'd been answering Nancy and John's questions, in her mind she'd been pointing a finger at their big, handsome son and shrieking, "He just kissed me! He just kissed me!" Ty had kissed her. He wasn't allowed to kiss her. No, he was a grown man. He was allowed to do whatever he wanted. It was more that she wasn't allowed to kiss him back. She had, though. The memory made her cheeks flame. She'd been so surprised when he'd tugged her to him, and then so immersed in the most instantaneous storm of desire that she'd kissed him back. And not half-heartedly. No, quite passionately. So passionately, she'd almost fainted from the bliss of it. For years her libido had lain dormant, except for the occasional wistful twinge over a scholarly-looking professor or doctoral candidate. How could it have betrayed her by showing up now, and with such force, for him? "Turn here." Celia turned onto a street lined with Victorian houses, working to focus on the neighborhood instead of the man sitting so uncomfortably near. The houses reminded her of perfectly constructed confections made by a master pastry chef, each one beautiful, fancy, and entirely unique. She spotted delicately crafted small Victorians, big and imposing ones, exquisitely imagined, and set to their best advantage on lots ripe with old trees. All had been frosted with the prettiest palette of colors: pink, blue, eggshell, peach, green, 3 and 4 hues on every one. Old-fashioned light posts decorated with hanging baskets of flowers stood at regular intervals along the sidewalk. "Left," Ty said. A block and a half later he pointed. "Here's yours." Celia pulled into the driveway and leaned forward, taking in the sight of it. Yours, he'd said. Her gingerbread house. He'd assured her that he'd given it to her with no strings attached. She hoped so. Hoped, all at once, that he wouldn't want more kisses in exchange for the mortgage. It boasted 2 shades of blue, lots of frilly woodwork, and a wraparound white porch. Thanks to the pictures Ty had emailed to her, she recognized it the way she would have a long-lost friend. It was even cuter than it had appeared online, in part because of the charming and historic streets that surrounded it. The 3 of them made their way across the lawn. Celia used the new key Ty had given her to unlock the front door, admitting them into an interior that smelled pleasantly like pine-scented cleaner and old wood. A hallway led straight ahead. Addie hooked a left into the living room, so Celia and Ty followed. A fireplace, surrounded by gleaming custom woodwork, dominated one wall, while windows dominated the others. The previous owners had painted the space a soft dove gray, and the thick baseboards and crown moldings cream. "I left the walls the way they were." Ty lifted a muscular arm to scratch the back of his neck. "I figured you'd want to pick out your own paint colors." "I do. Thank you." This was so awkward. To pretend normalcy with him when her head brimmed with memories of having been plastered against his chest. Addie peppered Ty with questions Celia hardly registered as they moved from the living room into a dining room that offered a large built-in china cabinet. The kitchen filled one back corner of the house. More gray paint. Appliances that had all been purchased in the last decade. Lovely marble countertops. Several rectangular windows, which meant lots of lower cabinets, but few uppers. It was a kitchen to cook in. A kitchen she could cook in. She could easily picture herself whipping together her Thanksgiving sweet potato casserole here, or Christmas cookies, or the egg dish she and Addie always ate on Easter morning. With a direct view to the outside, she could even bake while watching Addie play in the backyard. Assuming, that is, that the weather would eventually cool to something in the vicinity of what human beings could tolerate. When they moved into the hallway, Ty motioned his head toward a closed door. "This is your room, Addie. But let's come back to it. Best for last, right?" "Right." The bathroom floor had been tiled with small octagonal tiles, all white except for a row of black about a half-foot from the walls. They'd almost returned to the entry area. Ty pointed with a crutch to the airy and spacious room at the front of the house. "I thought you might like this for your room, Celia." Just the way he said your room made her skin flush. Clearly she'd been deprived of male attention for too long. "It's beautiful." Age-scarred wooden floors. views of the front and side yards. The space sat empty except for a single box, a shoebox maybe, that waited in the center of the room. What's this? A housewarming gift. Celia bent and flipped open the lid, uncovering a pair of women's cowgirl boots in the classic style. Pointed toe, mid-sized heel. They'd been fashioned out of gray leather with fancy scrolling and stitching all over them. Aren't those cool, Mom? They are. I told Daddy to get you pink ones, like mine, but he said you'd like gray boots more than pink, even though you're a little bit of a hippie. A hippie? She angled a look at Ty. He shrugged. She wasn't a cowgirl boot-wearing type of woman. Plus, she had no intention of accepting any more gifts from him. Once they were out of Addie's earshot, she'd try to convince him to return them and keep the money. Thanks for the boots. You're welcome. My room now? Addie stared at Ty with the stillness of a dog watching a squirrel. Your room, Addie, he agreed. Addie hurried to her doorway, waited for them to join her, then swung the door open. Oh, she gasped. The rest of the house was vacant, but Addie's room had been done up in royal princess style. A wash of pale pink covered 3 of the walls. The 4th wall, at the head of the 4-post double bed, blazed hot pink. A hand-painted and glittering silver tiara had been painted above the bed. Ty or his female decorator, or someone, had bought a matched set of white furniture. A chandelier dripped handfuls of pink crystals. The curtains had been made from pale purple and white plaid fabric, then trimmed in hot pink pom-pom fringe. Lamp bases that looked like sugar-crusted fairy-tale castles rose from the bedside tables. The whole room could have come straight out of the Pottery Barn Kids' catalog. Addie stood frozen, her eyes gawking. Ty chuckled. As if the sound of Ty's amusement loosened Addie from a spell, she went into motion, touching everything with wonder. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you. You're welcome. Ty and Celia watched Addie for long moments. Celia knew within her own heart the bittersweet sting that came from mothering a child who was growing up. This room belonged to an older girl, a big girl. And Celia, well, Celia had wanted Addie to stay a baby forever. Are you mad that I didn't ask you first? Ty asked under his breath. No, it's okay. Though it did miff her a little. I wanted to do something for her. I hoped you wouldn't mind. It's a great room. She stole a glance at him out of the corners of her eyes, taking in the trademark T-shirt, his masculine profile. She could clearly see in Ty's expression the pleasure it had brought him to give this room to Addie. Celia's experience with Ty had proven him capable of real generosity. It had also proven him capable of breaking her heart. You can be Addie's father, Ty. We can have physical chemistry. We can shoot comebacks at each other all day long, and maybe we can even grow our unlikely friendship. But no matter what, I can't ever let myself love you again. Chapter 14. Celia woke the next morning to darkness, closely followed by a wave of disorientation. Where was she? She jerked to sitting, heart pounding. The glow from a plug-in Princess nightlight revealed one corner of her surroundings. She was in Addie's "I'm either a rich girl or I'm royalty" bed inside the gingerbread house in Holly. This was her new normal. Next to Celia, Addie slept on her side, no doubt dreaming of a brave prince and the sweet and spunky maiden he'd fallen for at first sight. She'd balled her baby blanket against her chest, and her lips had parted with relaxation. Based on the weak light rimming the curtains, Dawn hadn't yet fully arrived. Carefully, Celia eased out of bed. She carried Addie's new desk chair from the room so she'd have something to sit on, and padded to the kitchen. Once she'd gotten the coffee maker going, she stood in front of it in her sleep uniform of boxer shorts and cami. Before it had finished brewing a full cup, she helped herself to some. Then she sat on Addie's chair, feeling her aloneness like a cloak. She took steady sips of coffee as she watched the sun rise over her first morning in Holly, Texas. "This is your new home," she told herself, trying to make herself believe it. She'd grown used to living in an apartment, to having tenants next to her on either side. This stand-alone house felt airy and unprotected in comparison. It also presented her with a blank slate, empty of both furniture and experiences. So many sweet memories had been tied to her old apartment. Those memories: I rocked Addie here when she was a newborn. I gave Addie a bath here when she was a toddler. I made up bedtime stories here for 1,000 nights. Had caused Celia to shed secret tears in each and every room during her final days at River Run. Already she missed... Enough, Celia. You live here now. Set some goals, make a list, get on with life. She pulled a small notepad from her purse and held a pen poised over it. Number 1. Resist romantic overtures from Ty. She paused, then underlined it twice. She'd found this more difficult than expected yesterday, when he looked at her with need in his eyes and said things like, "I've missed you. I've about gone wild waiting for you to get here." She drew an asterisk and added, "No more kissing." She refused to risk her and Addie's emotional health by placing her trust in Ty a second time. If she ever dated anyone again in this lifetime, which was a big if, she'd need to date someone who was capable of commitment to her. The only woman Ty seemed capable of commitment to was Tawny. Celia took a sip of now-tepid coffee and tapped her pen against her lips. Was there any chance that she could live in Holly without ever having to see Tawny face to face? She prayed so. Number 2, get Addie settled in the house. The moving truck would arrive soon. She had no chance of getting everything in order before Addie's 5th birthday, coming up quickly. But she'd try her mightiest to have it done by the time Addie started school, on Monday. Monday was less than a week away. But if she worked like crazy, she had a shot. Number 3, find a job. It had been years since she'd gone job hunting. She was rusty at structuring a resume and lacked contacts in this town. Even so, she dearly wanted, for the sake of her self-respect, to find her own job without Ty's help. Pushing to her feet, she tucked the notepad back into her purse. She needed baking therapy. Her TV hadn't arrived yet, so she didn't have her cooking shows. But thanks to Ty's mom and sister-in-law, who'd stocked her pantry for her, she did have shelves filled with flour, sugar, baking soda. Around 10, the doorbell rang. Celia answered it to find a couple standing on her front porch. A pretty blonde around her own age held a present wrapped in Williams-Sonoma paper. Next to her stood a tall cowboy with closely shaved dark hair and striking gray eyes. "Celia?" the blonde asked. "Yes." She smiled. "Hi, I'm Meg. This is Beau." "Ty's brother," the cowboy added. He extended his hand, and Celia shook it. "Nice to meet you." They were one heck of an attractive pair. "Thank you. Nice to meet you both. Ty told us that your moving truck is scheduled to arrive soon." Meg tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "We were hoping we could help you unload." "Definitely. Come on in." From what Ty had told her, she knew that Beau managed a thoroughbred racehorse farm and that he'd married Meg 2 years ago. Meg had inherited a fortune, lucky her, and now ran a charity for single parents and their children. Once they'd bundled inside, Meg handed Celia the present. "Welcome to Holly. This is just a little housewarming gift from us." "Wow, thank you. We're so pleased that you've moved here." "Mom?" Addie emerged from her room. Beau and Meg turned to her, every bit as fascinated by the sight of her as Beau's parents had been. Celia introduced them, then unwrapped her gift while Meg and Beau asked Addie questions. Celia uncovered a gorgeous set of cooking tools that included a spatula, a pasta fork, and a ladle, among others. The gleaming stainless steel canister that held them had been engraved with the letter C. Beau and Addie were still talking, but Meg caught her eye. "I heard that you like to cook." "I do. This is a beautiful set. Thank you. I'll use it all the time." "I'm glad you like it." Celia gestured to the living room. "If I had furniture, I'd invite you to sit down. As it is, the only thing I have to offer is food." "Lots of food," Addie interjected. She motioned for the newcomers to follow her. "I'll show you." In the kitchen, one of the marble countertops labored under the weight of banana muffins, shortbread, and a cinnamon coffee cake. Meg and Beau both paused at the sight of the spread. "You made all of this morning?" Beau asked. Celia nodded and refrained from confessing that she had a little bit of a compulsion. She'd rather they think her merely industrious. Beau placed a slice of coffee cake on a paper plate, and Meg chose a muffin. Addie and Celia both helped themselves to shortbread. "So, Addie," Meg peeled back her muffin wrapper, "did you have a fun summer?" "Yes. What did you do?" In her calm and serious way, Addie relayed a story about the River Run pool and the boy who'd gotten into trouble for shooting her in the face with his water gun. Meg and Beau leaned against the counter, side by side. They worked on their food, listening attentively, asking follow-up questions. Meg laced a hand through Beau's elbow. He tucked that elbow near to his body in an answering gesture of protectiveness. They had magnetism between them, these two, so strong that Celia could feel its buzz. What would it be like to have that sort of bond with a spouse? Amazing, probably. While Meg wasn't necessarily a beauty, her face and demeanor had a sweetness to them that drew Celia in. Meg wore a pink t-shirt, coordinating Nike shorts, tennis shoes, scant makeup, and her hair in a ponytail. Even so, she managed to look elegant. Beau resembled Ty a little in build, and also in the evenness of their well-molded features. She hadn't met him during her high school years because he'd graduated just before she'd arrived. The Porter boys she'd known back then, Ty and Jake, had been the objects of 1,000 infatuations. Looking the way he did, she'd guessed that Beau had been the object of 1,000 more. When Addie finally paused to blink at her audience and gather breath, Celia saw her chance. "How did you two meet?" Meg's eyes sparkled with humor. "I tried to fire him. It didn't take." "Fire him?" Addie asked. "Yes," Meg said to Addie. "He runs something called Whispering Creek Horses. It's a stable. When I took over my dad's ranch, I didn't think I wanted a stable full of horses." Meg lifted a shoulder. "I was wrong. It turned out that I liked the stable, and She glanced up at Beau. He glanced down at her. Really like the guy who ran it. Beau smiled at his wife, with such devotion that the power of it rolled through the room like a tidal wave. Well, there you had it. Celia's story with Ty, "We got married and my husband regretted it in the morning," didn't exactly stack up. "Did you know," Addie said, "that my daddy brought my mom her bracelet when she lost it?" "No," Meg answered. "I didn't know that." "It was like in Cinderella." Heat climbed up Celia's cheeks. Just what she needed. Her daughter manufacturing a romance between her and Ty in front of a couple who had an actual romance going. "Remember the glass slipper?" Addie continued. "It was like that. Only my daddy brought a bracelet, not a slipper. He's really, really nice." Meg and Bo nodded. "He gave me these boots," Addie stated. "I love your boots," Meg told her. Bo polished off the last bite of coffee cake. "That was delicious, Celia." "So's this." Meg lifted what remained of her muffin. "Thank you. I mean, it's seriously good," Meg said. "You're really talented." The rumble of a big engine and the groaning of brakes interrupted her. The moving truck had arrived. They all poured onto the front yard to watch as the two men who had come with the truck opened the vehicle's rear doors, positioned a ramp, and rolled down the first piece of furniture, her sofa. "Would it be okay with you," Bo asked, "if I invited some people from our Sunday school class to come by and help?" "Sure." It was a weekday and hotter than Satan's armpit. She couldn't imagine that any of Bo's friends would take him up on his invitation, but it wouldn't hurt to let him ask. In her experience, not even close family members wanted to help a person move. Bo pulled out a smartphone, hit a few buttons, then walked up the truck's ramp. Meg followed. He stopped halfway. "No way, Countess." "Bo, I can carry." "Not on my watch." He gave her a crooked grin, a grin that admitted to all kinds of weaknesses where she was concerned. Meg shook her head, lips curving. "You're hopeless." "Yes," he agreed. Meg crossed toward Celia. "Is there something I can do inside?" "Absolutely." What in the world was going on? While his brother Jake pulled into a parking spot across the street from Celia's house, Ty sat in the passenger seat, scanning the scene. The moving truck he'd hired stood at the curb, and lots of guys around his age were carrying boxes from it into Celia's place. Ty frowned. Who'd invited strangers? He let himself out and made his way toward the house on his crutches. Jake grabbed a case of bottled water from the truck bed and fell into step beside him. Ty motioned his chin toward the water. "What's that?" "I wanted to get Celia something. You know, for her housewarming or whatever." "Bottled water?" "It's practical." Ty would have teased Jake if Jake had still been up for teasing. But ever since he'd come home from Iraq, injured and fighting post-traumatic stress, his younger brother had been grim. Jake was no longer the brother Ty'd once known, the brother who teased and taken teasing. Nor was he someone who laughed, or even smiled. As they neared the front door, Bo walked out, his face red from heat and work. "Hey!" He came to a stop in front of them. "How's everything at the farm?" he asked Jake. "Fine." "Who are all these people?" Ty indicated the men walking past. "They're friends of ours from church." Married friends or single friends? Ty wanted to ask. Genuine irritation shifted through him. He didn't want single guys without busted legs unpacking Celia's stuff. "We're unloading pretty fast," Bo continued. "I think we'll have the truck empty in another 30 minutes. I'll go sit this down and help you." Jake walked into the house. Bo eyed Ty. "I spent some time talking to Celia. She seems nice. And your little girl is great." "Yeah. She looks like you." "You think so? I think she looks like her mother." "Mostly, but she has your dimple, just on the other side. It looks dumber than a stump on you, but cute on her." Bo smiled, clapped him on the shoulder, and moved past. Inside the living room, Ty saw that Celia's furniture had been pushed to the center of the space. No doubt she wanted to leave herself room to paint before moving the pieces into their places. He glanced into the front bedroom as he passed, looking for Celia. His parents were making up her bed, an open cardboard box between them. Inside Addie's room, women were unpacking books and placing them on the bookshelves. "Daddy!" Addie ran to him and hugged him. "Hi, sweetheart." "Our stuff came." "Good." "I'm going to be in here." She skipped into her pink room. "Helping." "All right. I'll catch up with you in a little bit." He found his sister-in-law, Meg, and two other women in the kitchen, taking newspaper off glassware. He had a soft spot a mile wide for his sister-in-law, who'd proven herself to be one of the kindest people alive. "Hi, Meg. Have you decided to leave my brother and run away with me yet?" "I heard that," Bo yelled from another part of the house. "Oops," Ty whispered. Meg laughed. "I think I'll stick with Bo for the time being. I sort of like him." "I was afraid of that." He looked questioningly toward the other two women, a blonde and a redhead. The blonde, Kelsey, had been in his high school youth group. "Either of you want to run away with me?" "I do," they replied in unison. "Well, that's more like it." "It's good to see you again, Ty," the redhead said. "It's been years." He didn't remember her, not at all. "Andrea," she supplied. He drew a blank. "Well, that's right. How are you?" "I'm doing really well." "How are you lately?" Kelsey asked him, her face full of pity. "The whole town's been real worried about you since your injury." So much for hoping all these church people were married. These two were as single as they came. "Doing okay." He lifted a shoulder. "It's my own fault. Got what I deserved for falling off a bull." "Aw," Andrea crooned. Meg rolled her eyes. "I hope you feel better soon." Kelsey spoke with such syrupy sympathy he could have poured it on pancakes. Celia appeared in the kitchen doorway that led to the dining room, looking annoyed. Lord have mercy, she was wearing the yellow tank top again. She'd put on cut-off jean shorts and pulled her hair back with one of her stretchy headbands. No shoes, just an anklet, a handful of bubble wrap, and a dusty streak on her forehead. She gave him a slit-eyed glare, then disappeared back into the dining room. He wanted to laugh. "Thanks for helping out around here today," he said to the women. "Our pleasure, Ty." As he was moving around them to the dining room, he spotted some mostly empty plates of food. "What's this?" "Celia made it all," Meg answered. "Everything's wonderful." As if the yellow tank top weren't enough. She'd baked? He'd always had a sweet tooth. He'd been on the road for years and had eaten 3 lifetimes' worth of restaurant food, but not nearly enough homemade desserts. Since it would be rude to do what he wanted to do and take everything that was left, he grabbed a muffin and 2 of the buttery-looking cookies. "That's going to be hard for you to carry." Kelsey hurried over and held out a napkin. "Here, let me." "Thanks." He set the food on her napkin and made his way into the dining room with Kelsey on his heels. Celia stood next to the built-in china cabinet, pulling bubble wrap off plates and stacking them inside. She didn't look in his direction. "You good?" Kelsey placed his food carefully on the dining room table next to him. Quite the nurse. "Sure am." "Let me know if there's anything else I can do." "Thanks." She gave him a long moment of eye contact before returning to the kitchen. If he kissed Kelsey, he didn't think he'd get slapped. Balancing his weight on his crutches, he ripped off a piece of muffin. As soon as it hit his tongue, he got drunk on it. Bananas, walnuts, sugar, cinnamon, all in perfect balance. Nothing like store-bought. Fresh and so soft it melted in your mouth. He groaned. Celia shot him a glance. "I've got a thing for sweet stuff," he explained. I didn't remember.
They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
I didn't bake them for you, Showboat. Instead of all the physical therapy appointments, the laps he'd been swimming daily, and the medicines his doctor should have recommended he eat Celia's food, and listen to her call him names. Those two things made him feel a long shot better than all the rest.
I hate that nickname.
Big Showboat. How's that? He swallowed, then took another bite and almost sank to his knees in ecstasy.
Isn't it a little ironic that the woman who's against red food dye makes the most sugary desserts in the country?
I have a multifaceted personality.
This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life.
She pushed a curly strand of hair off her face and studied him. Exaggerate much?
Not about food.
Her attention moved down to his jaw, stayed there, then slid lower and stalled on his chest. Awareness hammered through him. He stopped chewing. She wanted him. Maybe not as a boyfriend, and certainly not as a husband, but physically she did. She told him as much yesterday when she'd admitted that her body had a weakness for him. Just one look like that from her sent his own body racing. She returned to stacking dishes.
"Were you just staring at my pecs?" he asked.
"What? No." She kept her back to him. "As stated in our discussion yesterday, we're just friends." Celia had put Addie forward as the main reason why the two of them couldn't date. He thought about their kiss and their conversation all night and all morning. "Don't mess around with me," Celia had said to him. "All right?" Addie wasn't the only one who needed protecting from his actions. He'd done so much damage to Celia the last time that she'd kept his child from him. She'd convinced him yesterday that it would be best for all three of them if he kept his hands off her. At home, an hour ago, that truth had been clear in his mind, and his plan to marry Tawny had once again made sense to him. But here, with Celia in front of him, he couldn't remember why. For reasons he didn't understand, Celia had the ability to confuse him, to turn his good intentions to dust. She made him lose trust in himself. "Give all your attention to Addie, you dummy. Quit worrying about her mother." Now that he had Celia and Addie and Holly, he simply needed to focus on growing his relationship with his daughter. Clack, 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 clack. Celia set more dishes into the cabinet. "Are you planning on being helpful, or are you going to stand around eating all day?" Ty polished off the muffin and half a cookie.
"My leg's a mess, remember? Eating is all I'm good for."
"Don't forget flirting."
"Flirting?"
"You're good for that." He cocked his head. A smile crept across his mouth.
"Are you jealous?"
She huffed.
"'Cause I am of you. Have any of these guys been hitting on you?"
"Yes, all."
"And?"
"I haven't decided which one I'll make my boyfriend yet, but the day's still young."
"If I have to whoop somebody around here, Celia, I will."
"Then start with Jake. He brought me this." She pointed with her dainty foot toward the gigantic pack of water.
"You have to admit that's a romantic gift." "If so, I must not understand the definition of romantic."
He eased himself onto a chair and bent to unload one of the boxes. "Everyone in your family brought me something today. Your parents brought me lavender sachets from France. Meg and Beau gave me a set of kitchen tools. It was really nice of them. I didn't expect anything."
"We're hospitable down here in Texas."
Celia sliced open a new cardboard box. "Meg and Beau seem happy together."
"They are."
He could hear Meg deep in conversation with the other women in the kitchen.
"Beau used to be normal before he fell so crazy in love with her. You should see him whenever one of us suggests doing something even a little bit dangerous."
Like?
Four-wheeling, water skiing. Bo, Jake, Drew, and I grew up doing stuff like that. But mention it in front of Meg these days, and Bo hits the ceiling. He's like a caveman over her.
Overprotective?
Kind of like you with Addie.
I'm not overprotective, I'm just careful. That little necklace of hers was making him crazy. The small gold circle hung in the hollow between her collarbones, catching the light. Every time she leaned over to unpack something, it dangled. He wanted to push it aside with his nose and press his lips to the spot. He inhaled raggedly and watched the necklace sway with burning eyes. Ty?
Hmm?
You're frowning.
I'm worried that you're going to paint this dining room a crazy color.
Well, I sure won't be painting it brown like over at your house, that's for sure.
Here.
He pulled 2 credit cards from his back pocket and set them on the table.
I got you a Lowe's card. Charge anything you need for the house, paint or whatever.
Lines formed across her forehead.
The other one's a debit card. I set up an account for you at my bank. I figured Addie would have school expenses.
He went back to lifting stuff out of his box. He knew it was difficult for Celia to accept help, so he didn't want to make a big deal out of this. Thanks, but I can't take the cards.
Figured. Sure you can. I'm Addie's father, and I owe you for child support.
You've added us to your health insurance plan and bought us a car and a house, Ty. I'd say we're even. His brows crashed down.
No, we're not. A judge would want me to give you something every month to help with Addie.
He slid the cards down the table in her direction.
This is the least I can do.
She pursed her lips.
Please, he said.
I can't. He had a fear, a very real fear, that she meant exactly what she said. He pushed to his feet, which sent a jolt of pain up through his left hip. He gritted his teeth against it.
I'd have painted this house already, except I wanted you to pick your own colors. If you're not going to take the Lowe's card, then I'm going to go buy brown.
I'm going to buy my own paint, Ty Porter, and that's final.
Celia, he growled.
He wanted to give her and Addie whatever stupid, girly, bright-colored thing they wanted. If he couldn't do that, then what good was the money he'd made? The shape of her chin turned stubborn. I've met you in the middle as much as I'm going to. I've moved here, and I'm driving around in the car you gave me, but that's it. That's as far as I'm going to go, which reminds me, I appreciate the boots you gave me, but I can't accept them either. Before you leave, I'll give them back to you so you can return them.
I'm not taking back the boots.
Yes.
No, I'm definitely not.
Ty faced off against her, glaring the words, "You're a pain in the neck." She answered him with a look that said, "So are you, buddy." He'd always thought of himself as daring, but this small person with the curly hair and the pretty face might be braver than he was.
You planning to be the death of me, Celia?
Not quite. Don't you remember? If you die, they'll repossess my Prius.
Knock, knock.
A masculine voice. Ty glanced at the door that led into the living room. A man stood in the opening behind 2 boys.
Sorry to interrupt. I just came by to introduce myself. I live next door.
Oh, hi. Celia put on the kind of happy face she never wore around Ty and moved to the newcomer to shake his hand. I'm Celia. My daughter Addie and I are moving in today.
I'm Neil Martin.
Celia had said, my daughter. She'd most definitely not said, our daughter. This is Ty. Celia gestured to him. Neil leaned over, and they shook hands. Stepping back, Neil took hold of his boy's shoulders.
These are my sons Tanner and Tyson.
One of them looked about Addie's age, the other a few years older. Addie will be excited to meet you. Celia smiled at the boys. She's in her room around the corner if you want to go say hello." The boys looked at Neil, who nodded. They took off. "They're with me every other weekend and on Wednesday nights," Neil said to Celia. "They're with their mother the rest of the time." Of all the houses in Holly, Ty had bought Celia the one next to a divorced dad. Awesome. "We'll have to get the kids together sometime," Neil said, staring at Celia the way a calf stares at its mother. Ty stopped himself before audibly refusing Neil's request. Crazy guess, but he didn't think Celia would take that well. "I'd like that," Celia answered. "Where did you move from?" As Celia and Neil talked, Ty remained silent, watching the two of them. The cheerful personality Celia had put on to chat with this stranger had little in common with her real personality, the feisty as feisty gets personality she showed Ty. Ty could tell that Neil was digging Celia, and why wouldn't he? A man would have to be blind not to dig Celia, especially in that yellow top, especially with the fake personality she was wearing. "I'm an attorney," Neil was saying. "I commute to Plano for work." Neil looked to be about 35. He had shiny black hair, glasses, a polo shirt, topsiders. Neil was about as different from Ty as caviar was different from Cheetos. Celia couldn't seriously like this putz. Cheetos were better than caviar, everybody knew that. As their conversation continued, however, it seemed that Celia might prefer caviar. Yesterday she told him that there was no chance of a romance between them, and that she wanted to make their divorce official. This Neil was probably the type of character she'd date as soon as the ink dried on their divorce certificate. Ty's chest tightened at the thought. He wanted nothing more than to sweep out his arm and push Celia behind him. She was his wife. At the same time, she wasn't his wife. He had no influence over her choices. She lived alone in this house with Addie. Neil lived next door, and Ty lived across town. Celia and Neil would have easy access to each other, and Ty wouldn't be close enough to do a single sorry thing about it. Even so, the thought that filled his head? Over my dead body. Chapter 15. Celia painted the interior of her house in colors more commonly found inside a package of tropical-flavored starbursts. For the living room, pale aqua. The dining room, pina colada yellow. Kitchen, mango. Hallway and bathroom, honeydew melon green. Her bedroom, the light purple of an orchid petal. For 2 days she worked ceaselessly on priming and painting. Members of the PFHS, Porter Family Help Squad, showed up frequently to lend a hand. The easiest company was also the worst painter, Meg. Celia could count all of her true friends on one hand, and Uncle Danny took up a finger. It was extremely rare for her to meet someone and feel that mysterious click. But after spending just an hour painting with Meg, Celia was pretty much ready to rush out and buy the two of them best friend heart pendants divided in half by a jagged line. She didn't even mind that she had to retouch the sections Meg had painted after Meg went home. The hardest company was also the best painter, Jake. Just 18 months younger than Ty, Jake had been in Celia's grade all through high school. Celia's deep infatuation with Ty had made her extra aware of Jake because he was Ty's brother. Her attention had heightened every time she'd seen Jake, spoken with him, or heard others discussing him. Jake had been flawlessly handsome back then, and also the football team's quarterback. Handsome quarterbacks at big high schools in the football-crazy state of Texas were often conceited, elitist, or downright obnoxious. That's not how Jake had been. She remembered him as smart and laid back and kind, careful with his words. Her recollection of the high school Jake made it painful for her to interact with the Jake of the present. The scar across his face wasn't puckered or red. It was white, smooth, and blade-thin. Despite that, it was impossible to miss. Its path started at his nose and slashed across one side of his face. It did not make him ugly. Nothing could. But it did seem to be outward evidence of much deeper inner scars. The 2 times he stopped by to help paint, he did so with a minimum of words. At first Celia had tried to reminisce with him about Plano East High School. He'd responded, but his demeanor had assured her that the canyon between his old and current self wasn't challenging for her alone. At the first opportunity, he'd taken his can of paint and gone to work in another room. Celia had come to the conclusion that the war had killed something inside Jake Porter. Perhaps he'd seen too much over there, been devastated too deeply. He had a stony outward shell and, from what Ty told her, his work training thoroughbred racehorses. But he no longer had much else. Looking into his eyes was like looking into the eyes of a bitter 70-year-old man, hard-worn by life. The most absent company was also the most pervasive, Ty. Since he couldn't help with the painting because of his knee, he kept Addie at his house for several hours each day so Celia could paint. If only it had been an out-of-sight, out-of-mind thing. Instead, she could not get that blasted kiss out of her head. Whenever she dropped off or picked up Addie and had to spend a few moments talking with him, she was glaringly, alarmingly mindful of the attraction twining through the air between them. What went unspoken had become more powerful than what they said. Celia baked in the early mornings to calm herself, worked on the house all day, then kept on working after Addie went to bed at night. The empty hole inside of her that refused to be filled seemed to urge her to be still and listen. She'd hoped that a more stable financial situation would fill her sense of incompleteness, but no. It loomed bigger every day. What the voice seemed to suggest was that if she would rest, then it could offer her peace. Rest? She slept too little, she worried too much, and she churned out more pre-dawn pastries than a Nestle Toll House test kitchen on steroids. It wasn't sustainable, this pace. But rest? Rest made no sense to Celia. She was a single mother. Single mothers didn't rest. The day of Addie's 5th birthday dawned in an identical way to every other August morning in Texas. Hot, humid, and sunglasses not optional bright. Something that would not be identical to its predecessors? Addie's birthday celebration. For the first time, Addie's father would be hosting her party. When Ty had asked Celia if he could invite his family over to his place for Addie's birthday dinner, Celia's heart had tweaked, because she'd always been the one to organize Addie's parties. Nevertheless, she'd agreed. The gingerbread house, covered in draped furniture and drying paint, was much like her emotional state at the moment, not party-ready. And so it was that Celia found herself standing in Ty's kitchen the evening of the 5th anniversary of Addie's birth. The Porter family surrounded her, talking, joking, and snacking on the ruffles and onion dip that Nancy had brought as an appetizer. Celia's mind traveled back to Addie's 4th birthday, just 1 year prior. She'd had no thought then of ever leaving Corvallis. She'd not known most of these people, and she'd had absolutely no intention of ever crossing paths with Ty again. But here he was, chewing on a chip while Addie gazed up at him adoringly and explained to him why Cinderella always wore her hair up and Aurora always wore her hair down. Since arriving at Ty's house 45 minutes ago, Celia had been trying not to be so ridiculously attuned to Ty's every word and gesture. So far, her efforts were bombing. He was wearing another pair of cargo shorts and a navy UFC t-shirt. He looked like the sort of images that came up on Pinterest when a person ran a search for hot guys. Not that she'd ever done something so debasing. "Addie Patati?" Celia and Addie snapped their faces toward one another. Uncle Danny had finally arrived in Texas? "Yoo-hoo! You here somewhere?" Danny's voice drifted in from the front of the house. Addie gave a happy yelp. She and Celia hurried in the direction of the front door. The bunches of pink and purple balloons that Nancy and Celia had tied to every available spot in Ty's living and dining room swayed as they passed. Uncle Danny had told Celia repeatedly that he planned to arrive in Holly in time for Addie's birthday. Privately, though, Celia had begun to have her doubts. Over the past days, he'd said things to her on the phone like, "Since I'm close to Wyoming, I thought I'd go check out Grand Teton National Park. And I think I might stop and do some mountain biking at Moab in Utah. They've got some sweet terrain there." Celia rounded the corner that led to the foyer in time to watch Danny wrap Addie in a bear hug. "Happy birthday!" He gave Addie a smacking kiss on her hair. "How are you, girl?" "I'm cool. You cool?" "I'm cool. Can't complain." He presented his fist, and Addie bumped it. "This hot weather down here is awesome, isn't it? I feel like I'm in a Swedish sauna. Good for my pores." He released Addie and gave Celia a hug. "You hanging in there, sister?" "I'm hanging in there. I'm so glad you're here." The Porters had gathered nearby. "What a house, man," Danny said to Ty as they shook hands. "Thank you." Ty grinned at her uncle. "You got a lot of land around you," Danny said. "Real natural vibe." "I'm glad you like it." Danny zeroed in on Nancy. "This can't be your mother, can it, Ty?" "She is." "Are you single?" "Uncle Danny." But Nancy tossed back her head and laughed. "I haven't been single for 35 years, but make me an offer, I'll consider it." More laughter. Even her husband John joined in. "I'm hoping to meet some of Holly's single ladies," Uncle Danny told Nancy. "Maybe you can help me?" "Sure, I'd be happy to help." Celia introduced John, Bo, Meg, and Jake to Danny. If any of the Texans were leery about a 50-something man who'd just hit on their mom and was wearing a sharp-toothed necklace, a sleeveless shirt, and board shorts, they didn't show it. Except maybe Jake. But then Jake treated everyone with leeriness. "Now that Danny's here, let's eat." Nancy clapped her strong hands. "Anyone hungry?" Celia, for one, wasn't hungry for hot dogs. But since Ty had let Addie choose the menu, Celia acted the way she imagined an easy-going mom might act, and pretended to be cool with Addie's choice. Really, though, hot dogs? Did a more processed food exist? Once the dinner things had been swept away, Celia fetched the cake. Addie had placed a request for vanilla with pink icing. Celia, deep in sanity via baking mode, had made a 3-layer cake large enough to feed 30. She'd covered it in mounds, dips, and artful crests of delicately flavored peppermint frosting. The topping of translucent sprinkles caught the light and gleamed. 5 candles balanced their flames, and all the Porters sang as Celia crossed from the kitchen into the dining room, carrying the cake. Addie, sitting at the head of the table on a chair that had been mounded with pillows, closed her eyes and took her time formulating her wish. The contours of Addie's face were so dear and familiar to Celia. The teal glasses, the straight hair in its neat bob, the downy curve of her cheek. Today her daughter was 5 years old. 5. And as happy as Celia had ever seen her, here in Ty's big brown house, celebrating her birthday in a way they'd never celebrated it before. Her precious one, her Addie, was getting older. Sadness descended through Celia like moss through a lake, slow and twisting. Tears gathered at the backs of her eyes. Ty, who was standing on Addie's other side, caught Celia's gaze. He quirked a brow questioningly, those magnificent blue eyes, gentle with compassion. Goodness gracious, she could handle his teasing, sparring, and bantering. Anything but heart-slaying kindness. Addie blew out her candles, which sent clapping and hooting ringing through the room. The instant Addie finished her slice of cake, she cajoled them all into moving into the living room so she could open presents. The adults, who were still finishing off their servings of cake and sipping decaf coffee, watched as Addie calmly and methodically unwrapped each of her gifts. Early in the day, over a breakfast of homemade waffles, Celia had presented Addie with a beautiful set of princess books she'd found online at a good bargain. She'd been hoping Ty would act like a normal person and give Addie a similar caliber gift. But when the last present had been revealed and none were from Ty, Celia began to worry. When he winked at Celia and made his way out the back door on his crutches, her worry intensified. What had he gotten for Addie that was so large he couldn't wrap it? A Rolls-Royce? A Learjet? A stack of gold bullion? A loud knock on the front door caused Addie to lift her head from the set of Polly Pockets she'd been playing with. "Who could that be?" Nancy asked Addie, rounding her eyes with exaggerated confusion. Nancy had clearly been let in on the secret. "You better go see." Everyone followed Addie to the door. Celia was going to kill Ty if he threw more money at her child